Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who greater than one, move five is better. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who greater than one, move five is better. Oh, you think you suck? I think that's unlikely. You can keep on looking, but can't find nobody like me. Eldorado pushing, while I'm pressing in a white tee. You know I love you, I need someone who can guide me. I can't do no little bag, cash out. I need 3 mil. Shots coming in both directions, and like a be real. I've been eating good, to be lucky to get 3 mil. First place, run it up, care about what you feel. I have you, give you everything, anything. I have you, you're my everything, and everything. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who greater than one, move five is better. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who greater than one, move five is better.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
like a butterfly. You flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me, me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me, me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me, me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Yeah, throwing money fast like, ayy. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, ayy. Double pump and bring it back like, ayy. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, ayy. Ayy, like, ayy. Ayy, like, ayy. Yeah, throwing money fast like, ayy. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, ayy. Oh, don't write, back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack them in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. Friends say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the Civic, yeah. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Check, whoa, VVS all on my neck, whoa. We talking power, respect, got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet, like, whoa. Shorty can't breathe no air, yeah. Red bone body, long hair, yeah. Everything I do real rare, yeah. Can't buy one, need pairs, yeah. I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine on
Elevated on focus, came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never.
the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I need to keep you
winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our life. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA. It's a Friday, it's sunny, we have some pretty banging games up for grabs because there is a potential scenario where we already have our first team locked for playoffs. I'm your host, Ginny, and I'm joined with Billy and Hypok. Today's an exciting match, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Foot can lock playoffs today is pretty exciting. Wild?
Yeah, I mean, it's wild.
In comparison to kickoff, yes. But
Yeah,
I think roster changes and everything that happened in between then,
there
not
are
so
some
wild.
crucial changes to take into account, yes, but I think it's wild we're in a position here talking about a comfortable lock potentially. If you look at the next couple of weeks for Foot, they're kind of teed up.
Yeah, it's a great position for them to be in. Liquid has also been in a very good shape. And when we're looking at both of them, they are currently tied in that #1 spot because they are yet to lose a game in their group. So for either one of them, this is going to ruin that undefeated streak. And then the only one in Group Omega who has the exact same luxury is Fnatic.
Yeah, which we will also see later on today going up against Pacific, which is exciting. I think that that group that they're in at the moment, speaking about Fnatic here, is getting very tight when we look at the results.
Yeah, it's getting weird,
very weird, which I think, to be fair, is kind of what we expected, is fair to say.
Yes and no. I think there's probably some front runners in there, but I think again across the region we're just seeing some weird outcomes.
Weird. Isn't that just a classic though? That's what.
It wouldn't be EMEA without a bit of a mess going into playoffs.
So you gotta enjoy
and
the
then we'll
chaos.
get it again in
Just
playoffs.
call us the Turkish region at this point.
Okay, I mean, the Turkish team is playing, and they are playing for that playoff, so the permutation here is really important to put into perspective. If they win this game against Liquid, they will lock playoffs, but Liquid can also go clear top of the group, and they'll be 3-0, which wouldn't lock them just yet. crazy, but still. I mean, for Foot, this is, I don't want to say this is do or die, but this is so impressive if they can actually continue this winning streak, lock it for that momentum, that confidence, huge.
And I think it would be a huge validation to actually come out today and beat Liquid, of all teams, right? You look at some of the matchups, and again, Liquid coming out of Santiago, there were questions again following a global stage, and a little bit of a miss in my eyes, but they've hit the ground running coming back into stage one. So I think actually all things considered, if Foot can continue here today, that's a huge statement to make.
Mitch called it. Mitch literally called it before we even started this stage. And I think, yeah, when we consider the roster changes that they had between kickoff and stage one, this was a team that we could get excited about again, I feel. Because, of course, Foot had a pretty sad year last year when we look at global events especially. A team that we always expected to go to those global events. And now we have a Foot that are going on a flawless run throughout this regular season. Yeah. And now, like, as we're mentioning, could quite literally lock playoffs today, which is exciting. It quite literally is the new era of Foot.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it and how they're going to be able to pull that one off. But first things first, a little interview standing by with Sociable and our translator, Yaman. Sociable, welcome to the interviewing spot. You have a game going up today against Liquid, a pretty important one. But before we head into that, you've joined this roster as the IGL. You guys have been doing very well. Benji last night also has singing your praise, saying you're doing really well as an IGL. Could you give us some insights as to what it is that has allowed you to be so great at this role when it comes to having it integrated with Foot?
Ya geçen hafta da zaten buna benzer bir şey cevaplamıştım. Zaten IGL'dim. IGL olarak devam etmek istiyordum ama dil bariyeri olduğu için bırakmak zorunda kaldım. Benji'nin konuşmasını duymadım ama sağ olsun. Yani şu an iyi gidiyor. 2-0 ilerliyoruz. Bugünkü maçımız insanların gözünde grubun liderlik maçı ama biz playoff'a kalmayı garantileme maçımız olarak düşünüyoruz maçı. Diğer maçlarda da aynı şekilde hafta hafta bakıyoruz. Ya IGL olmak da güzel yani, en azından bir şeylere kendin etki edebilme imkanın daha yüksek oluyor. O yüzden için rahat oluyor yani, kaybetsen de my bad deyip hatalarını düzeltmeye çalışıyorsun. Ya onun dışında çok kontrolün olmadı. Ya ben kontrolüm olmadığı zaman çok fazla bir şeylerde rahatsız olan bir insanım yani.
As I mentioned last week, I was in IGL. I was always in IGL, but because of the language barrier, I stopped being in IGL. Now I found myself in IGL position. I like to be in control, and I really feel more confident when I play as an IGL. I didn't listen to Benji from yesterday, but I really appreciate that he mentioned my name. Today game is really important. Today, some people see this game as a normal game, but how we see is locking the playoffs. That will be the most important part. And when it comes to being IGL in the team right now, I think everything is getting set, and I'm feeling much more comfortable. So we will just keep doing it as it is right now because it works.
So my final question then is, this is a playoffs locking game. Last time Foot as an organization locked playoffs was stage one last year. It's been a little bit of a while. So for you as the IGL, is there any pressure? And if so, how are you handling it?
Ya pressure yok zaten, iyi bir konumdayız şu an. Kalan 3 maçımızdan birini kazanırsak playoff'a giriyoruz. Ya hepsini kazanmak istiyoruz tabii ama maç değerlendireceğiz. Bugün kazanmaya çıkacağız. Yani iyi bir takıma karşı oynuyoruz. Bakalım ne kadar iyiler yani, bugün göreceğiz.
We don't have a pressure. We are in a good spot. We have 2-0 and we have 3 more games. If we won one of those, we will be in playoffs. So we don't feel pressure. But at the same time, we want to win all 3 teams. So we will do our best today, and we will see. We will be playing against a good team, and we will see what will be the result. But I think we will be winning.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. And we're going to be heading back over to the desk. Great insight in regards to how they're feeling about this game, because to them, again, it means a lot. Being able to go flawless, being able to lock it here, they're like, yeah, sure, we have a couple of chances, but we want to do it this way.
Yeah, and I think he didn't quite say it, but it was like being Liquid today. Almost, you then look at week 4 and week 5, it's like they are playing with house money, right? They've already done the hard work of get to a point of actually they can lock today, and they can beat an informed Liquid, which will, I mean, yeah, there's not going to be any pressure after that. There just isn't.
Yeah,
if we're going to call it fairly, like there isn't.
No, it's true. I think it sets them up in a very good spot as well when we think about playoffs, right? Being able to get that bye when you think about the playoffs bracket as well. Like being able to get as many reps looking this strong already going into playoffs, it's going to put them in a really good spot.
Yeah, Liquid, however, is also doing quite well. They are undefeated. 2-0 against KC, 2-0 against Heretics. They look like they are in form. They figured a formula out. So it's not going to be an easy one to deal with. But Liquid side of things, I mean, we've seen them show up as a roster, but also individually, like, there are players that have really stood out.
Yeah, and I think one of the key things for Team Liquid coming into stage 1 is they had a very clear identity. I feel like they used the kickoff experience to kind of suss that out. Obviously, unfortunate to have the results that they did at Santiago. You're frowning at me right now.
Yes.
But
anything you want to say to that?
No, I agree. Clear identity, but they almost lost their way very quickly. Like, we got to Santiago, it's like they forgot didn't really adhere to some of the things that worked so well for them in kickoff, and then sort of lost their way a little bit.
And I think it's something interesting that Camo had said last week with us on Postband, was that he feels like they haven't really been tested yet. And I think when you look at the teams that they've kind of come up against, I would expect him to say something.
I mean, Heretics
like
was
that.
great yesterday.
Whereas today, I feel like this will be the biggest test for them when you consider the opponents that they have in their group.
Yeah, it's also important to highlight that when we're looking at Liquid's performance, going back to the identity, also it feels like it has allowed individual players to really shine and just get comfortable. Purpo being one of them, where we're seeing his performance being very consistent.
Yeah, Purpo's been insane. Like, when we're looking at initiators in our league, he is up there. Look at the KD, #1. It's the first death per round that is insane to me, Mike, because he's not giving away the first death at all, really.
No, and again, one of the things I've been mentioning a number of times casting this guy is just how comfortable he looks being self-sufficient. Yes, he's playing a more supportive role for sure, but where Camo and Minibu are kind of just running rampant, he's actually still just delivering rounds single-handedly. And I think that's a big turnaround for him. There were, again, probably the one that's going to be the most questions, all the other noise aside, in terms of where he would settle in terms of the role. Obviously, early on in kickoff, before Lohan embraced the get-in-their-faces sort of approach, then Purple was the one that kind of was the anomaly in that situation. So I feel like it's a huge positive to see him deliver in the way he is.
But I feel like he's found his place in this team
Yeah,
now, right?
absolutely.
Like you mentioned, they were trialing out Purple on the secondary duelist alongside Minibu. Obviously, since then, they've kind of switched that to the Camo Minibu style that they've gone down. And yeah, I think in terms of initiators in our region, he is one of the best right now.
Yeah, we also had a chat with Purpo ahead of this game specifically, just to see what's been going on at the Liquid camp and how they're feeling about this game against Foot. I'm joined here with Purpo ahead of the matchup today that you have against Foot, fighting for that #1 slot in your group. But first of all, I want to address your individual performance because you've been popping off. You're doing really well on the initiator role so far this stage. What do you think has given you the tools to be able to continuously be so consistently good on it?
Hello, thank you for the question. First of all, I think it's team achievement because I'll point out that it's hard to be consistent, high-rated player if your team is losing. So first of all, I would say the coaching staff, everyone in the team, our achievement, and of course, I mean, just improving every day, getting better, knowing my weaknesses, and working on my strength. That's why I think I'm showing good performance.
You are, and you're actually talking about the team and not losing. You so far are 2-0 against KC and Heretics, but something Camo said in one of the interviews was that it didn't feel like you guys have been truly tested. Now that you're going up in this game against Foot, and Foot has been surprising some teams, do you feel like this will be the first test for Liquid?
I think not. Kickoff round were more like maybe hard for us, I would say. But we respect them as a team. They respect us as a team. It's going to be a banger match. They are playing a little bit aggressive, I would say, the way how we used to play on kickoff. But we face it a lot. We know how to play against it. We just came here to show our game and just win or lose. Doesn't matter.
Win or lose doesn't matter. So because you're in this bracket now, you're in this group, and you're fighting for that first slot, regardless the goal being making it to playoffs, do you think the seeding then, in general, isn't too important for you?
This question, I think it's better to ask Igel on coaching stuff. For me, I don't really care. Of course, it's good to win. Of course, it's good to secure first seed, be 5-0, like win playoffs, get the trophy, go London, you know. But for me, I'm just going game by game. Trying to be a better version of myself, try to do everything what I can to bring the team on the top. So for me, it don't really matter. But of course, it's good feeling when you're winning. So
got to keep the wins coming. But then for you individually, what is the goal for this game?
Play my game, focus on my game. That's it.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. We're going to be heading over back to the desk. Dare I say king of nonchalant? Yeah, I don't care.
Hey, I just want to say something. Yeah, it's hard to be a a standout player. Like, people were going absolutely crazy for Purpo. Like queuing.
Do you think he's seen that and he's just like, oh, whatever?
No,
I'm
in
just a chill
Santiago,
guy.
people were queuing up to speak to this guy after games. And again, it's not probably the candidate of this team that you'd expect people to go crazy for as a fan favorite. People were loving him in Santiago. So it's funny to hear him say, yeah, win or lose, it's like, it's not about being a highlight player. Dude, he was lapping it up.
I think it's the fact that he's like constantly commending his team as
Yes,
well. Like
yeah.
he's just like, yeah, it's a team effort. Like it's easy if we're winning all of our games to be top of the stats. Like, bro, just take the compliment. Like, like really, just take the compliment because he is putting up insane numbers, like we already mentioned. And I think, yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see how he gets on today.
He's just a humble, chill, nonchalant guy. Like, love that. But I also have to highlight the importance of winning this map. Cal already touched upon it a little bit in the interviews, but winning this means you're top of your group, which is a great place to be in. You're also going to be undefeated. So far, the only other team they'll be able to claim that is Fnatic, depending on how later today goes, of course. I listen. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice, okay? But it's just in general, like, this is really important for both of these teams, and especially for Foot. We see how much it means to them.
Yeah, I think as well, like when you're Foot, you're coming into this stage with a new roster, like we mentioned, like people didn't know where to put their expectations. Obviously, we have the skirmish coming up here, Zeus against Lohan. Lohan has been kind of farming the skirmishes recently, so I'm intrigued to see
can shoot, man.
how he gets on in this one.
So
Put him in.
sleep on Lohan.
Put him in, coach.
Wow.
Put coach in, coach.
Put coach in.
Let's go back. He's narrowly missed out.
Yeah,
But
actually,
only just.
Only just, to be fair.
Nice try, nice try. I tried the cheeky one.
But I mean, up against Zeus, it is a tough. Yeah, it's a
It is
tough
5-4.
egg to crack.
But still, when I mean, 5-4, I'm not going to read into the skirmish and say whether or not it's going to dictate the future, but I'm looking forward to see how this one goes. I would like a prediction. I know we haven't done that at all so far, but I'm so sorry. I'm putting you on the spot.
Prediction. Okay, one thing to get really excited about with these two teams that we didn't really touch on is the fact that we have two double duelist teams matching up against one another. So I think it's going to be fiery. I think it's going to be a 2-1 to Liquid.
2-0 Foot.
All right, we'll
There
see
you go.
whether or
No
not it's going to
context
play
needed.
out. No context needed.
needed.
Okay, I'm excited. The casters are excited. The analysts are. But we got to bring the players onto the stage for our first game of today to top the bracket. Foot against Liquid.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. You're the key from falling.
Esports.
Keep calling. Take a risk even though it might hurt me. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I won't quit what I said. But it won't be calling. Past keep calling. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I won't quit what I won't be calling. Past keep calling. Take a risk even though it might hurt me. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I won't quit what I said.
All right, King of Groups will be decided today, at least of the group that Liquid and Foot find themselves in. But most importantly, we're going to have to theorize, look at the map veto specifically, because when it comes to both of these teams, they haven't lost a map yet with how they've been playing. So do we want to stick to what we're comfortable with? Do we want to see a curveball? We're going to see Breeze Haven and Lotus.
Yeah, interesting. We're seeing two maps that we've not seen either of these
Yeah,
teams
I was
play.
going to say this would be an opportunity, I guess, to probably pull an ace up the sleeve. It's a higher stakes matchup and certainly higher, probably higher profile in terms of the opponents. I'm not necessarily surprised to see this, but I am intrigued to see how both teams approach this, considering the overall ethos and approach the Liquid have adopted, and actually Foot's level of respect in regards to that, because I don't think there's going to be a lot of respect on their side.
Yeah.
We're talking about being able to run it down and frag out. I think Foot have embraced that. Like I said, Liquid, I don't want to say they've strayed away initially from that ethos that they had adopted in kickoff, but we certainly haven't seen them land it since.
Yeah, I think we could say that for a lot of the Turkish teams and Turkish players in our league. Like they really do come in.
The Vlad effect.
All swinging. Yeah, yeah, literally. Think about the Eternal Fire roster, right? Vlad was coaching them once upon a time. But yeah, I think that when we're looking at this, the map veto to me is interesting in the sense of the bans as well. I want to pick up on their Team Liquid had Split banned against them the past 2 weeks, and then coming into today, they've decided to just completely take Split off the table for Fute. Curious to, you know, wonder why that was, if that maybe was something that they might have as a weakness in their map pool.
Yeah, teams are also chilling in the Razor chairs, but to further go on to this, I want to start off with Breeze a little bit more, because Haven and Lurchus we haven't seen. I think we'll have some time to dissect that later today, but Breeze we've seen at least from the side of Liquid. So are we expecting them to stick to the winning formula? Because when we've seen it, it was Santiago, it was the Yoru with the Neon still.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it would be kind of crazy to see them stick to this, but I'm not sure exactly where Camo's going to land. Now, looking at the composition, I think obviously he's already demonstrated to be very versatile. Whether or not there's any switch up alongside him and Miniboo is what I'm curious to see. I don't expect any other changes around that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and just to really hammer it home, Fute winning this means they lock playoffs. So it is their game to lose, so to say, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, if they win today, I think that's also a statement, right? We mentioned that Team Liquid had already said they don't feel like they've had any tests in their group so far. I do think that Fute will be the biggest test for them in this group. And I think that if they can come out and win that and secure playoffs so early on into their regular season, it gives them so much more time and flexibility to, you know, just get some reps in over these next couple of weeks. So it's a really exciting time for Fute, especially when we consider the results that they had last year, right? With that playoffs in Stage 1 and then not even making it to playoffs in Stage 2.
Underwhelming.
Yeah, exactly. Albeit, obviously, complete roster shuffle this time around, but it's definitely an exciting time to be a Fute fan.
For sure. And for Liquid side of things, it's also, I mean, it's for the Breeze side of things from both Liquid and Fute, actually, it is quite exciting to see what they'll be bringing out. I know both of these organizations love going for the double duelist setup, so I'm not expecting any changes there. We do get Camo on the KO, though.
Yeah, I probably didn't see that one coming. Maybe just a reversion back to what we saw them kind of toy with us straight away from at kickoff. Yeah, little bizarre to see, but maybe a return to a former comfort role for him. Again, maybe just where they built around Phoenix and whatnot, they want to keep the fashion on the board. Yeah, a little bit curious of that. Obviously for Fute, we've got Sop on the Neon, Zeus on the Jet. I think that is just the epitome of comfort for them.
Yeah.
No surprises to see them adopt that and have that same approach to Breeze. Yeah, a little bit bizarre, but this is kind of rolling back a couple of comps. Yeah. It's the meta change inclusive.
I think we've seen quite a lot of teams pick up the KO on Breeze coming into this stage, and I know that other teams have said that they've struggled to play against it as well. So
doesn't tie into the get in your face sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of frag out on the KO on the Breeze, sure, but yeah, it caught me a little off guard, I'll be honest.
I think as well, like having this KO will be really disruptive for Fute's aggression that we already kind of spoke about, right? Being able to shut that down with a KO knife to stop any of these kind of executes coming out from Fute. But of course, let's take into consideration the fact that Fute are starting on the defense here. Zeus, not really someone that has been picking up snipers up until this year. When I think about him last year, he was great on the rifle, but not really picking up those scoped weapons. We did see him trial that out a little bit in kickoff, so I want to see if that's going to be a continuation, especially if they're going to opt for the Jet on Breeze here, Mike.
Yeah, again, I come back to the same thing. The KO versus the double duelist, I think, yes, in terms of information, sure, you might have an upper hand there, but I think Fute certainly have, in terms of options, opportunities, the bigger advantage in that regard.
Well, we'll see if they can capitalize off of it and start this one strong. Both of these rosters are fighting for a slot for that #1 spot in their group. This is where it starts on our first map with our casters, Haza and Cairo.
Thank you, Desk. Yes, it is the undefeated teams in Group Alpha given a chance to top the group outright. A Fute win will guarantee them a playoff spot, but a Liquid win, on the other hand, will put them in the best possible position to build on that Santiago result with a stronger Stage 1.
Yeah, 7 days and a year to the day that it's the last time that these two played, right? That shows you how long it's been, how many different metas we've been in as well. Fute look almost entirely different. Feels as if we're running back the years, Haza, in terms of who's fighting for top of the group as well.
It is. This one is a real classic when you look at the names inside the server as well. Fute versus Liquid. And starting off on Breeze, it's the first time that we've seen Fute play it in the VCT this year, Liquid's pick. And something we want to talk about at length, I think, with these two is the different read of double duelist that we're seeing from each of them.
Yeah, Liquid have been breeze merchants, let's be honest, 7 times already, including Masters Santiago. As Foot now go and try to find something through mid. Could catch the spike in transition, but Camo getting the information that's needed. And the players start to move out on towards B.
Exactly, it's where Liquid now start to take some of those liberties, and that's already lurking through A in the meantime. Sop with the first action of this pistol round, but Minibu equal in return. Both smoke players sent out of the round by a Neon.
Yeah, but Foot now being dragged towards B, but the spike is heading A.
And that is where Yetege finds himself in an interesting position to try and disrupt this rotation. Minibu equally so. He's still yet to be plucked out of backside B, and this is where the problems start to pick up for Foot. At the same time, Sop and Yetege combining, and that spins it to a 3v2.
Yetege, though, is very close to the A site. He could be a big disruption, but look at Nats, the forward position.
Is he going to catch Crostali? Just playing with a little bit of discipline here, the youngster into the team. But he does get caught out, and now it's a 2-on-2. Nats trying to mastermind a pistol round for Liquid here. Has a general scope of where these players now are, as the plant is for him in this deep position in the bridge. Purpo yet to be dug out from main, and as the time ticks down, someone's got to get to work. Sop on the one angle where he's somewhat safe, but even that is just an illusion. Nats pulling off a masterclass in the pistol to lend Liquid an early lead.
Yeah, well, Liquid have a very good record on this map. 1 of 5 out of the 7 times that they have played it. The fans here to support them, to put themselves in that best possible position, to be the kings of this group. You can already see how good Foot are playing off one another in this one. It's a chaotic round, but one which they almost fight their way back into.
I think that's exactly what Foot want here today as well. A game where they are able to show their flair, their talent in terms of aim. This is a roster which has found itself rebuilt. A narrative which sits for both teams, I think it's fair to say, when you look at the time that Nats has now spent here. Of course, one of only 5 players left which started this era of partnerships with the same team. Heading into 2027, you expect that to stay the same. And on the Foot side, of course, they've had to get creative this year. Kickoff wasn't what they wanted. They made the adjustments, and now you've seen that improvement.
Yeah, again, it feels like it's the natural evolution that we're seeing from the Turkish scene, right? All these young bloods coming up and being absolute aimers. We do have confirmation. Will be a slight tech pause. Should get back into game shortly, though. But I think that comes through the fact that, like, you look at towards like Sop coming through, right? Zeus seemed like he was going to be that player for Foot, but just never quite had that support in terms of the actual raw aiming part of the game.
And I'm glad that that's the part you pick up on as well, that support network, because it feels like the old Foot was a team that wanted to build exclusively around Zeus, but they didn't necessarily have the tools to do it, and I think double duelist as this overarching theme that we're seeing now in 2026 suits well to have Sop there with him. Playing the Neon on this map as well, where that's been the one agent he's ran the whole time, and if structuring the roles a little bit more like that gives them what they need to thrive, then absolutely you want to see more of it.
Yeah, it stops Zeus being the hero of the team. Now we've got multiple heroes showing up at different times, right? And I think a big other component to that is not only the changes that we've had in-game, it's the changes we've had out of game. Adding Vlad in the coach slot, someone who Sop's very familiar with, right? And that the fact that he knows how to play those game plans. And it seems like Zeus, Yetege have got massive benefit off that as well.
Was just a slight in-ear issue for Crostali, one of the players that did come into the team for this year, but of course he has kept his place into stage 1.
Yeah, and I have to be honest, I was a little bit surprised that Crostali had kept his spot moving in towards this year, but obviously Vlad had seen something that he wanted to work with, and I'm actually, well, now very glad in retrospect that he's been given that opportunity.
So with the game unpaused, we're ready to head back in. For those just joining us, you're late. This is the game of the week on the Friday, of course, and Liquid do have the lead. Pistol round picked up through some classic Nats gameplay, and he's brought the Outlaw out here as well. We've seen him do this a couple of times. The Fnatic fans in the venue waiting for their match against Pacific later will know that all too well from the Abyss overtime 2K.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's out for punishment on this round. Just the bandit on SOP for Foot.
Really depends on where Team Liquid go here, because as you can see, a storm brewing towards one side of the map. So Team Liquid's wait for Foot to come and push them, give them a decision to make, one which often than not, Nats makes the right one.
And that's the thing, if we're looking at Liquid this stage as well, we've got to be calling them for what they are in this situation, where they're actually the ones probably defining the current meta rather than being influenced by it. I think back to them being some of the earliest Waylay adopters that we had seen in the region. Now they've moved away from it. And speaking of moves, they are starting to head towards this Foot stack of players, all 5 players on the A site.
Yeah. Team Liquid need to be careful and make sure to check every nook and crevice under the floorboards and maybe even in the roofs. As we can see, Foot are hiding in every corner and Team Liquid are deep within the site. The trap not being activated, but already one of the players being found. Round the corner they go. And it seems like this is going to be fairly easy for Team Liquid in the end. Only one remaining. That's the Captain Sociable, and he'll go. Nicely done by Team Liquid.
Yeah, very diligently cleared. The A site on Breeze, of course. It's seen its changes with the map coming back into the pool after an extended absence, one of the longest departures that we've seen. I think that's something I want to see from this Liquid team as well as we head into the first gun round. What's the decision-making like if they get into that situation where Foot do have weapons? Are you taking the extra backside control? What do you give up? What do you keep? Looking like 5 players strong at the barriers yet again. Zeus is here, but no scoped weapon, just the rifle in his hands.
Plenty of targets as well. Does have the Sova behind him. Oh, the drone will clear out. It's going to be Cristalli to hold, but Zeus yet to be cleared. It will be Miniboo to do it. Nice entries and still alive on 5 HP.
Now, looking at the setup here, yeah, Foot here. Setting up for a retake. I mean, Yetijay is still on the other side of the map. It's a long rotation for him, and with Sociable dead, should maybe be thinking about a save here now. And yeah, Yetijay 1v5, that is likely to be the case. Strong bonus round for Liquid.
Very, very strong. Nicely done as well. The fact that they come in straight away, a nice way to like try and take that main, right? But the problem is though, you see Cristalli just standing in the middle and you're waiting for Zeus to activate, but he activates far too late.
Yeah, I guess so. I think at the end of the day, Cristalli is baiting there to break the drone so that Zeus has the fair fight. The difference then is just the entry work on the Liquid side. When you've got a Neon sliding at you, you have to be able to handle that. And with it being an in-zone flawless, it only gets better from here for Liquid.
Yeah, that's the thing. Something that we've not necessarily seen from Foot just yet is that iconic aggressiveness, especially on the defense, especially on Breeze, right? Sometimes you really have to be pushing to take control of that space on this map. Make sure you have, like, eat into that information deficit it sometimes feels like. And once again, you can see this is Team Liquid's game plan. They're expecting something like this, so they stop, they wait for that aggression, and right now, Foot aren't playing into their hands.
Interesting to see such passivity from a team which defined themselves so far in the stage through that raw aggression that you were talking about. I understand that this isn't a round where you have the weapons to really enable it, but that was the big talking point from the desk a week ago. You know, that their key to victory would be cementing what that identity is, and I think we need to see that follow up in the big games, you know? Liquid are naturally the next biggest test that they will get, and the same can be said the opposite way around. So if you change up your play going against them,
ahead.
Might not just work for you, and you can already see here it's another A site taken by Liquid. Easy enough entry, and Foot, another retake.
Yeah, all 4 ready for Foot to come back in towards the site, but realistically, you're not expecting too much here. I thought they'd be waiting for the spike to explode.
And even then, advanced positions stop Liquid from encroaching. Wayne interested though, and look at this, little set piece, nice pop of the flash, and just like that, Miniboo gets his hands dirty. Zeus at the double makes it interesting, and he even walks away with a third. So, look, damage on the board for Foot, but it's a drop in the puddle when you look at the amount of money that Liquid have already racked up.
Yeah, not only that, it's starting to rack up the ultimates. That's the big game there in terms of sending players forward, because then they start to get even more important pieces for later on in this half when it gets to important rounds like the next one we have coming up, because Foot are on a bad eco cycle. For every round you win, the next round will be an eco. So this is where you invest your ultimates if you're Team Liquid. SOP does have the operator.
And we're yet to see this deviation of having the Viper towards A since the early rounds. So should be an easy way in here for Liquid as they're looking to hit the site 5 strong yet again. Minibu barreling through. Foot off the back of it, do trade out. Sociable with the double from the corner, but Camo just relaying that information back to where the captain stands. Speaking of, Nats will try and put him back on his feet, but it's short-lived.
Yeah, 1 versus 2, operator now on the A site. That spike's going to be hard to pick up.
Nats with a wall and an orb, though. There are tools at his disposal to play around the site here.
My ultimate isn't ready.
Quick delay on the spike plant. Just searching out any kind of a push from Foot, but absolutely no reason to give him what he wants.
Now with that spike being attempted though, both Foot players are going to start to make their way in.
Oh, Nats is just pinned through the Viper wall. He doesn't get half a swing at it. Yetajay, too intelligent. Nice combination between the two there. And so the first successful attempt on reprisal at the A site here.
Really comes through Sociable's heroics here. Sure, you get a nice little trade coming through, or just at least being able to get 1. But 3 in main is criminal from Sociable. Obviously one of them the downed KO, right? That eventually SOP does finish off. But yeah, Team Liquid now need to be careful because that's Foot coming back into the game.
And with you talking of heroics, is that something which is replicable here for Foot? They do have 3 ults, as you say.
I think I missed it in the last round, but Minibu using his ultimate as well, right? So that's a big loss.
Foot's, I mean, Liquid still with tools here, though, and I mean, if Zeus is taking that fight dry into elbow, there could be problems. Liquid are now assaulting towards the site itself, in through the TP. Wayne up top, drops in, finds Sociable. Nats following it in due course as well, and SOP having to keep this backside space as much as he possibly can. Oh, wow! And with the shock of the feet of Camo, that's it, wrapped up surely. Purpo's got a whole lot to do with 2 players left to find in main and no spike.
Yeah, really needs to make it work for him. The fact he has to go toe-to-toe with 2 players. He does have time to work with, though, and that's why we're seeing him go around the world here on Breeze.
Sova player on a long wrap in a clutch. Where have we seen this before? Now, I've got to say, 45 seconds is a hefty amount of time, but there gets to a point when Foot start to think about it, and you can already see the cogs turning for Yetajay. He's having an explore down mid.
Yeah, but does he think it's... Does he think he's saving, or is it, like, is that why he's going towards the A side? He's left Crystalli all alone here.
It all comes down to the footstep timing, and Purpo may have just played an absolute blinder. Crystalli has no idea, and Purpo, of course, you're going to look for that second player. He won't find Yetajay anytime soon as he's on the other side of the map, but this is the duel that he's got to win. And Crystallian backing himself into a corner can defend it.
Crystalli's a lucky boy, I'll tell you. Foot are lucky that Purple never pulled the trigger early. Understand the trigger discipline, fair enough to go for it, but that is the one thing that has actually cost him the round.
He's going to hate to see that back in VOD review. Everyone watching, coaching staff as well, if he'd have just got that kill, there was a fair chance at the 1v1. But it happens. Foot 2 rounds in a row, and that has to be something to think about here. They've got enough money for the op now, and SOP immediately out on this midline, spotted.
I love it, honestly, looking for that aggression, but look at Zeus at the same time, walking down mid and cutting off that space. Nat should have an idea, and he's searching for it.
Here in support as well, but Zeus will land the all-important shot. This 1-2 punch that we were talking about on Foot, starting to show signs of life, but not before Minibu has anything to say about it. He's the next one chasing up this play on A as Liquid are intensifying in their efforts. Crystalli still backed up towards the orange box, but he's holding down his ground as well. Purpo, the last man standing, and while the clutch is a little more beyond him this time, he does have the health to support it. Not the positioning though. Zeus will catch him. And it's a one-round lead.
The Turkish Giants have certainly woken up. And again, it comes through Sop's aggression. You see the map work round that, and it feels like such a pivot point, right? That early point in the map, getting the early point in the round, getting the Opry out, getting the shot out, making Team Liquid scared of it, and then just moving at the exact same time. It's lovely stuff from Foot.
It's the difference in macro as well. Where previously with your Yoru, you could just stay extensively on these limits of the map with an op and have that control, whereas now you really need to reinforce it with numbers, and that's how Foot are playing this double duelist.
Team Liquid are looking to change the pace up though, ready to hit straight in towards even. Thank God Yetiji is here.
You say change up, how many times have we seen Liquid brute force? Doesn't feel like they're willing to interact with the ebbs and flows of the map sometimes, and Miniboo again finds another entry kill, but as the wall comes crumbling down, there's players in behind, and Sociable even on the backstab of his own side take is gonna drop 2 bodies and leave Nats again in a 1 versus 3, which he'll give a go. He does find the first, but Sop's right in there to trade it out. Blink and you'll miss it. From 4 rounds to start off the half, it's 4 back from Foot.
All even. Remember, this is a series where Foot can qualify to playoffs so early on. Yeah, really nice stuff all in. You can just see how confident the players are. And I think, Hazza, if we come out this replay, you'll see this is our first timeout coming in this matchup.
Nice! It's going to be the first from our coaches here with a timeout, and we actually lined up a question for the Liquid staff before this one, asking, do you think that Santiago helped you learn as a team how to counter playing more aggressive teams such as Foot? This is what they had to say.
I don't think it helped us playing against aggressive teams. I think the other way around, we were the aggressive team in Santiago. I think we learned from that. We know what it takes to counter that type of play style, and I think for today we'll be ready to face them. We're ready for anything, to be honest. So that's it. Thank you, Ayat.
And it's a valid point that he makes there, because when you look at their opponents, T1 to start things off, heading into Gentlemates and the final game as well. I mean, they only played against 1 Neon out of those 3 different teams. So it's very different to what we've seen in kickoff here now, where the meta has really shifted around what transpired at that event.
Yeah, exactly. But I think as well, it's not just Foot's aggression, it's how dynamic they are in doing it as well, using different points. I mean, even just being ankles and playing off of one another. Once again, Liquid want to go back towards in. You can see Sociable trying to walk out, but he does give the first entry. Team Liquid taking that space. Crystalli coming in and at least getting a double.
Yeah. Liquid immediately able to punish some of that Foot aggression. That's hanging around in middle, but Zeus catches him. Oh, and Sop finds the follow-up as well. So with Spike dropped at the mouth of A main, Miniboo the one this time left to try and do it. Would need an ace clutch.
Yeah, but it's against Zeus and Yetiji. 2 highlights from last year. Where's Miniboo going? He's going looking. Spike's still on the ground, and Foot will have control of that in a minute.
He's following the footsteps of where these players would have been. The thing is, Foot are a step ahead in that regard. They've already re-cleared out through middle into main and sit behind where the Spike is right now. Miniboo doesn't really leave himself much of an opportunity to make this workable. He still has full fuel on the high gear, but 30 seconds for that reposition.
30 seconds trying to wrap around, thinking that someone could be backside, but as we already know and you can see on the map, still has that really bolt, the concuss on the Neon, and with both players being close, you could get high value.
Has to land it though, and just doesn't anticipate the position, doesn't leave himself long enough. A bit of a misread there in the 1v2, but Foot playing that fantastically.
Advantage taken. Can they convert that into an advantage into the next half? This is lovely from Crystalli, catching Team Liquid off guard when they tried to take a moment to pause.
And that's the thing too, it's what Lohan was talking about in the response there, that Liquid were the ones heating up sometimes. And when you're against these cerebral teams like NRG, like Mates, that want to really bring the pace down sometimes, you don't want to get sucked into those fights where possible. Next gun round, it's an early pit on the B side of the map, but Liquid's still just defaulting around this.
Information from the knife as well, there was the Jet and the Omen seen through those double doors. You can see Team Liquid are exploring a different part of the map now, all the way up elbow. And it's going to have to be SOP to hold down the back part of that pit.
Has the Outlaw, and every single player is a one-shot target to this gun. So there's the first. SOP staying on the line after finding Mini Boot. So gun picked back up by Wayne. So this spread default now starts to linger into the A side, and with Zeus putting Nats to the chopping block. Foot looking like they're moving up to a 6th here without much trouble, but it is still rifles in the hands of the remaining players.
That's the big part of this. Zeus now on the line.
He's just waiting for that first player in, and the next will follow it up. Camo throws his hat into the ring. A whole shot through it. It just feels like the spacing on this round for Liquid's been a little bit tough, right? You know, they're spread up, they're trying to find these kills, but it's worked against them where Foot are offering engagements, 1v1s.
Yeah, Purple just wondering if there was going to be, that Audible was going to have a swing head his way, but with time so low, and the players still with rifles in their hand, it will be Foot up towards 6, a massive point in this first half, considering the first 4 rounds went Team Liquid's way.
Oh, look at SOP. He's straight into spawn. He spotted both targets. He'll find only one of them. Purple will be lucky to live after time, and he will.
Okay, keeps that rifle in towards the next one, something that could be a saving grace for Team Liquid's economy. But the biggest part here, they've got ultimates. That's the big thing, right? Minibu has the overdrive, overdrive back. So got to be looking at that. He's a real highlight so far. His entry work, excellent.
Oh, kill him.
Last round of the half, and with Foot finding 6 in a row, Liquid have really slowed down the momentum here. See Yetajay solo guarding B. This could be a real issue.
It could, especially with SOP looking to go towards elbow, but the players of Liquid don't think about it. The molly did get off, and now SOP trying to take up guard once again. Has heard the neon. Is there anyone else from main? There is, it's Nats, but that pit's not going to allow Zeus's operator now getting involved, and Foot are here to start the retake. Wayne in a corner, trying to hold on, manages to escape, holding on, but it goes. It's up to Camo and Nats now. Spike's still not down, and Nats can't leave the pit. In fact, Team Liquid have left the site.
Just sitting in main, waiting for some kind of a re-clear, a re-wrap back through middle, perhaps. Camo spots the op, he's got to leave. Foot are all here and ready to defend this.
They are. They're waiting for it. No more flashes on Camo either, but does at least manage to take Sociable off guard. The Blades of Zeus cutting away at Liquid's chances in this one. This is up to Nats to clutch up once again, and we know what he can do. Of course we do, as he gets the first pretty easily. Shots being fired his way. 20 seconds left, needs to get that spike down, at least attempt it. But it's SOP and Crostali you're up against, and they'll of course finish out this round. Advantage for Foot in the next half.
That 7th is now secured for them, and it's 7 rounds in a row which Liquid have yet to disrupt. I've got to say, it reminds me a lot of their performances in kickoff on this map. I mean, even Santiago, against some of those teams like NRG, when they're just getting absolutely slammed. And when that momentum starts to hit, there's no way for them to break it down, it feels like. There's no second plan.
Still, those ultimates yet to be used, and with the last round of the half, this feels like a powder keg ready to explode, especially with Mini Boost so far up, but Zeus is on the hunt. He's behind him, and he's already got rid of Nats. Camo and Wayne at least making sure that Team Liquid have the sight and should get the spike down.
Bit of patience in position here, though, from Liquid, waiting for those pushes, catching another of them on the foot side now.
You can see that Purple as well wants to play for that Hunter's Fury very deep, but that leaves the players on site a little bit weak in terms of support. So it's just up to Camo, and he's calling for Purple to get into position. Now in towards main, that's been identified, but Purple manages to spam through the smoke. Camo not winning his duel. It's a 2 versus 1, and it's the Hunter's Fury he has to depend upon. The boat's not hitting.
He missed!
It's just holding on! It's 8 for Foot, and Team Liquid, after 4 ultis, can't convert the round.
How on earth did he miss the ult? I mean, maybe a miscommunication on where it was planted, but that is something that you rarely see. He had both shocks as well. And that's a rough way for things to go for Liquid as Foot have an 8-4 lead here. Let's hear how they are finding life so far in stage 1 with some wise words from Nats.
Bro, where's the bomb? I don't know where the bomb is.
I think that's the biggest thing we're doing right now. We're finding the middle ground of playing very aggressive and not very aggressive. And I think that's what the teams in Masters Santiago did very well, and we didn't manage to show it there. And now for stage 1, we're trying to find that ground of sending it and not sending it. And I think we're on the right path right now. Let's see in the first match. I think this year players is like somehow naturally are getting along faster, and I mean more natural, I would say. I think there is less team issues happening this year, so I think there is opportunities for the good and bright future for this year. But as I said before, I think time will show everything, and the more we are together, the more we play together, the more chemistry will be built. My stage 1 goals is to prove that we have a good working system, and no matter what, do we qualify to London or not, we will be prepared for the stage 2 and being able to qualify to champs. I think that's for me the most important. And for Liquid, I don't know, pass the group stage in internationals, I assume. But for me, yeah, the most important is to see the growth and see opportunities to not just qualify to international event, but be a very good contender there.
So we are back out of the halftime and hearing from what Nats wants from this team. You know, he asks a lot of these players. You saw that in Santiago as well. You know, the famous now team talk in that final game where he is sort of saying, you know, we don't want to be just back on that flight home, fight like you actually want to, you know, play here. And that's what we're building towards. If they do make it to London, is there going to be an improvement? First of all, you've got to be beating the top contender in your own group.
Yeah, you do, right? You have to beat the form team, it has to be said. That's exactly what Foot are at the moment, and they move on towards the attack. And well, if you want to speak about the captain, he's the first one under fire, and already starting to run away.
Just knowing when to give up this space, because look at the rest of Liquid. Snaking their way through spawn. Yetije has cottoned on to this idea and repositioning inside the defender's smoke. Ooh. He does walk away with one, but that won't be enough.
Well, not, but at least Foot have the information to adjust. He's just going for the fight.
And that's just holding down the line. It's a luxury for him. Zeus walks straight into the crosshair, and this retaking pack of players in through middle is now starting to cut its way into the site. Sop advanced, trying to hold this aggressive line as much as possible. Good for a little bit of delay, but only 1 kill on the trade. So Foot continuing to trail in this situation. Crystali sat in the back of sight, and that's where the plant is. 4 Foot's advanced position, they get nothing from it. And Liquid with another pistol round.
Yeah, I would have loved for Yetije to drop off after they got that pick, but Team Liquid so good in their planning for these pistol rounds. You can see straight away, as soon as Nats feels the pressure, there's the response from that B side of the map. And I think as well, when it comes to that site fight, you can just feel Foot a little bit panicked in the way, and everybody taking individual duels, which just favours Team Liquid.
why even this round, it feels that we won it without the confidence.
So Nat's asking for confidence in his own players to go and take those duels.
And that's what it's all about, right? It's exactly what I was talking about as we came out of the halftime. Need to find a little bit of inspiration here because they are heavily on the back foot, but we've seen them recover these kinds of situations before. On the defender's side, it's a lot more difficult. Burpo just shouldering mid, and as you can see, Foot have already congregated in this position. Minibu does catch information that they've progressed as far as elbow by now.
You can see a smoke just being dropped there, but Foot are already far by it. So mid completely in their control, and you can see Team Liquid trying to reinforce that B site, but it's all a ruse.
Just huddling outside of the doors, and Purpo's got a lot of targets to hit. The burst fire on the Bulldog here. It potentially could struggle if there's multiple targets running right down at him at once. We'll see how much he can possibly get. First couple shots not going to land. Drops off with a recon dart available.
Yeah, and with the wall up now, you can see that spike perhaps going down. Big information though.
Huge and great chip damage from those shot darts as well. That's right in behind this. And with Foot put through the tenderizer, you would think they'd get dropped, but it's down to the 2-on-2, now just the 1. Sociable without a weapon, but Smokes to support. Has to get this timing right. Wayne spotted him just eclipsing the edge of that smoke. And the plant out in the open is ill-advised. Still some good damage there for Foot, all things considered, but Liquid have their second of this half.
Yeah, and they'll be glad for it. I thought the spike would have went down at least, just to put that added pressure of time on towards Team Liquid. You can hear the fans have found their voice again after that round win. A bit of a tense affair.
I would let you live, but that does not...
Liquid well supported in these parts, as you say, the fans have descended upon the arena even in this sunny Berlin atmosphere, of which feels like a rarity at times, but bright skies on the horizon perhaps for the defenders, as who has been targeted here by the knife, but Sop just serves him up.
Exactly. Foot though, uncharacteristically, going to take a break, wait to see what Team Liquid want to do. They have to go and look and get the numbers back in their favor.
And this is exactly something they need to be able to show us. A bit of an adaptation in these moments. I was talking earlier in the map about finding their identity, but it's from advantageous positions where they struggled the most in kickoff. They have one here. And searching for another. Camo digs in his pockets to find the knife and try and work out what this broader picture looks like. It only results in his own death, leaving only Purpo behind.
Yeah, that drone not going to find him though, so he's in a point that he could try and work with, especially hidden behind the fast lane, but Foot scales slowly here.
Yeah, still just taking their time.
There.
First 2 kills of the round going their way with a pause in between.
30 seconds
You
left.
see right now as well on the map that Sociable's taking his time to get across as that spike goes down. Utility not hitting. Purple and Wayne just holding things down. Nat's late and doesn't get that kill. So 3 versus 4 now.
You can see Liquid's retake success sitting at 31%, and I would say that's about their chances here, if not lower, with the weapons that they have. Purpo the only one on a pistol, but it's just the sheer numbers that you've got to chew through that make this a problem. And look, if Foot are going to get access to site as easy as this, and Liquid are playing for retaking a number of these rounds, that's when the problems continue to pop up for them. Purpo the next to go out of the round, and that's not too far behind. That's 9 for Foot.
1 away from double digits, and that's when you start to see the finish line in sight if you're Foot. Not only is there Team Liquid fans, their Foot fans getting themselves loud as well to try and push their team towards a finish here. Remember, Team Liquid's pick in this top of the table clash. And we come straight back in, Hazza, in a rifle round that could ultimately decide this map.
Yeah, it really feels like we've got to that point now, because that was the bonus, of course, for Liquid that we just saw. It's not worked out for them. And now Foot, again, putting this heavy price on A main control with Sop leading the line. The Outlaw tags on to Nats, 10 HP. What on earth is Liquid's in-game leader supposed to do with that? He continues to call away orders, as you can see them now re-clearing into mid. The door opening heard by Sop, who only has 20 HP himself, but will still walk away with a kill. Traded indirectly through Miniboo.
Yeah, and that's also only on 10 HP, so that's at least the even in between both teams. Foot slowly making their way towards B, and that's slowly making his way over.
Broadly playing a 2-2 with mid completely forfeited now. Camo has the knife queued up, just spotting the edge of the corner, but Sociable's already so far advanced. He's got to be careful not to get caught here. Does back up with the judge eventually, and as Nats arrives, his timing could not be better. Cutting off the cross, Sociable's already made it inside the site, but now something's got to happen for Foot. Reached 30 seconds and still no progress on the site itself. Sop goes down and all the rest cut out behind him. Liquid doing really well to respond from an early setback.
You can feel the tension within the server, within the arena. Very big round for Team Liquid to win, especially when you've got purchases like a judge in the server. Miniboo does excellently to catch out Yetaji. Stop those, I guess, like the big part of the controller game on Breeze. To go. Foot all immediately straight after that round though. Pressing the button.
Nice!
For the timeout.
Yeah, when you look at the composition which Foot are playing here, of course, I mentioned Double Duelist earlier in the day. This is one of the few maps where Liquid are just running Miniboo on the Neon. A key part of that is Zeus, and yeah. I wanted to bring up the stats here from his stage 1 last year when we really saw him at his best, when he was that individual solo carry. And in the time since, he's obviously had to change agents, I think, to fit around Sop as well. That was a talking point of Sop's own time on that Ulf core with Fabian, because you've got to make it work between what you've got available, and Jet, more than any other agent, is just peak comfort for him, and you can see that reflected in the kills so far.
Yeah, I feel as if, like, and this is going to be a crazy thing, the fact that his stats have went down is a good thing for him, because he's got so much other players coming in and picking up that mantle, right? He's not getting as many kills because other people are actually getting the kills.
That's the thing, Sop is picking up the slack, and as you highlighted quite rightly there, you can see between them already how much impact they've been able to have. 17 and 16 kills. And it's that gap close that Jet then provides you with the dash as well, and one of the reasons why she is still somewhat in favor on this map. Foot keeping it straightforward out of the pause. Looks like they want to go straight for an A hit. 5 players at the gates. Sop with the ult though. Has to wait for the knife to finish before he can pop it.
And Melody straight through in towards backside though. Can't catch Nats off guard. Not like that. A triple kill now. It's Team Liquid. Look for a flawless round. Just in the middle with nowhere to go. An end zone flawless for Team Liquid.
And that's exactly where the partnership we were just talking about needs to show its strength and improvement over the weeks. Because Sop comes flying in here, Zeus has dashed into the middle of the site, but as Nats paths around the corner, there is no tradability. Zeus frozen in position in the end, trying to find anyone else. But Liquid handling it beautifully. That's now 4 from 5, and with the buy broken, Foot's back is to the wall.
2 rounds ago, it seemed like Team Liquid were on the precipice of something awful happening. But now it's the other way around, Foot falling away on towards an equal buy.
You've got to be looking at the fact that Nats still has the pit here as well in the follow-up round. If Foot want to go for another fast play, that can very quickly make life difficult for you.
Shadows traveling.
Foot scaling slowly here. This information from the drone will at least catch the Viper, but that could be a lurk. And Zeus's blades slowly make their way up through mid. If you look towards that B site, there's only 2 players, and as if they're all alone.
Yeah, 2 players coming in from main as well. What a shot from Camo. Zeus with a head taken clean off. But Foot still creeping closer and closer to B. Finally, starting to think better of it, actually. And now at this stage in the round, with this, being a half investment at best, You're looking for a way in more than anything else.
30 seconds left.
There you are. Sociable's been deposited as a joker towards the late rounds as he holds on towards that portion of the map. As well, the rest of the bodies of Foot walk towards that site portion, and it's up against the main villain, as it always seems to be in VCT. Nat's holding on towards site, trying to deny Foot any opportunity of a post plan, but he's denied his life. That spike can go down now.
Oh, if it doesn't get body blocked by Sop. Very close in the end, but with a second to spare, Foot in this position. The only second layer is from middle, a very deep post plant.
Yeah, it is only pistols. That's the big thing for Team Liquid coming back in. But obviously, Miniboo using his ultimate here, and that's what's going to get him the kill. Yetiji through mid gets one of his own, though, and it should be something easy for Foot, and it will end up being, sorry, for Team Liquid. 4 on the round, but they still had to use that big ultimate from Miniboo.
Yeah, I think Miniboo's quite happy to just farm the ecos here, though, with the overdrive. And when you look at this one for Foot as well, Crostali had the Hunter's Fury, but no real window to use it. This is crazy from Camo. So as soon as a pixel changes color, he pulls the trigger. And coming back to the Miniboo point, it doesn't feel like he's had a standout performance so far, but he's been fulfilling his role entirely in the sense that he's always creating space for the team, always giving them that follow-up. And with it at 9-9 now, he brings the operator back out against Zop.
Big Brother Brew watching on after his successful result yesterday, hoping that Miniboo can show us the goods here as well. 22 kills so far in the first map is something to behold.
Yeah. Right, and these are the kind of numbers that get you excited if he has found his place in the team, which he really did in kickoff.
Yeah.
That selfless entry which Liquid requires. Sop has been doing the heavy lifting for Foot in that regard right now. His op finds a kill on B, and that's where Miniboo repositions.
He's looking for one more up against the operator of Miniboo. Still one more close by. That was Wayne. But look at the spike. This is just cloak and dagger stuff. Sop tries to get away. He's just now played in through mid.
Oh, this is perfect. Wayne is taking his timing while all of this is happening as well, following it up, taking as much space as is possibly being given. While it's not been the best of games for him so far, a chance to make something happen. He'll just swing at the chance to take down Sop. That will be enough main control for Liquid.
30 seconds
yeah, he is known about and one shot from Zeus to get the post plant settled. So 4 versus 3 retake with an operator on Miniboo will be an issue.
And Yetiji just holding the elbow line. Miniboo has to try and flick to find this, looking to drop in, but can't do it. 6 feet under instead. And Yetiji leading Foot towards a 10th here as he will find another kill onto Nats. Only Purpo left standing 1v4. So Foot starting to go through the motions as they do respond eventually and make sure that this goes down to the wire as we head into the last few rounds of this second half.
Yeah, the drought of rounds finally gets broken by Foot on towards double digits. But
yeah, Camo's been doing this same shoulder spot a couple of times now, and where it's looked like he's been a bit exposed, that's the first time he gets fully punished for it.
Adaptations. You can see that Foot haven't lost any of the energy that they built up from that first half. Especially when now we get towards the ultimate side of this half. Miniboo looking for an early peak. There was players to be found, but just not in his crosshairs. And that's what he hasn't realised yet as they drop off on B site. Pressure may be applied on towards A.
Yeah, interesting. We get that cross-map knife as well from Camo. One of the reasons why this agent has seen picks is because of the fact that you want to shape your macro off the back of it, and well, Foot, they're all in on B.
Straight away, Zeus the one to be the entry, supported by Sop, and these two, man, the entry's just so good. Miniboo under pressure, can't quite make the op work, and won't make the shorty work either. So Camo now, it's all up to him, but it's a Zeus double that unlocks the site. Spike to go down, and the last 2 players saving, Foot are up to 11.
This is why a few people which man mentioned, had Foot as a dark horse, because what you're doing is you're bringing in someone who did have in-game leading experience in Sociable to, you know, rework it, take away the old Foot that we saw, and you just give that secondary support to Zeus, and I feel like that's an individual confidence boost for him as well. Some of these fights that he's taking, he knows that if I go down, I've got Sop right behind me, or vice versa, most of the time.
Yeah, I think like the management staff for Foot have to have a pat in the back here in terms of the work that they've done outside of the server to bring the players in, like Sop, like Sociable, right? The fact that they've been able to build this roster back up, it feels so rejuvenated, right? And that's the big part here. So up to 11 are Foot. Only 2 rifles saved for Team Liquid.
Looks like they've been able to swing this one back under their control when it looked to get out of hand. That's the sort of thing that you want to see from this Foot team. But on the Liquid side of things, of course, this is something that the desk were talking about in depth earlier, that this is the first real big test that they're getting in this group, right? The reason why they're not qualifying if they win today, based on the fact that the teams they previously played...
Jump on him. Nice!
Went on to lose their games as well.
Come on, man!
Good calls. And so when we look at the fixture list for this team, it doesn't exactly get any easier from here.
It really doesn't, right? Because you look towards the first 2 weeks, you've got a KC who started off with Narrate being added to the team. Then you look towards Team Heretics. What do they have? They have a new player coming in as well, right? Dropping comeback. And now we go towards this week, the first time that they play a proper form team.
A form team that also made changes, though.
Yes.
If we're going to say that Narrate joined KC, then we also have to mention the fact that Foot have almost fully retooled since kickoff. So
I agree, but there's a difference.
One was successful and one wasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it. You don't need to yap on, mate. We know. We
Cheers.
know. And so Foot scuttling their way up to 11. Can they find map point here on what is Liquid's pick? I mean, I think when you look at the rest of this series, any win for Foot in the opening 2 gives you confidence as it carries on towards Lotus at the back end, and to find Breeze more than anything else. It was a weakness of Liquid's map pool on the global stage, but back domestically is where you really want to see them kick on. And where they have done so far.
So Team Liquid are using utility to take A main right now, which is nice because now they know that part of the map's clear. So they can start to move elsewhere, read into what Foot's game plan, but what Foot have been doing is taking mid and using this as a pivot point. Do they want to put pressure on B, go A, put pressure on A and go B, or even go one step further and go towards the top of the map, like Sociable here?
Sociable actually calling for a second player. It's Zeus that's going to join him. Miniboo cowering in this corner. Has to puff out his chest and find these frags. He's been the best player on Liquid so far in Breeze, but without his services in round 21, might just be what Foot need.
But it's completely broken the back of Team Liquid. They don't know what to do. A question mark in spawn, and they try to clear that.
And because of that top mid control, you're so worried about the threat of A and the wrap back around that it drags Purpo. He's interested, so is Nats. And only then, once Foot have already made it into the site, does he then start to recapture that position and actually find Sociable on the spam.
Yeah, an unbelievable round that's been called, but Nats at least bringing something back in their favour. The pit dropped, a real problem to try and defumigate.
Oh, Nat's still here trying to offer relief against Sop, but he's in the eye of the storm now. Back to the Viper's Pit, a place which he would call home, but it's been repossessed by Foot. He is fully relying on this main control from the rest of his team coming up with the goods, but Yetajay is holding down the line. He'll get caught sleeping on the angle. Crostali with a quick trade. Do they know about camo? Doesn't seem to be the case just yet, but Crostali snaps onto it and will take 12.
Map point on Liquid's pick. We said it coming into this. Liquid have been Breeze, Merchants has a... But right now, it feels like it's completely gone awry. Oh, what should be the banker, should be the pick for Team Liquid, going Foot's way. At this moment in time, we go into the next round, just barely a bye.
Come on! Nice!
I mean, still thinking about those 8 rounds at the end of the first half, but can't dwell on it for too long. Liquid are all in on A. This defender's side could very much live or die, and what Camo's able to do, walks away with a couple. Wayne also involved, but it's a 2-on-2 when the dust settles.
Spike going straight down here. Purple using his ultimate early doors, but he's got nothing from it.
Oh, that's repositioning to just support this push on down. Yetajay already in the corner, drone there, showing disrespect! Snaps onto Nats! And buries Purpo with him. 13-9, and Foot get it over the line.
An unbelievable finish there. It comes down to 2 chaotic fights, and at the end of the day, Foot are the ones who come out on top.
So, congratulations, you've just won the first map. Team Liquid's map, nonetheless. You've only been in VCT for this stage so far, and now you're 1 map away from making it to playoffs. How are you feeling?
I mean, it's light work. We're trying to qualify for London, so making playoff for nothing, you know.
Light work? Okay, well, apparently it's light work. We'll get to see you on the second map. Thank you very much for joining me. Don't go anywhere, though, because we're going to head to a quick break.
Say what you will, in EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep. Oh, yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep. Oh, yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep. Oh, yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep. Don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, uppercutยิงมา pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกnow out Need a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผล the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสนิทกูขอสกิด one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the road short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and phone ที่คือ competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah.
What was the thinking behind the KO on Breeze?
I think we just felt comfortable in practices with the agent. Macro-wise, makes the most sense. Maybe as we saw today, not so much sense because we're playing quite one-dimensional. I think quite defensive, to be honest, too defensive. We couldn't play disruptive. So yeah, let's see for the next game. Maybe we will have to make a change, but yeah, let's reset for the next game and do better. That's it.
Thank you, Lohan, and welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA. Foot taking away Liquid's map pick, and something that you touched upon earlier when the agent select came out was that KO. Did it live up to your expectations, Hypoc?
No, it didn't, to be honest. And this comes back into the sort of thing we were talking about kickoff, where Lohan's in interviews saying, "Hey, we found this new thing that really works. Get in their faces. Let's play aggressive." And then this is kind of like a vanilla comp that I wasn't expecting. And then the application of the comp was.
Some people like that flavor.
Sure, but it's not what looked great for Liquid early on this year, and I think they've strayed away again. What we were saying in Santiago, they kind of stepped away from that approach, and I think it was, I don't want to say it was ultimately their demise, but it was what kind of came a crop the most for them.
I think if you're Liquid, you're kicking yourselves loose in that first map, right? Not only was it your map pick, you won both pistol rounds, and you just let it slip away from you in the end. And I think, yes.
Well, they got outgunned.
Yeah, completely. And we know this when it comes to Turkish players, Turkish rosters. We saw it with Eternal Fire earlier in the week as well. You have players on these teams that will quite literally just outgun you. KO aside, like, doesn't even matter about the KO.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so I think for them, like, they are going to be backstage thinking, what on earth are we going to do now?
Yeah, for the other shoe on the other foot, which is sorry, that was so terrible.
I hated that.
Anyways, Sop specifically was one of the players that we wanted to highlight here because, yes, every single one of this player just popping off. Every single time. This roster is so scary to deal with when it comes to gunpowder.
Mate, Sop literally just called it light work in that sideline interview. Like, he was like, yeah, playoffs is a guarantee for us. Like, we're thinking about London, which is so nice to hear, especially when we think about Sop as a player. Coming into this roster as a new addition, only just becoming eligible to compete in VCT. Yeah. And oh my goodness, has he lived up to expectations? He's gone beyond that for me.
Yeah, the thing is, right, he just looks so comfortable. It's almost like he's coasting. Like, so here it was like, yeah, light work. That, I think, is reflective of what you're seeing in the game. Again, him alongside Zeus, and again, Zeus is putting up numbers. So it makes it very easy to just keep kind of riding that wave, especially in this sort of comp, which suits them. And I come back to the map. Again, for Breeze, if you're going to bring this KO in for Liquid, again, the application is what matters, right? And I just don't think we saw Camo really playing the way we've seen him really dig a little deeper in some of the other agencies flexed onto. That's what's bizarre for me.
It felt very reactive.
Yeah.
Which is strange because we're talking about Team Liquid being able to change the pace. So you heard that from Nat in the halftime interview, like being able to change up this pace. But for me, like, I need to see a bit of proactivity if you're going to be able to do
aggression.
That. And well, yeah, I mean, that's what they said themselves, but we didn't see that from this first map. And it did limit them in the sense that, I don't want to say it's a composition issue, but from what we had saw there, it was very reactive versus proactive.
Yeah, let's also have a look at the coach confession before we continue looking at what's up next. So let's hear what they had to say.
Heaven's up next, and Team Liquid have been playing Phoenix there. What does your team need to do to find success against it? Yeah, we did our homework thanks to Tyler. I think we pretty much know what they can do because, like, their playstyle is close to us, given the full respect to them. I think they're going to do a lot of contact walking and also with the tasking throughout the map, and we have counters for it. Yeah. Okay.
All right, everything seems to be pretty dandy in the Foot camp. Something that I want to pick up on here, Billy, is them saying that their playstyle is similar to them and that they'll be expecting a lot of contact. Based off what we've seen from Breeze, do you think Liquid will be pulling that out on Haven?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. Like, I trust Tyler's anti-strine, and if that's one of the things that they've picked up, then that's one of the things that they've picked up. I think for me, I'm looking across at the Foot side, and I'm curious to see if they're going to continue with the Waylay, because of course, they've not played Haven since week 1, and we've seen a change with Waylay between week 1 and week 2 with the patch changes. So yeah, for me, it's a question of, do they stick with that, or do they opt for a second duelist instead of the Waylay that they were running previously?
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity for maybe Foot to show if they have cooked up anything else in terms of compositions, in terms of players flexing elsewhere. For me, my eyes are drawn back to Liquid. Now you need a full reset. You come into another map that allows Foot to continue on the same sort of trend. Liquid have to be the ones to upset that.
And how are you
offset that? Sorry.
How are you expecting them to kind of do that? Because again, Haven, I mean, we've seen it's Haven. We've also seen it from both these rosters. Clearly, Foot has something up the back of their sleeve.
Yeah.
They're ready, so it's a scary position to be in.
This, again, composition you're sort of expecting. And again, pace-wise, this does suit Liquid in terms of the new identity or the newer identity and going back to what worked for them. On the side of Foot, no surprises to see the same sort of comp here and the same sort of approach. Obviously, Yesterday slipping onto the Cypher here. Again, this reeks of comfort for Foot and what's working for them right now.
Yeah, completely. Obviously, as you mentioned, Yesterday's moved away from that Killjoy and onto the Cypher. We know that this Cypher works well with double duelist compositions. We saw BBL do it all throughout kickoff. And I think Zeus sticking with that Jet, again, do we want to see Jet? Maybe not particularly at this day and age, but if it's comfortable for him.
I was going to say, if Zeus is playing like he did map 1, then cool, absolutely
I'm fine with it in that case. And I think, yeah, Team Liquid, nice to see Camo jump back onto that Phoenix. I think that we were left with a lot to be desired from the KO, as we've already kind of touched on. I think Purple as well, I need to see him kind of step up in this map, because we glazed him at the start of this show
we weren't
today.
gassing slow map 1, but I'm sure he can bounce back.
Yeah, they gotta bounce back if they want to push this all the way to the decider and give themselves a shot at redemption. But can they do it? We'll find out on our next map, Haven, with our casters, Haza and Cairo.
Yes, we certainly will find out on the precipice of one of the biggest turnarounds from stage to stage for Foot here, Haza. One more map win, and they're on their way to playoffs.
I mean, that's crazy to be saying, but honestly, when you look at the way that they've played and the fact that they've now carried it on into this fixture against one of our 3 Santiago participants, it just shows you what they've been able to achieve in such a short space of time, because while this Liquid roster has stayed the same and had a chance to build off of those ideas that pre-existed, this is a brand new foundation with Sociable at the helm, already finding remarkable results, and now into their own map pick. I think this is where you can probably apply even a little bit more scrutiny, because now they are the ones probably favored to go ahead and take this series.
Yeah, well, there you go. Team Liquid have only lost 1 pistol out of the last 10 that they've played, so probably looking to do more of the same here as Nats. Needs to be watching themselves here. You can already see that Foot want to get rid of them, and while the spike goes down, advantage towards Foot. So straight through, the players from the AGO go in towards a lobby. Another pick in the favour of the defender's side. But still that time ticks away. Camo with a lovely shot, but not long for this world. Now a 2 versus 4. A little bit troublesome, but Wayne still gets a couple of his own. You can see towards main. It's up to Purple to clutch. A 1 versus 1, and Sociable just sticks it. Ends up being a Team Liquid round win, but Haza Foot in such a beneficial position and can't convert.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like a fumble from them, but Liquid did so well to take the B site almost instantaneously. And now, we talk about that stat there, that they are such a great pistol team. And I think that's been evident ever since Lohan and Yaltsin came in as the coaching staff here. Always preparing something, very heavy on the ante at times, and just exploiting a gap in the middle of the map, I suppose, with the double TP from Wayne and Miniboo just dashing in.
Taken out.
I think that's what you want to see here too. Yes, it is Foot's map pick, but I think there's plenty of tape on this one.
I mean, for either team, right? If you've played Haven for so long, Team Liquid starting to move their way towards C, and Yetiji has just caught that. And that's why you're seeing Foot, for a minute, start to go towards mid. It's Nats once again all alone. So I'm wondering if this is part of the game plan, looking to isolate that one duel that they know will be lagging behind the rest of the pack.
Sop does get detected by the alarm bot though, so a little bit of hindrance in Foot's plans in this situation. Know about the window presence. Liquid worried that someone may have been left behind, so best just to increase the velocity at which they're taking the C site. But very quick to react, they are ready for this, and with Yetishay the first to find a kill on the way back through. Sociable following it up, there might be a problem here for Liquid. Looking at the guns, running dry. Pistol and a Bulldog left here. Purple's playing a ridiculous timing. I thought that was the teammate, but no, Wayne is the Omen player on site, and he's dead and buried along with the rest. Costali retrieves a rifle and puts right after the pistol round.
I mean, this just is so indicative of how Foot want to play all together. I mean, the fact that they're only on pistols does not matter. Team Liquid completely bottle that round. And into the next, they bring a Guardian and a Heavy Shield as some way to alleviate what will be a full buy for Foot.
30 seconds.
Let's go!
I literally, looking at Purpo's POV, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, Omen and a Sky player left. It's just walking with his teammate back through Garage. Playing another crazy discipline. Does find the kill this time. And for Liquid, I mean, this is a real kick in the teeth after finding such early success. On Breeze, they were able to win at least the first 4 rounds. Foot retaliating with 8 of their own.
Go, go, go.
Still, though, Team Liquid are scaling very slowly overall. Still want to head towards Seam. Foot have got a decent read on this, but it's only Purple who's the real danger man in terms of weaponry. That Guardian in hand.
Here's the big player in the previous games they've had this stage. Purple brings the site open. Comes crumbling down that site hold from Foot. The rifles need to be dished around here, and Camo's the first to pick one up. Nat's left with just the pistol. Playing from Garage, but Sop doesn't find the lineup. And so Crystali needs another 3K, because we've gone back-to-back, and Liquid this time with the Thrifty.
Great round from Team Liquid to come straight back in, and once again, it's that main man, Purple. Lovely shots overall, and he was the danger man, right? The rifleman coming straight in, the Guardian hitting the heads that he needs to. So he flips the script back to what it was, what it should have been. And it ends up being a little bit weird, right? Now Foot are the ones on a low buy, it becomes like a bonus round. Still have to be careful of Zeus though, surely it won't happen a third time, right?
You'd hope not. It's sort of in these rounds as well where I want to see what Liquid's game plan is with this Phoenix. Camo is just 1 away from getting a run it back. And actually, Crystali applying thick pressure through this ultimate. Does tag onto Nats, and Zeus free-firing through the wall. Is able to take him out of play, but Liquid collapse upon the issue. And they've done a brilliant job to get past it.
Yeah, and that's the cons of what Foot, or how Foot want to play, right? Sometimes it looks great, sometimes it looks like that last round. And sure, players are on pistols, caught off guard. Zeus nearly going to be the defining factor in this. Crystali Sheriff, yeah, unless he was going to be laser tight on the crosshair, it was never going to happen. So Liquid up to 3.
And coming back to what I was saying about the Phoenix, this is now where Liquid's meta read is showing us a lot more of it. I think Paper X were one of the few teams actually running the agent at the end of last year with their Corrode. Gentlemate's obviously another regional adoptee. And now that they've got the run it back online, this is where you can start to throw bodies at stuff early. Make a bit of a commitment. And it looks like they are trying to split seat through Garage. This has been an area of the map which they've constantly tested so far.
Looking to continue on. That run it back immediately stopped. And 2 ultimates that won't necessarily find a whole bunch of value unless Miniboo decides to make himself be the value man. Straight towards the back of side. 9 players getting back in. Nice kills overall. Team Liquid have that C site for themselves.
So the round count continuing to increase. Sociable has nothing to do with it, and I think the same will be said for Crystali here, who looks to save it out. Liquid accelerating into that C play. And once again, it's Miniboo who is the star of the show. I think his Neons looked absolutely fantastic so far, and we always knew this was a great agent for him. Think all the way back to kickoff 2024 with Heretics. And the fact that that's now become such a consistent part of where we're at in stage 1, it's looking really nice for Liquid.
Yeah, key component. I think towards this much more W key play style. But an in-zone flawless for Team Liquid off the back of what has been just continuous C execution.
And that's really frustrating for Crystali to lose the rifle there as well. as we will be heading into the first foot timeout on this. Because that's one weapon that they won't have to build around. The money reset again.
Nice, Tommy.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. And it comes really like this run of form now, these last couple rounds, through one man himself, right? It comes through Purple.
Yeah, it does. I think Purpo has certainly impressed coming into this team. I think a lot of people had question marks around him just because of the time on GX, but we've seen several players in different setups in EMEA maybe not have the best run out when they reach the league for the first time in the partnership era. And with the faith that Nats had in him to remodel that into an initiator player when he had in the past, I think I call back all the way to like Focus 2023, something like that was when we last saw him running it. He is a prolific player on the duelist, of course. But there were so many duelist players in this team. I mean, even Wayne can play it as well. It's raising those standards, though, which the coaches have made a real point of. And from a professional perspective, the work ethic has to be there, and you've seen the changes already.
Well, it was Pistols to get Foot's first round. Will it be Pistols to get the second round? That's the question here. The answer is probably no, but Zeus does have his blades, and that's why we're going to see him buy up a heavy shield. And Sop supporting him in this endeavour.
Yeah, one from the Foot strat book. Recon dart over the top. Use that in your rank games if you want.
Cheers, mate.
Don't think your Jet's going to be as good as Zeus, unfortunately.
You never know.
Rainer in there as well. Clove, you know how it goes.
Well, it seems to be, though, that Foot are going to move their way over towards the A site, following what Team Liquid want to do. But that Spike not necessarily committed just yet.
Yeah, and I like this use of the ultimate from Wayne as well. It leaves Foot second-guessing. You can see Liquid still just walking out of their own spawn. They haven't made much progress off of the barriers.
Oh, I don't know if I like
has the blades, though.
Yeah.
It's this B site, which is now put under the microscope.
Zeus just dropping off. They're really both not catching him, but the blades catching Mini Boo. And even trade in the end, but on the B site, that's where you want your pistols, right? That's where you really want to try and cause an issue. Team Liquid, though, begin to make their post plan a little bit drawn out, in towards that B main portion.
Yeah, Camo would love to farm up some of these orbs in post as well. We were talking about the Phoenix. He's only going to get one, and it's for his own bloody death. So with Sop removing him and this recon through the wall looking nasty, Wayne has to make something happen, and he will. 3 picked up. Sociable has become a phantom here, and I mean, he's got his own smoke to play around, so now there's a problem. Purpo, the player we were just talking about, has to come up in the clutch against the captain. Flash straight in the face, and with tag damage around the corner, time is dwindling. Sociable needs this kill now, and he can't cut it out of the corner. So Liquid carry on, and it's through Purpo again.
It's up to 5, the Liquid go 4 rounds in a row. That's what it took for Foot to answer back. And remember, we have had a timeout from the defensive side. Will this now be where we see the response?
Good job!
Operator out for Sop, and that also felt like a defining moment on Breeze when we saw that on the defense.
I mean, and on the attack, to be honest. This guy is looking like he's putting up the best performances right now with a sniper in his hands and already a lobby under that threat exactly.
Look at the space he's got.
Plenty of it. And with Crystalli just dropping info in behind here, the reclear is slow, the shoulder of Miniboo spotted, Sop gets away, and it's just a rolling retreat. Not allowing Liquid to take an inch.
And they're respecting that. So now Foot have information to try and decide the rest of the setup. Team Liquid decide that they're going to try and work towards C once again.
And when you look at this double duelist as well, Zeus never really felt like that op player, so just having this second dimension to it on some of these rounds is nice, but here is the Vandal in his hands. Top side of C, and that's Wayne taken out early. Sociable on a nasty little off angle here, watching the walk up through Garage, and he's got 2 targets to face up against. Purpo is the easy collection. Nat's a little more gnarly. Twice the players to stand against them, but it is only Zeus with boots on the ground for C right now. He's having no trouble. like a hot knife through butter. No blades this time, but the Vandal does the talking.
Yeah, I think that's just Zeus in a nutshell. With such a defensive side duelist last year, it was always the other half that we demanded more of him, and that's where Sopper's really helping out. But you can see here, the C site is his domain, and no one is entering into it.
Sop's now got the ult up as well, and that's when it switches again, and Sop is the tip of the spear going in. So we'll have to see what happens. 4-1 setup here from Foot on the defender's side. As you can see, they'll be looking to overload A lobby as much as possible, stop this Liquid progression again.
It's denial through Zeus this time, not through the operator. Huge catch. And it's a second prong to the approaches. Now Team Liquid take on B, and it's just Miniboo alone, but look at the spike, nowhere near this site.
Crystalli is just tracking the situation. It's only Miniboo that's managed to get across so far. He's a bit of an insert, and Foot will have to clear this. They've droned him out, in fact.
Oh, Yetaji has caught a glimpse as Miniboo escapes just in towards grass, and the rest of Team Liquid make movements, but that ultimate right there from Yetaji could decide the round.
I mean, he's not wasting any time to go check off the back of it, is he?
No, he's certainly not. And now the operator on the line through CT. Sop working his way in. Zeus in from Garage. Team Liquid, where do you go? What poison do you choose? Because it's a real problem at this moment in time. Wayne at least manages to get Yetaji, but Zeus and Crystalli in at the right time. Up to Miniboo. Can he find any more? No, he can't. And take Foot up to 3.
Foot really feeling that fire now in a week which has shown the Turkish teams change the status in that hierarchy. Eternal Fire on the rise, of course, and Foot, the premier institution from years gone by, and for international appearances, no one comes close. This new set of faces, led by Sociable, though, are starting to grow into the game, and it's at this point really where you want to see Liquid find a way to shut that down. Is it through a timeout? Do talks have to be held? Because right now, in and amongst the chaos, Foot are thriving.
This time, the A lobby fight given up, and Sociable has just escaped the turrets with managing to move down mid, and Team Liquid know nothing about it.
Sociable is playing as the contact really here. Zeus, or should I say, is ready the other way round. 3-pronged approach in mid, and actually the Jet player does give it up, but it's exactly on this timing when moves are being made elsewhere. Miniboo, maybe a bit of a fake towards A. No, the spike now committed.
It's a big point to hold down the site. Zeus managing to keep himself alive, but it's Crystalli instead, flashed up and caught. Now Sop's shorty, he can't get much more. And we look towards the captain.
Ooh, another round where Sociable is arriving late. And you can already see Liquid are catering the post-plant to it. Very quick collection of information.
Nicely done. So what can Sociable give us in this point in time? Had a good year last year with BBL. Switched allegiances now on towards Foot. Doesn't look as if he's going to get much here at all. A full build of utility, Paranoia still there, and giving away his position with the alarm bot destruction. Still taking his time on the pickup, but time is now starting to be his enemy. He doesn't have any more left, and that's going to give Team Liquid their 6th.
Yeah, just not a possibility for Sociable there. Liquid carrying on, and this was, you know, a good round from the duelists, really. Their own take on the meta, as I've said. Miniboo and Camo both finding kills, and in this all-out brawl, finally there is some calm in the chaos. I like the reactions in those moments, and yeah, it's a lot of umming and ahhing on the Foot side. That one goes through the language barrier, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely. But
other than the fact Vlad speaks English, but if you...
And Bambino is from Sheffield, like, come on! Well, anyway, there's going to be a lockdown dropped as Team Liquid once again want to hold on towards that middle portion, but it's elsewhere that Foot make inroads.
Yeah, Sop leading this pack in behind. Nats is going to catch the first of them. The first to expect such a position, but he does fall after his initial involvement. And once again, I speak of those protocols on the Liquid side.
Just making their way up. Sop, the leading lane once again. Has that really bolt? Has a slide.
But Liquid have adjusted to their position. A-Link is where they're holding from, but Sop does find the extra. Crostali follows it up, and actually, there's no one here to defend the plant. Miniboo trying his best, but he will not succeed this time around. And so Foot have fought, and just when I was saying that Liquid looked like they had what it took in that situation, they were set up on the wrong side of the site.
And I want to talk to you about this map right now, because Foot up to 4, Haven always typically that attacker-sided, what we expected. What do you think's enough for Foot? Do you think 4, 5, 6?
It's hard to say, because I think historically Foot have always been a fantastic defensive team. Big component of that, Yetege, and he is struggling so far in terms of performance compared to the rest.
Yeah, win this.
Nice! Come on! Nice!
A lot more conclusive this time around. Yeah, I think one more round here would probably do them justice.
Especially trying to get through, mitigate, run it back. The Seekers, even Miniboo's overdrive, right? The Neon ultimate. Key components that Team Liquid could tip the odds in their favour towards the end of this first half.
Sop just sitting in the smoke for now, but before it expires, he drops back and Camo will collect. Zeus, the one with the scope weapon this time, delivers a bullet to Miniboo, but it's the Blades that will have to do the talking now. Classic out to stop the Seekers, knives in his hands! Zeus does it all! And with Nats left in a 1v2, there is still possibility to this. Sociable ready for a swing though, and with that, Foot put it to a close.
That one round you spoke about, Foot are able to get it, and also that's when Team Liquid pushed all of their ultimates to the middle of the felt. All in they went, Seekers run it back, and they never got the value. So with one round left to play, and one round between these two teams, I think we could end up with a tied game heading into that second half.
You're very right. Dead heat anticipated as the final round of the half about to happen, and you can see Foot continuing to apply the pressure. Here's the Outlaw of Zeus. Nothing found this time. Sop has one of his own, and Sociable's actually walked all the way down middle. Kill picked up. Nats leaves his head hanging, and Sociable finds another.
How does Team Liquid respond to this? Sociable's looking for more.
Just doesn't know when he's beaten. Still, that same BBL blood running through his veins, the aggression that they've shown. Has to TP away. Has support on this deeper line. Camo able to collect a couple, but the Hunter's Fury that does drop in. As you say, this is getting out of hand. Sop in the right position to play spoiler to it all. The stun will land at Purpo's feet, and the shorty should have done it all, no!
Health in favour of Crostali. He's a while away, so that plant will at least go down.
Is this a shot kill? Yes, it is! Crostali bounces it around off the wall and wags his finger in the direction of Purpo. Not this time. It will be even Stevens out of the opening 12.
And commendations need to be given to Foot once again, being able to bounce back from a pretty tough start to this first half.
Absolutely has been, but Foot now putting themselves in a great position to not only top the group, but take to playoffs. The questions that we had for them coming into this stage slowly being answered game by game. Liquid in front of them though, a huge half, and we'll see you after the break.
And well, what could be a monumentous day for Foot. They have had a monumentous comeback in this first half. 6-6 heading into that second half.
It's feeling like a Foot reborn, and today, for those who don't know what it means, it's the chance for them to secure a playoff spot. And again, the reason why Liquid wouldn't be able to do the same thing mathematically, at the very least, is down to the games which they have already played. This is the group as it stands. If Foot were to go ahead and win this map, their record would sit at 3-0, and they would be confirmed as our first playoffs team. But that can all change.
It could all change with a comeback in the second half. But Foot heading on towards that attack side, you're starting to favour them a little bit. The fact that they're starting to feel that energy, it feels almost like this should be their day.
You look at this Liquid team, for example, and we know they've been good in pistol rounds so far. 90% win rate is ridiculous, but just across the faces of the players there, where does the lift come from? Who's bringing the boost? Sop, well, gives away a free confidence hit there, but there is follow-up, and they get their revenge.
Yeah, and they get the sight. So Spike can go down, advantage in Foot's favour, but with Crystalli so low, and it being a pistol round, that could really change in a moment's notice.
A pistol round win here, Foot's first in this series, would come at no better time. The scoreline locked as it stands, and looking at this retake, couple Sheriffs on the Liquid side can cause a threat. Crystalli is still low. He makes up the default hold, and Yetterjay's being clipped away at here as well, but time is of the essence, and those shots need to be hit. Purpo finding the first between the eyes of Sociable, but Yetterjay is there playing backfiller. Purpo another, but it will not suffice in the end. Foot's first pistol is the biggest yet.
It is. Could that be the way to kick on from here now? It's always been a response after the pistol round. Team Liquid, could that be the stake to the heart?
Yet to be seen. Of course, plenty more to come in this one. But it's all about momentum now. And just coming back to what I was saying in that build-up out of the half, I look at this Liquid team, and we know Nats is a great motivator in some ways,
Yes.
right? And I think the speeches that he gives come from a place of you know, professionalism and that desire to want to get the best from his players. But in terms of emotional leaders, I'm then wondering when this dejection starts to seep into the Liquid camp, who is it that's raising the spirits? And that's really what I wanted to say. What is it that's going to get them back into this one when things start to get muggy?
That's a good flash. Well, the players can't really get out towards CT though. Sop eager to get more. And at the end of the day, Foot have exactly what they wanted. Nearly every single ultimate orb, and that's looking to deny the last just by hanging back. And I have to agree, Hazza, in terms of emotional leaders, who's going to be the one to pick that energy up? You want to make comparisons towards a game later, who's going to be your boasters, right? When you're looking for that real energy that isn't coming through your gameplay.
Yeah, your boasters, your Starsos, right? We've seen what a difference that can make.
Yeah.
I'm not calling out anyone here, but I think that on the Liquid side at times it does feel a little bit cold. So we'll just have to see how that carries on here. Because now we're at the watershed moment. We can talk as long as we like about Foot and playoffs, but that doesn't become a reality if they don't win one of these next two maps. And a bonus round here with the weapons that they have, Stinger on Sop suggests something quick.
I'd have to agree, but on a Neon, what else is there to do, right? It always feels like it's going to be quick, and that's exactly the case. Through Sewers, and that's the entry through Zeus. His 20th kill so far this map, and that's all it's going to be at this moment in time. Denied through the round. Still two rifles to play with if you're Foot.
That's the lesson that Foot have to learn there. The initial aggression is great. You've got a triple dive with Sociable TPing in as well, but at what point do you then start to recoil a little bit? That's a lesson that Liquid had to learn at Santiago and what Lohan was talking about earlier.
Sociable moving the players around the map though with just one smoke. He could walk in towards that A site himself if he really wanted to.
And I like this call as well. Yetterjay creating the pressure front B, forcing a reclear from Liquid. That opens up the A site. A chance for them to walk in, get a free plant, and well, Post is going to be a player down for them, but How much more real estate do they take off this?
That's the question, right? You need one back in their favour. Also, the fact you have rifles to work with. This isn't as clear-cut a round as you would have thought at the start.
Yeah, especially looking at Crystali's utility belt, but he's the one planting. Paranoia for Wayne, goes traded with one back. Sociable trying to chase it up, misses the TP on the boost. 8 bullets from up close, has to land almost every one, so it's down to the sidearm, and the spam still finding answers. And just for a moment you thought there was a shock on the horizon, but Liquid can weather that storm in the end.
Do they weather the storm? It feels like they get into dock, but it's going to be a big repair job into the next round. What do you have in terms of a buy? Foot now, this is where you think about momentum, and a job well done in terms of the bonus round, because this next round is a swing round in their favour.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the money, it is rough for both sides. 3 players on less than 1,000 credits, a few on that waterline. So Foot with another quick play. This time, the target is middle. Wayne is here trying to play off the alarm bot, but at what point do you just fully concede it?
I mean, Sop's not caring. He's just going to go straight in, go for that plant. He's denied, though. Wayne within the corner, not cleared, given a chance. So now, Foot have to try and fight for this back. Sociable doesn't have his ult.
I mean, the fast lane just doesn't last long enough to give him real coverage there. I know there's spam to try and support it, but what tools do Foot have left to recover? This feels like one of those rounds that you get in ranked, where the spike is dropped front B and it's from this point on, okay.
Yeah, but
how do we solve this early problem?
If you're talking about my ranked games, if I was the defensive team, I'd still lose. But at this point in time, you're feeling like this is a impossible nut to crack.
But you basically just have to re-hit the site, but Liquid know exactly where you're going. And with Nats having the turret in garage and the backline already covered here by Camo as well, it's only a moment's time before the execute comes in. Here is the Hunter's Fury laying up Zeus, but without Sop, that follow-up is just nowhere to be seen. For as good as both of them were in tandem, Foot without either in this situation now. Sociable can cover distance, but he has to find kills, and it's already started onto Nats. No more than that for now. Liquid have their equalizer.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty frustrating round if you're Foot, and one that maybe you just brush off, right? Never would you, in your wildest dreams, have imagined that that would have happened, and I'm surprised that Sociable never put a smoke on top of it. I mean, Wayne within that corner.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that Liquid starting to get it right, and that's the sort of fire that we want to see from them. Different players responding to motivation in different ways, of course, but whatever's happened over these last couple of rounds has clearly been enough. And with considerable numbers towards A and utility dropped at the start, Yetu's roam is cut short.
Wayne, he can give this one up. He can't allow the site to fall. That's why he's called for Nats on towards logs. It's Zeus, though, to unlock, try and cut it open. Nats now having to hold on. It's a player you can rely upon as he looks to try and dance around the edge, but he falls to a shock dart. So it's Miniboo and Camo with flashes in pocket. Yeah, exactly.
Seeker's chasing this play up. It's a Purpo that they will head. Sociable with a risky TP. It's not gone his way. Still Camo chasing this. Do they want to go A? It feels like Liquid should already know, and they do.
Yeah, Foot playing exactly into Liquid's hands, and from heaven, Miniboo gets the next kill. That could be the deciding one. Where's Yetajay?
Yeah, I mean, Killjoy setup's down. He has a lurk timing here, and actually Yetajay just spots Camo walking over towards the other site.
Doesn't have a rifle,
30
though,
seconds left.
And that is the issue.
I think that the biggest difference so far in this round has been Miniboo and how quickly he's getting to these sites. He has a slide on the retake, and I think that little bit of gap close to break any kind of crossfire, which of course isn't going to exist, is everything here.
Well, the camera doesn't get the information. Flashed and destroyed, and Crystali running for the hills, looking to play in Yetajay. I don't think he's got the time, and I think that Liquid know about it, and well, they do now, after that one bullet from Purple. Crystalli now has to be the one to clutch up from main, and he has to try and deny the defuse. Half sure, but there needs to be more bodies put on the line. Yetiji gone. Crystalli can't take the defuser off the spike, and it goes Team Liquid's way. Foot with a massive opportunity missed.
Liquid really showing their experience in these scenarios. Not hot-headed at all about how they approach them. Miniboo doing such a great job as that second in on almost every site hold. Stun arrives at the perfect time on C. He's there with Camo. Another great start from Foot, but I think in a lot of these rounds, we're just seeing Sop go down far too early without value. It's had to have been Zeus, where both of them were online on Breeze. That 1-2 punch is just the one for now.
And after that pistol round win, what's really come after it, right? When we've got to these rifle rounds, that's basically the deciding factor here, the majority of it. And do we need another timeout for Foot to course correct? Slowly making their way on towards the site. Yetiji is detached from the main pack.
They don't want to dig in their heels here, Foot. They want to go ahead and scour the entire of C-Link to find another Purpo core flash in hand. Just able to step back for a moment, but Zeus left as a reminder of their authority. Trades in effect, and Wayne's reposition is spotted ahead of time.
That's massive. Now, both players have to try and come from CT, come together.
I mean, Wayne's still alive here with smokes, so Foot should understand they can't afford to drop too far back. Slight anticipation with Nats around that the lockdown would have been used, but it is only Wayne now. And he's going to be caught by Sociable on the site itself. So we're back on even terms, and Foot did a brilliant job there, taking their fights and winning them this time.
Yeah, they did. And with that, we are going to get a timeout coming through. A chance to sit down and talk about things for Team Liquid as they are the ones to initiate the talks in this second half. And as we spoke about in the first, it seems to have continued that way. Purple top of the pops right now for Team Liquid.
Yeah, he's looked brilliant since putting on the Liquid jersey, and as the desk was saying, Hypoc in particular, he's not giving away those first deaths. He's self-sufficient, which is what is asked of you, I think, a lot of the time in the initiator role. It's a thankless task when you're following up the play a lot of the time, and mostly on defense, being put on an extremity to search for info, for example.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? They also showed it on the desk that Purple is highest in KD, highest in cast, highest in rating. But one thing as well that you need to consider coming into this matchup, you've got Sociable in there as well, who's second in rating and not far away in KD either at fourth. So that shows you how tightly matched these two teams actually are when it comes to individuals, when it comes to, well, just the record that these two teams have at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you say of tightly matched, maybe that counts in the stats that we've seen so far in the stage, but in this map in particular, we do need to see improvements made towards the lower end for Foot. It does feel very top heavy through Zeus, and that's looking back at what some of the issues were for them at the latter end of last year.
It seems that Sop is going to be picking up the scope weaponry that was so successful on the attack on Breeze.
One of the reasons why Liquid call the timeout is that this is their eco. Gun round coming up in just a little bit. They need plans if they want to stop Foot from snowballing this, and already that highlighted player, Purpo, has been removed. That is a first death that he won't be happy to receive.
No, he will not. And Wayne, once again, at the back of Plat. He's played here before, and it was just to rid him of his position, but it's Miniboo out with an ultimate. And this is a little bit interesting because there's perhaps a rifle to pick up on that default spot.
Yeah. But Foot are just holding the line, and they don't want to peek this. They're just waiting for Miniboo's ult to expire so they can look for a re-hit. The flank is held using the trap wire, so Camo's deep position in mid only serves the purpose of information for these last two Liquid players.
Yeah, but the last two Liquid players are all alone on site, and that's the issue, right? These two need to combine to take down four. And well, it's only going to be Nats left. He's had to go for the reload. The worst circumstances possible, but the best circumstances for Foot.
It's the round which they should have been expected to win, and they've done that now. There was trouble in the way, but they have managed to handle it well. Liquid posing multiple threats in this follow-up round, though. Op out for Miniboo, couple of ults to play around. We haven't really seen the value from Nats and this lockdown so far. He's been holding on to it for a while. Can't even really recall seeing it all too much on the attack half either. I know it's a lot of orbs, but other than being able to hold down multiple lanes, it's that kit which is important. On an A retake, most likely. In fairness, we've not seen one.
Yeah, it's the retake that's going to be most potent for Liquid on this next one. Nats has put himself in a position, though. You can see that Camel was supporting this, and he's still within the corner, calling for Camel to get back. That smoke going to stop everything. You can see trying to run for the hills. Sop still gets a kill and the second, and on towards the C site. Miniboo, operator in hand, can't quite get his opposite number, so Foot into post.
Quite a lot of damage taken on board by Foot here, though. Multiple players under 50 HP.
Yeah, and you look towards that retake, it's not as potent as what we once thought. Those ultimates offline, and information in terms of the Cypher ultimate being used. Yeah. You can see right now this post-plant success rate, very good for Foot.
I mean, 50% is good enough. And when you contrast that to Liquid on their retakes, as we saw on Breeze, the general statistic is that, yeah, it's an area, a paradigm of their game where they've struggled. This is cheeky from Sop. He has walked past the other two players, so actually, Miniboo just thinking about the possibility of a timing. It's not out of the realms.
It's not. I think he'll be safe within the corner, so at least Team Liquid come into the next round with a majority on a buy, on a rifle. And yeah, at 2-round gap, very good. And Team Liquid very quickly has it. Going to use the second timeout.
Now, this is curious because obviously they only just used a timeout for their previous buy round, but it seems like Lohan and Yautsin have seen something which they really want to correct at this point in time, because
I'd agree.
You've got to such a key juncture in the game. This is the last purchase that they can really front when you look at the money. You lose here, you'll be max loss bonus, but it's not going to count for too much if Foot are at 12 and you can't buy up an op, for example. And so there are a lot of questions for them right now. And if this does end in a Foot win, then coming back to what we were saying earlier, what would they be better off heading into that next global event? Well, if you don't learn those lessons and then apply them against the bigger matches that you have to play, the case in point against the most potent opponent in your group so far, then it doesn't count for much.
While these maps have been close, would you say 2-0 was, I guess, like, a pretty dominant scoreline?
I mean, it's a statement. Look, if it's 13-9 on the first map and something similar here,
and the question,
it is a problem, but we've got to get down to this round, though, because this is the most important one that Liquid will play in the series so far. We've spoken about what they've got, but it's Purpo solo on A that is the biggest exploit that Foot can make, and they've identified it.
Yeah, they know. That one flash identifies a player that is close to the site on short, but Foot decide against it and head elsewhere.
Liquid not bending under this initial pressure, though, and Purpo has a fantastic timing to re-clear using the Trailblazer. And with that, he will have safety in mind that A is okay for now, and as he backs up, you know that Nats has the lockdown, so this is a valid approach.
And you can see the positions for Liquid so far back in terms of the site. They're not trying to hold and fight towards any of these main points. You can see Miniboo is very good at finding value through his operator, and he's the one that's under fire right now. But it's just the pressure making for Foot continuing on. Where do they go next? Time is getting low. The next decision has to be their execute.
And it is towards the C site where they will go. Miniboo, the makeup of this defensive hold. Nats investing the ultimate, and with that, it's a bit of a disruptor. Foot a decision to make. Commitment to the plant is made, And Liquid trying to rally off the back of this. Zeus, the timing is terrible as he turns his head. He's caught by Nats and now foot drop back.
Liquid do have smokes up as well, and that's why they're just holding the defuse, Hazza. Nobody there to stop it. It's double digits for Liquid and a blunder by Foot.
Not the first time that Foot have maybe failed to recognize a win condition. Of course, the lockdown, the biggest issue for them there. Nats getting maximum return when we finally see it invested. But no pop, back out that smoke, just believing that the spam would be enough. And such an important win for Liquid, just stoking the embers here.
Yeah. If I got a euro for every single time that Liquid had just held defuse this series, I'd have 2. But it's a bit strange that it's happened twice now. The fact that Foot haven't made any sort of adjustments to it. We're straight back into the next round though.
Miniboo this time joins Purpo on A as that second layer. Building on what had found them success in the previous. Purpo recognizing that A is open, leaving Miniboo behind here in sewers, allows a heavier rotation, one which will be needed. The C site under threat again.
And once again, Nats is going to be the one to try and hold on towards site. And once again, he might be the downfall because advantage is given to Foot, and that's a post plan.
Into this retake, of course, Miniboo does have the op, so whether that gets traded out is yet to be seen. Camo, a flash, and Molly, plenty of tools to work with here.
Yeah, they're trying to fling it all in just to break entry into the site. But look at Foot. The rifles are active. The players are ready. They want to end it here. Miniboo trying to clutch up. And that's a real chance. 1 versus 1 against Crystalli. That info dart giving it away. Crystalli should know now. Nobody on the spike. That tap to try and beat him out. And it still goes Miniboo's way. We're all even once again. Regulation is needed.
Complete misplay from Foot in the 3v1. And Miniboo makes maximum punishment with a Red Bull clutch. Family in attendance. A nod from the brother. They're loving every moment of it.
Yeah, but the round previous will be playing on Crystalli's mind. He'll be thinking, what if he's just sticking it?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the VAR, the red card, is on Yetege. And he's not had a great game so far. So for something like that to happen, it's only going to compound that lack of confidence, perhaps. Overconfidence there as he just goes looking for the first and the wheels fall off.
And that's why we're seeing Vlad and Bambino calling a stop. What, we've had 3 timeouts in the space of 6 or 7 rounds.
I mean, this one's on the Foot side, that they should really be looking at 12-10 here, but instead still stuck on an 11th as Liquid have been able to string together 4 successful retakes of the 5 defensive rounds that they've been able to win. So could we call the last one a successful retake? Probably not, all things considered, but if they can, bring some of those ideas together and actually find value from it, then that's what it's all about. Here we go, though. The ends of regulation, 24 rounds required. Here's the 23rd.
And remember, for those who have just tuned in, the stakes are, if Foot win this map, they're going to playoffs. Team Liquid trying to deny that. This is a chance to try and claim the king of the group title.
Yeah, and all but guarantee it for themselves in the process.
Flash, and we go towards A, and look at the utility that's been set up by Team Liquid. Well stocked. Nats playing towards the back of site, not wanting to get caught out, which for the most part he has this series.
I mean, it's a complete change up now without the lockdown in play, so the mind game's going on here for Liquid. Nats known for his Cypher over the years, but with a setup strong in front of them, what have Foot got to get past it? Crystalli has both shocks. But is there enough to deal with this?
That's the big question, right?
Are 5 players enough for Nats?
I mean, it's been one player that's been enough for Nats, and that's been either Zeus or Sop. Ping out where the alarm bot is, and Nats is respecting this. He does not want to get caught out, wants to play the 5v5, and the Nano's just doing chip damage overall. And we're going into 5 alive for either side and post.
Yep, fully concedes the side, not wanting to be penalized, and so what utility do Liquid have on the way back in? There's blinds for both sides. Those could go traded. Camo trying to jump in from the heaven, stunned up at the feet. There was Sop and Foot in the end, find the kills in the feed. But these rounds haven't been a certainty for them so far. Another 3v1, this time it's Wayne gets the first, can't find the second, Yetege makes amends, and so Foot will finally have series point.
A one-round shootout between series win and overtime. A massive round to come out. Tension has it. Can you live up to the pressure for either side?
Get out of my... I mean, I love the molly line up there from Camo, but Foot are so well prepared for this push out. The jump from heaven from Purpo, it's difficult to find value from. The Neon, of course, can slide across default. And here's another quick piece from Foot. Oh, actually missed the cancel there, did Purpo, but does find the all-important shot onto Sop, who has materialized in front of him. All bodies on Liquid here, and the side defense is concrete.
Spike on Miniboo. Sociable the one to try and clear it, does so successfully.
Wait. Yeah, just re-engages and finds it cleanly. Camo is low, no tools to heal himself. And with Purpo out of the picture, 5 HP is all he's got to work with.
Yeah, Sociable wishing he never used the ultimate early in the round.
Would be the one way to get the spike back, so instead they've got to go the long way round. Yetege doesn't have a cage. Sociable's waiting for his own cover to come up. But the longer this takes, the more Liquid start to think about the possibility that this could be somewhere else. Fortunately for Nats, he has the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. Stuck his turret and his alarm bot to watch his back, watch towards that link position. But it's still a reposition for Foot.
30 seconds left.
Now retaking through the same avenue. Smoke used, and Camo just sneaks through it. Bit of an awkward timing. Yetege wants to re-clear this, but both kills right up on the Liquid side. And overtime is asked of them now. They've done very well to battle back into this, but with the odds that Foot had, you feel as if they should have been home and dry.
Yes, I agree, Hazard, but I think overtime is compliments to both teams on this map so far. They've played excellently. But it's who comes out on top, and really, who breaks that defensive round first? That's where my mind goes. Relief on the faces of Team Liquid's fans.
Into the fan zone now.
What?
I was going to say, Boo's a fan now. Oh, I was just kidding.
Okay.
Into the first round of overtime. And looking at here, I mean, there's an op-out for Sop again. This was a huge win condition from them before.
Once again, no, they're baiting for Zeus. Not cleared in the corner. Do Team Liquid consider it? Seems Wayne's first up, and he can't live up to it. Zeus is out, an advantage taken.
Huge from Foot, and Liquid are trying to follow this up. Purpo goes down, and now there are serious issues.
Well, we put importance on this defensive round win, and Foot seemed to have cracked it straight away, the operator being the big component.
We'd only seen Liquid go for this fast A-take a couple of times, and obviously you're trying to build that synergy between your duelists. It's really Purpo that is flashing for Miniboo more than anyone else, just based on the amount of ground that he's able to cover. So a re-hit back in here still requires aggression, and Sociable has to be tempered in his approach.
Molly's missed. So while he's tempered in his approach, he's still able to hold on towards his line. Camo taking a late approach as the spike goes down.
That's playing on the front foot. This is exactly what Liquid need to turn this one on its head, and you can see Foot still thinking about it.
Yeah, Yetege, the one marked to try and guard the back line as they come out of CT. Miniboo now gives himself away on the rifle. Sop to grab him. 2 versus 5. This would be the biggest of tasks. In fact, it has to be all on Camo. A flash out. The player's not going to try and grab him, but the defuse coming through. It ends up being a double for Camel, but it's still a round for Foot in the end.
Just trading off the play there. One of the biggest improvements we've seen to Foot is the improvement on the micro and just trading these situations out. If it's Sop fighting first or Zeus in behind, anyone else can have their moment. And you can also see here as well that really there have been improvements now. Yetajay's finding a couple of kills, Sop as well, and once more, need I remind you, if Foot win this round, they are the first team in EMEA playoffs.
It's a massive part. A massive round. The weight being felt by the players of either side, right? That's the big thing here. Is Team Liquid walk up into A lobby, about to face each other. Mini Boo win! Team Liquid have their chance. As Sop comes into the smoke, trying to fight back. And leaves Yetajay all alone to try and fight for that spike.
Has a cage, but that's about it.
And the fans showing their appreciation for keeping themselves alive. Yetajay waiting for the smoke to go for his chance to take the next fight. As time ticks away. Plenty of smoke's been thrown. He wants to be, or Team Liquid want him to be at a disadvantage.
That Phoenix will last forever, I swear.
That's the issue.
With the smoke replenished and the alarm bot heard by Yetajay, he knows he's unlikely to win this.
Well, he wins the first. And wants to try and get rid of that alarm bot to take the next fight. And he's done so successfully, clearing out what two players to find, and he can't get them. So, Team Liquid even things out. And we go another round of overtime.
Yeah, it's 2 rounds in a row now where we've seen it all come down to this A main fight and how both teams are approaching the situation. Up close and personal in the smoke. Wayne finds a double, and just looking at it here, it's a second kill on the same spray intended for Sociable.
One enemy remaining.
Crostali catches a stray.
Nice, oh my god.
And it's relief more than anything else.
Just shows you what overtime can do, especially for Team Liquid being in this position. You know, the fact that they're the ones with the kickoff results.
And I think too, this is still the beginnings of the Foot roster. It's not the finished product yet. So in overtimes like this, I then beg the question, how is your temperament? How is your bottle? Do you have the tenacity to actually close it out against the top regional team? Much in the way that we saw Eternal Fire struggle with that against Fnatic in the first week. Yes, there are players here with more experience on the Foot side, but I think it's a similar issue.
Yeah, I think that's a fair enough assessment, to be honest. As we come back in, and the clock is allowed to tick down once again, the coach's orders from either side will be able to be heard. And I mean, Vlad, his approach will be towards, I guess, and Lohan's about this attack side and how you have to try and manage and deal with what was the operator on Foot, but it's no longer the case.
Early wall up from Liquid, doubling down on their approach, but Sop wins the opening duel, and not only that, it is completely untraded.
And the spike being dropped would have been heard or announced by the announcer. Sociable once again aggressive through mid, announcing himself, but Team Liquid tried to take the site and foothold.
Further spacing issues for Liquid on their execution. It just feels like they're caught in 2 minds. Nat's on a re-clear after Sociable, making his presence felt in middle. And again, the A lobby fight collapses. Purpo, awkward timing, dropping out of window! But Foot just leave themselves hanging, and it's another opportunity that could be missed for them here.
Yeah, they have to rotate all the way over, but Team Liquid take their time. They know they have to take these fights.
It's on Sop, as it has been a few times, to stretch the Liquid line and let the rest get played back through.
But he has no more utility.
Does have the movement at the very least. And I mean, Yetajay's trap's still up here, so they know that the players are still inside the site, and Sop, with the first engagement, finds no problem at all. Crostali right there with him. And again, Foot will get their chance at closing this series.
Yeah, Purple making that round doable, but it's the decisions on the C site that's the big question, right? You can see that both Purple and Nats want to try and take the next fight together rather than attempting a spike plan. But it all ends up being on the lonesome. It's well played by Foot. Just a bit of a disconnect again, though, on the Liquid side, and now with this being Foot's third series point, third chance to crown themselves top of Alpha. Instead, Foot, the ones that win the opening duels. Purple left behind on A, he's the only one this time, and the one at most threat. Qualification to playoffs can be within Foot's sight. Purple, again, as you said, the only man on A. The flashes have missed, but as he takes steps forward, that means he can clear more of the map. And that's why Team Liquid at this moment in time keep 2 players towards the C site. Nats has got a bit of a setup here as well with those nanos. Odin in his hands. We've seen this gun brought out on a couple of occasions in the region. Even Wayne playing off the shoulder with Paranoia. If they want to go for it, are Liquid all in on this site hold? Looks like it. Wayne the one to fire off first. Foot need the follow-up. Oh, and Sop is so dangerously low, but still, they get away with it, and the payload coming in, the plant will survive. Purple has a full belt to get them back into sight, but how do you retake with an Odin? 5 seconds on that second flash. One might just do the trick, but Nats has to be quick on these kills because Sop has his ult. Oh, no, he's going to punish it. Just like that. Liquid get another one back in, and for Foot, it's been a brilliant road up until this point, but another opportunity to close cannot go wasted. Zeus will make no mistake. Yet a Jace there to sign on the dotted line. Your first team in EMEA playoffs is Foot. A fantastic result against what has been a formidable opponent. What a bounce back after kickoff. The fact that they were down it felt as if they wouldn't be a component to this year, but straight away, the first team to playoffs, and what a result.
The lowest rated team in a triple elimination format, making changes and blitzing past a Santiago participant in only their 3rd game together, official as a group. A result to be proud of for all of the different names here, from Izmir to Istanbul, changing allegiances, from the black and gold to the black and white. Sociable at the helm, and they can all be proud of what they've done today.
Yeah, it has to be said. The fact that the addition of Sop, the change of coaching as well with Vlad coming in, I mean, the change of IGL with Sociable on top of that, it can't be understated. It is definitely a fantastic job that the Foot management have done here, and they deserve as much of the plaudits as the players do. They'll be looking towards London now they've made it to playoffs. Yeah. And I'm excited to see them play against some of those other names in the group opposite them.
It definitely feels like Group Alpha, maybe the slightly weaker of the two on paper, but Foot have shown you exactly why you have to pay respects to every team in this division, in this league. Because at any moment, they can wake up and realize who they are. This, a roster, an organization which had been to internationals in the past and doesn't want to wait a moment longer to go to a global again. Still young blood running through this team, and plenty to be done before they look like the real deal. A few opportunities missed along the way, but they will take the series.
That they will, and you know what, in a 2-0 fashion, well, it went to overtime on that second map, and right now, we could have been in a 3rd map. But listen, that's all in the past. We don't need to consider that. Let's send it all over to a post-match interview with Jenny.
Well, it's not going to be with Jenny because it's Billy.
Nearly.
Almost got them there. Congratulations, guys, on winning that out in such a clean fashion, by the way. Mike?
2-0. I called the 2-0.
to
Thank God you closed that out, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, what does this mean for you guys to obviously be the first to secure here? Is that like a big sigh of relief for you guys, or is this kind of like, you know, with the performance you were kind of expecting to have this result? Obviously, Liquid being the, I guess, the bigger name in terms of form as well. What does that mean today to beat them and secure playoffs?
I mean, to begin with, first of all, I'd like to offer my condolences in the recent school shootings in Turkey that happened. We're really saddened by as a whole country. That's why we were feeling super bad in terms of speaking. But other than that, we're feeling confident as a team, of course, with the addition of SOP and Sociable as well. We're feeling a much confident team. And when I came in this team, I mean, considering Yetu and everyone else, I saw them losing their confidence a lot. And that's the first thing we try to apply to this team, yeah? I mean, gaining much confidence in the official games. Everything started with the practice schedule. He was kind of afraid to peak something, and then he started, oh, I'm able to peak these things now. He was feeling more confident and confident each day.
Yes, Ajay, I want to ask you about your teammate, Crostali.
Yeah.
I believe we actually have a clutch to show as well whilst I ask you about this. I think it was something ridiculous with the shock dart. How has it been playing with him? Because I feel like he's obviously also one of the kind of new additions that was here for kickoff in stage 1. How is he as a character? Do you get along well with him?
Actually, I always want a little brother, and Crostali is little brother for me, because he always helps me about my life, about my game, and about everything. I am so happy to playing with him. Like when we go in the clutch, 2 versus 2 or something, we know we're gonna win because he trusts me so well. I trust him so well. Also, we love each other.
Oh, I love to hear that. And I also want to ask about the coach chemistry that seems to be going on. For you, Yetajay, how has it been having Vlad come into the roster for stage 1? And then also, Vlad, I want you to tell me about the chemistry that you and Bambino have built up so quickly. I think we have some reaction packs to show you as well, because it just seems like bros hanging out.
It's so good to see you both vibing, like so happy again in the coach booth.
Yeah, I mean, in the first year of the, the partnership era, I was with BBL, yeah, and the guy I was considering to be with me was Bambino.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna
reunited then.
Yeah, I was gonna pick him up, and we kept in touch, of course, as well as Foot has been offered me this position. I was so eager to work with him because, like, I know the way he works, and he's like an emotional guy, just like me. He expresses his emotions as well as I do, and we just just switched on, together. He feels happy, I feel happy. We're taking advantage of brainstorming and utilizing our ideas at the same time. Sometimes we use his ideas, sometimes we use my ideas, and if that kind of emotion starts building up together as a positive way, I mean, there's no way you cannot be successful.
Do you feel that energy in the team as well, Yetajay?
Yeah, of course. Like when Vlad came to team, we were like you said, we weren't that much good, and we can't adapt the game, adapt the meta every time. But when he comes in the first day, he always tries to fix the problems, and he's the best fixer, I guess. I'm so happy to have him.
Not yet.
And for Bambino as well, he's really good guy. As a normal guy, as a coach, he's always trying to do something good for team, and we just love all each other.
I guess bigger picture-wise, so coming out of Ascension and the start of 2026, obviously has been kind of a resurgence, in terms of Turkish teams and Turkish Valorant. How do you guys kind of rank yourselves? Because obviously there's some questions now coming out of Santiago in terms of overall. Where do you guys put yourself now in terms of like the Turkish ecosystem?
I don't like to talk big.
Okay.
I think we are in good team, but I'm not gonna say we are the best. But we always trying to be best. That's all.
I think we're the better team right now in terms of Turkish teams.
More modest. Yeah, hello.
In terms of adapting to the meta, and because we could still go for Yoru in the Yoru meta, and there was this Vele meta, And right now we're utilizing Jet Neon, maybe something else in the other maps. We didn't show, fortunately, because like today's map pool was like a bit unexpected, which favored. I think it favored our map pool.
For sure,
like we were kind of building. Of course, I mean, just before our official. 2 weeks ago, our build, we just built our roster like 2 weeks ago before the official game, first official game, because that means we didn't have much time to prep, you know?
Yeah.
And to coming back to your question, I think we're the better team right now, but BBL having a bit problem considering they have been one of the best teams in the Euro meta, right?
Yes.
Because I mean, they have to be finding their own comfort zone. And Eternal Fire, I give them respect because like they're doing something really incredible so far.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have to agree. What's next on the cards for you guys then? Because you've guaranteed playoffs now. You kind of have a bit of time to be able to experiment with different compositions. Because I was surprised to see you guys lean into the Jet so much. I get it in terms of like, Zeus looked great on it, 100%. Is there other avenues that you want to be able to explore now that you've guaranteed playoffs?
I mean, I cannot say everything right now.
Obviously, you can't say everything.
I mean, but there are still things which we didn't show so far.
Okay.
I mean, we're trying to adapt to the meta. We're trying to. It was one of the first things I said when I come here. I want to be the. I mean, I want us to be followed by other teams as considering meta, right? Yeah.
Without telling me a composition then, Yettage, is there a map that you're particularly excited to show us?
I can't understand so well.
Is there a map that you're excited to show us eventually?
He's looking at Vlad.
Do I have permission?
I think Essence. When Essence comes
when Essence comes out, you can't say that. It's not in the pool.
I will show my Sentinel skills.
Okay. You know what? I'll let you have it. I'll let you have it. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure, and congratulations again on
you.
being able to make it to playoffs already so quickly. Yeah, we're gonna go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the second series after this.
Say what you will. In EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. My heart. with your mates, 'cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I? What did I? Try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising.
Welcome back, everyone. I am joined on the desk now with Cairo and Haza. It was only a matter of time before we had a full wingman desk, let's be honest. How are we feeling so far today?
I mean, it started off okay because I had to work with Haza, but now I get to work with you, so my day's getting better.
Yeah, do you know what? I think the Scottish bias might start taking over, Cairo. How do you feel about that, Haza?
Yeah, I don't know. Are there any Scottish players in the server in the next game?
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. You have to do that to us. You know what? I'll let you have it. But yeah, obviously we have to speak about the next game because it's a bit of a fun one. We have Pacific going up against Fnatic. And when we think about Pacific, right, they are the team that is now trying to avoid going 0-3 in their group and a potential 0-5 realistically when we look at the games that they still have yet to play.
Yeah, I mean, Pacific, I really had hopes coming in towards this one, not hopes of like making London, but hopes of making playoffs at the very least, being a little bit difficult to beat, and I think they've managed at least one of that, I would say, Haza. They've been difficult to beat.
Yeah, they had a difficult time as well in terms of the preparation coming into this stage. Some other teams that didn't make it got to play Clash. They didn't have that opportunity. So it's been the raw officials there where they've really had to adapt and learn. And I think the GX one was frustrating to lose in the end. And yeah, it feels a lot like a couple of other teams we've had in the past, the Ascension teams in this league. And it's tough.
It is, yeah. It is kind of tough for them, to be honest. But Pacific, as much as they've been having a tough time, at least VALORANT gave us a very memorable moment last week. Let's check it out.
Very weak combination. They pass each other on the ropes. They've passed each other on the ropes. VALORANT, he's dodged the dog. What's going on? They have not seen this man. He is a specter, a shadow, and he is about to strike from the... He's made noise!
A very weak combination. They've passed each other on the ropes. They've passed each other on the ropes. VALORANT, he's dodged a dog. What's going on? They have not seen this man. He is a specter, a shadow, and he is about to strike from the... He's made noise. He's made noise. He's made noise. What's going on? They have not seen this man. He is a specter, a shadow, and he's about to strike from me. He's made noise. He's made noise. He's made noise.
Big up Rem from Unity Research on Reddit for providing us with that and allowing us to play it. Do you have any initial reactions to that remix that we had of Mitch?
we got Metalcore and EMEA before we got an EMEA International Trophy, so I think that says it all.
Oh. Yeah, that's a bit of a sour one. I don't know, production value was crazy.
Yeah, it was kind of insane. Well, let's keep it moving, let's go more serious, and let's actually throw it to an interview that we managed to have with Cooper earlier on today.
Ginny here, joined with Cupert ahead of your match today against Fnatic. A pretty important one for the standings for you guys. So first things first, how is the vibe over at the Pacific camp?
The vibe is good as always. I think we're coming into every match like very confident. Like all of our results obviously have been underwhelming, but they have been close. We are missing like a little bit of winning a couple of pist rounds, closing in some rounds, and I think we are good to go.
I think that's a really good point that you're bringing up, because when we're looking at the way you've been playing, especially that GX series, it was so close, right? And it's just a matter of being able to close out some of these games. What do you think is holding you back and preventing you from doing that?
I mean, against, at least in this season, against GX and BBL, we had a lot of post-plans that we lost. We lost a lot of post-plans, and we had no pistols. Against GX, we were 0-6, so it's like we are down 12 rounds in a BO3, if you think about it. So it's really hard to make a comeback. Like, I don't think we're struggling to close maps specifically. It's more that we are starting with very slow starts because of the pistols, and then a couple of very important post-plans don't go our way, and the game's the game.
How are you looking to fix that then for this matchup? Because this is an important one.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we had a couple of VOD reviews and talks about the way we want to play post-plans. Obviously, there's not a lot of time that we can go really deep into theory. It's more, to me, at least on the mental side of things, that we're not as scared of the post-plans now, that it doesn't become like a bad feeling when we get into post-plans. I'm supposed to be making the calls, what to do in the post-plans. Hopefully, the boys listen, the boy hits some shots, and we're going to win the post-plans now.
So from your individual performance today, what are you going to be focusing on?
I mean, for me, it's always the same. Like, if we're winning, I can focus on myself, try to get more kills, try to farm VLR stats for the VLR, like,
you gotta do what you gotta do.
But if we're losing, like if we're down or if the game is close, my only job is to make sure that my team knows what they're supposed to do, that I give them whatever they need when it comes to comms, calls, ideas, anti at the time, whatever I need to do, I give it to them, and hopefully they can carry the game. If not, it is what it is.
Do be like that sometimes. Well, thank you so much for your time, and good luck today in your game against Fnatic. Desk, back to you.
Well, apparently Cooper's strategy coming into today is to farm the VLR stats. Not quite sure how to take that one. Does that almost sound like they're accepting defeat before they even begin?
Not particularly, right? But I think you have to find ways to stay positive as a group here. They know what they're up against. And for Cooper, we have seen his own individual performances improve over time. I think that was the narrative that was attached to him on Liquid Academy last year, and putting in that hard graft to make sure that, you know, it's not dead weight.
Yeah, and I think as well, for like talking about Cooper as well, I don't think his calling's terrible, right? I feel as if sometimes maybe the plans coming into this, maybe the cards have been dealt, haven't been the best, but I actually quite like Cooper as an IGL. It's just that unfortunate that the circumstances they find themselves in.
Now, someone else that we have to speak about, and obviously talking about their opponents today, is Fnatic, right? They have looked good, especially against Vitality last week, the fashion in which they were able to close it out. Do you think that they've already been able to lock the top of that group?
I think so at this point in time.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they've beat Eternal Fire, the fact that they've beat Vitality as well. I mean, Vitality might not even be one of the top contenders at this point, but it feels like the form team is Eternal Fire for that group. Fnatic getting by them, now they kind of feel as if it's like an easier schedule heading in towards that latter stage of the group. Yeah, I feel as if, like, not only, they'll probably lock playoffs next week.
Do you think that they've silenced all doubts then, Haza?
No, absolutely. I mean, look, it's Fnatic in Stage 1. It's a classic narrative that we've mentioned many times over the years. Yeah. And that's because they've taken the lessons from kickoff, and it feels like they've applied them, whereas maybe some of the other teams in groups now are struggling a little bit more to adapt.
And speaking about their playoffs run, which they're hoping to get to, they will, of course, have to beat Pacific today and beat Giant X next week. So it is looking pretty promising for them.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think there's anything else. So the fact that BBL comes so late, I mean, at that point in time, they could be out of the running as well. So towards this latter end of the group, yeah, it looks pretty decent for Fnatic. And I think by that point, like week to week, you'll be able to get like the strats that you want down for playoffs down nice and early.
I think that's fair enough. I think that these IGL head-to-heads as well is something that I'm potentially keeping an eye on, which we actually have a battle of the IGLs. It will be Cooper taking on Boaster in our skirmish.
All my training for this day. I normally go mix. He looks like me, a little bit.
Yeah, he does.
And a little bit something. Peek.
Oh,
I'm fast, baby. I'll be 30. He's fast too.
2-1, baby. Hey, I'm not. I'm buying it up. I'm cheating. Oh, hey,
You got the orb. You have
Not
to
looking
hit
good.
it, bro. I've reclaimed the throne.
A little flex for the...
His might be bigger than mine. I'm not gonna lie. GG, thank you, brother.
Exciting to see both of them having a bit of fun in this skirmish there. Very quickly, Ginny threw this on me earlier. I need a quick prediction from either of you.
Pacific. Yeah.
2-1, 2-0.
We'll lose Fnatic 2-0. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll have to agree.
You think
Yeah.
Fnatic will win 2-0?
Yeah, yeah.
Really? We're actually just like, nah, Pacific are just...
Do you know what? I love
Okay,
Q-Pop.
give me a player that needs to stand out for Pacific to make this promising.
Q-Pop.
Yeah,
you,
Cupid
Hazza?
calling. I think
Cupid.
this is
Okay,
where you
well,
test yourself.
For me, it's Valorant.
Okay.
That's the player that I'm going with. But enough from us. We've chatted enough. Let's actually bring all of the players from each team out onto the stage. We have Pacific going up against Fnatic.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Pacific Esports.
Keep calling. Take a risk even though my heavy. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'll pure out of sight. But it won't be calling. Cause keep calling. Take a risk even though my heavy. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'll prove that it won't be cause keep calling. Take a risk even though my heavy. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'll prove I deserve it.
All right, we have Pacific going up against Fnatic. Are we hyped for this game, boys? I feel like we're pretty hyped for this game.
I think honestly, right, you look at the game, it is what it is. Fnatic are coming in as giants here, but for like Pacific, they're going to be thinking about kind of having a free hit at a big team and testing themselves against what is probably the best team that we have in this group.
And looking at the map, Vito, any surprises here for you instantly, Hazza?
Not particularly. We saw the split through proxy of Mitch screaming his lungs out there earlier. And I think that's one where Pacific will want to try and build some confidence early. I'm not necessarily saying a map win, but you're testing yourself against the best that this region has right now. I think we can say that for certain. So, yeah, what can you do?
Yeah, I think starting on that split for Pacific, the fact that they keep selecting it and selecting it week on out, it's really one of those maps where, for me, they keep getting to this double digits scoreline, but I want to see them be able to close that out. Obviously, going up against Fnatic, such a great team on split, it's going to be very, very difficult. The first person I'm thinking about here is Alpha on that race, who has been a highlight. But let's quickly touch on the rest of the map, Vito. We did see a Lotus pop in there. What did you guys think of Fnatic's Lotus? Because for me, it felt like something that we had gone back to in time with the composition they pulled out.
Yeah, but I think that's what Fnatic are good at. They're good at going for something that's stable for them, right? A foundation which they always build from. I mean, think for how long they played that old Lotus comp that they really defined the meta with.
Yeah, I mean, that worked for them. Obviously, there's been changes since then, and I think with the Waylay patch coming in, that'll be something to think about in the future. But starting off on Split, this has also been a map which Fnatic have been very comfortable on in the past. I mean, you look at their historic map pool, and this is one of those as well.
And Haven, if we do get to that point, I mean,
it's a Fnatic map pool. Let's be real.
It is. Although, in saying that, Fnatic, they've not played at this stage. It was a 0% win rate in kickoff. Granted, they did only play it the 2 times, but I think for us it will be intriguing to see what they come out with if we do get to that point. But let's think about this split, because that is, of course, the first map that we're going to here. Fnatic being able to get a win against Vitality on it last week, obviously looking super dominant. Was there any players on that map that was a kind of highlight for you? I know I've already mentioned the Alpha on the Raze for me personally.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, when you've got such a dependable duelist player like Alpha, especially, like now the way that it feels like we're going back when it comes to the duelist meta, I think that's a big one to highlight.
Yeah, I'd also probably say Vekash, the man on your screens right now. I was really impressed with his stability overall. That being a big game as well, Vitality, and him stepping up to the occasion. So it's this one against Pacific where they're trying to be that plucky underdog, and we'll have to see if that continues.
Yeah, I think if you're Pacific, you're probably coming into this one thinking like, okay, let's just get as many reps as we can. You know, we kind of have already set the stakes of this is looking pretty bleak for them when you realistically, like when you're being realistic, right? It is kind of bleak because now we're looking at a position where Pacific could not win a match in their group, which is unfortunate to say, but it is the harsh reality that we're in right now.
And that's how you've got to call it, right? You're looking at two people who were backing Apex for the whole of last year. And it's a similar situation, right? Where you've built that roster out of players that have come from Tier 2, obviously. One of those, former Apex players, Kayak, flying from the Nest to join this Fnatic team. So make a name for yourself on this stage. Do it against the hardest opposition that you're likely to face so far in the group.
Yeah, I feel as if, though, like, Pacific are almost like that Apex for us in a way as well, because we've got two Northeast boys on the team, and Ninja and Cooper. Like, please, for the love of God, give us something to cheer for.
I hope Bacon's watching, because you are the biggest Bacon fanboy.
It's true.
I know. But, you know, is there anything that you think that Pacific could exploit from Fnatic on split? When we're thinking about Fnatic split here, is there anything that you think that Pacific will be able to take advantage of?
I think if there's anything you wanted to do right now, it's emulate that aggressive style that's been working for a couple of teams like Eternal Fire. Fnatic obviously struggled with that one a little bit, of course, when you saw the performance from them there.
Yeah, definitely. Throwback with this one as we look at the Agent Select. Yeah, I mean, pretty much straightforward in terms of what we're seeing on our screens.
Yeah, I mean, Valorant on the Viper gave us that iconic clip last week, of course, let's not forget. Do you think that there's a composition that's favoured here for you, either of you?
Not really, to be honest. I think it's just go and see what you can give us on the server. Anything from yourself?
No, not really. I think that both teams have kind of like, they've not steered away from the things that they were running previously, right? So it's just kind of like you go in, you have the typical team answer of play your own game.
Yeah, what I will say is I'm excited to see Seven on the duelist as well. Obviously, this is a new role for him, and I think he can add a bit of explosivity.
Well, that's all from us. We are obviously going to have to let the casters take it away and get into the game. Can either of you make any noise for us?
I mean, and based on that brief, what would you like to make noise for today?
Words. I can make words on noise, technically, and we're going to talk about the game that we have coming up. Yeah, I kind of want to.
Make some noise for Pacific.
Yeah,
I think that's what she was.
Yeah, make some noise
towards.
for Pacific. No, not really. I'm genuinely coming into this map veto. I saw them pick split, and I went, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. It obviously sits towards in terms of prep, in terms of what they worked on, towards the top of their map pool. It's just difficult to sit here, see an 0-4 this year. But they have come close. Tom, I'm trying here. Don't look at me like that. They've come close.
They're starting on the attack, where I got to watch them lose 5 post plants in a row, then win a round, and then lose a 6th post plant in a row. It genuinely was one of those games where I was like, I don't know what's happening. So obviously the good thing is I feel like they've had an awful lot to learn from. But that was versus Giant X. That's not Fnatic. I know that that's a very basic thing to say, but Fnatic, they should be slightly better.
I mean, yeah. Much better, in my eyes. Again, this for me is more about a test for Fnatic in terms of resetting and stabilizing. Obviously, with certain questions at the start of this year, this is one that I would argue as close to being unforgivable if this isn't just a blowout.
Yes. I definitely agree.
Harsh, I know, but that's the way I'm kind of
you're looking at a team
this.
2-0 and a team that's 0-2. One team that, although will not technically be qualified, 3 wins, we normally say that's enough. And although a team that's not technically out, 0-3 is normally elimination.
It's a death sentence, yeah. So obviously, again, even so, I mean, you come back to the same thing. It's like, yeah, are we looking for positives here for Pacific? Yes, but in terms of what we've seen, it's still just, I mean, Valorant obviously having a rough series last week as well. Certainly want to see him bounce back. There are still front runners here for the Pacific roster to have impact, and early on here, we'll scuffle in mid. It's Alpha and 7 to find kills, but evened up here to a 4v4. Yeah, still the second layer of this, as you said, the trap here from Crashies.
Oh, they're just waiting. Kayak is the contact. The second he makes contact, the flash is going to come out, and I don't know if there's any way past it. Of course, getting those pistol rounds, it was something that was mentioned by Cooper. I think they might need a little bit more than just the pistols, but they're at least doing all right in the pistol and seen it. Okay. Maybe we can go back to 2021 and this guy could take over the game. I feel like this might be more of a flash in the pan, but it's definitely a good start.
Oster finds himself here in a 1v3. And not going to be able to prevent this transition to sight, but might just catch somebody, potentially Valorant. Exploring back up, actually, no, does have the timing. Seen it probably spotted on that jump spot, though. And Ninja, the one to clean it up here
pistol round on the board for Pacific. Again, to come back to Cena, probably been the easy target in this roster, I think, as well, being the biggest name, the one that we've spent, well, years at this point, just wanting him to get back to closer to that ceiling. Not necessarily, you know, I mean, I think it's unrealistic expectation with, certainly with this roster, to see him reach the heights he has achieved, but again, I think the easy target.
Yeah, I think especially with the amount of teams that he's gone through, that you kind of go like, okay, that Na'Vi team looked pretty decent, Foot looked pretty decent, and with the players that they had, and then the team afterwards ended up looking quite good as well. So this is kind of it almost feels like a bit of a last chance. Obviously, a lot changing next year. But,
yeah, I think so.
But for Pacific, they are that team that we kind of look at as like, okay, we expect them to finish last. Anything better would be a huge improvement. Playoffs would be incredible. But as you sort of set up, we'd also then just start to look at Fnatic and go, okay, what went wrong if you don't win this series?
Yeah, slow approach from Pacific. This round 2, probably anticipating a little bit of aggression. Valorant will win out versus Kayak elsewhere. Cned and Vekaj will trade out the 7 to clean this up. Crashies can't find anything on the back of that in Pacific. 4 standing. Second round converted here. Yeah, will be fairly healthy in terms of the purchase and, well, what they carry forward here. Cned just going to throw a scope in the mix and a couple of light shields on the other side. Yeah, for me, again, Pacific, I might be wrong with this, but I don't think have won an attacking half of split, and when it sits towards the top of what you feel your map pool is, certainly here, a tall order to win out an attacking half versus Fnatic.
Well, yeah, this stage they were 3-8 and 4-8. So looking for an improvement. They definitely had decent success getting into the post plant. It was just holding on to it once they were there, making some catastrophic errors. If they fix those, maybe this could be a little bit more competitive, and that's one hell of a start. Cupid managing to eliminate Kayak in the early round, and now they can fall back and look to reposition.
Only a little chip damage done on Cned, so get away with that one scot-free. Alpha tasked with holding on to A site for the time being, as Pacific will make their way through sewers. Valorant hasn't shown his hand just yet. Cned will be confirmed here from the flash. Still presence noted.
Yeah, he did well in their last series to almost just sell these fakes on the other side of the map. When you have that secondary duelist, you can almost leave him to roam. But I definitely think Alpha has an idea. The only problem is he is completely alone. Yeah. Everybody else on the other side of the map, as they now look to wrap through the heavens, him finding any sort of ground is going to be difficult. And Fnatic are all in on this B defense. The only man there is Alfia, and Court trying to shoot out any little utility that was thrown in.
Yeah, a little mistiming on the wall there in terms of Alpha's ability to reposition. Boaster previously considering bolstering that position with Alpha, but in Pacific will just sweep through here. 5 standing. Will get themselves the plant and a free round. And a conversion on top of that.
Yeah, 3-0. It's definitely as good as a start as you could ever get. I think the only thing that people will also begin to look at is that Fnatic at times, sometimes versus, they seem to go close versus everybody. Like it doesn't seem to matter who the opponent is. It's just like
the life of a Fnatic fan.
Yeah,
right?
it's like, let's just give us a heart attack at the beginning of the day by losing the first map. But I almost feel like if that happens, you always end up doing the other team an injustice by just sitting there going, they're going to come back eventually. They're going to turn the tide. But it's been a stellar start, crushing the initial aggression of Fnatic. And 3-0, they've matched their attack rounds versus GX.
Setting the bar high. Well, did you see that 50% post-plant success, Tom?
Well, it can't have been from last
Well,
week's
I'm just saying. If we're going to coin flip, I like those odds.
I'm telling you, if this was last week's game, that's not true. I think it's a combination of both.
Okay.
Hold them under.
It's here early on. I mean, Kayak's going to get a judge back in hand. Alpha actually picks one up himself. So obviously holding on to 3 weapons from the previous. Fnatic probably going to try and play this one out and absorb some of this pressure as it does come through. We just saw there on the Toasty. Pacific taking their time.
Alpha was adjusting his monitor while in the corner, by the way. He's not quite got his setup right just yet, so he needed to check. He's not
Won't be
cleared.
noted, yeah. So certainly going to be played in this scenario if either Seven or Ninja decide to progress further forwards here. Flash will note presence outside A. We'll keep Crashies and Kayak on red alert for the time being. Pacific taking their sweet time here, trying to get a feel for the map. It looks like Cupid settling on shifting the focus towards B.
That's where the majority of the rifles are, at least, but a lot of pressure will be put onto Boaster, an opportunity to delay. Smoke going up, and it seems like they may be going to try and sell this as a bit of a ruse on the other side of the map. The battle versus Kayak doesn't go well, and it's not one that CNET can really opt to take. Ninja, however, has found one, and so is Cupid. Double entry in onto the B site. Alfia, of course, still only having himself the judge.
CNET found Kayak as well.
Now with those rotations down, this again becomes another troublesome position for them to fight back into. The post plant right at the back of the site. CNET's actually all the way back into middle. The flash is good, but the swing just not quite timed well. And it's Cupid to now get a double. Maybe he was saving himself after the skirmish, because the skirmish didn't go well,
No,
but he's doing great here.
He had to open up here with a 4-round start versus Fnatic. And this one slowed down massively. And again, it's just a lot of this rides on Boaster being able to survive long enough where they can at least create some sort of pressure ahead of us. In the flash, yeah, catches one player, but Cupid completely unaffected by that. Cleans up with a 3K. Will force an early timeout here from Fnatic. And probably a chance to readdress their approach overall here.
But that's the thing, you might come into today and like you've watched the desk, you've watched us, and you're going to sit there and go, well, these guys are being pretty negative in the way that they're talking about Pacific. But this is the current record for how many...
of negative.
Yeah, how many wins each side has had in VCT EMEA. And this is why this is such a one-sided discussion, is that we have never seen Pacific win a game. And obviously Fnatic, I assume, have the most of anyone.
Yeah, I would hazard a guess. Yeah, it's... I mean, a very different discussion if we're going to be kind of frank about it. Pacific obviously looking longer term, and they kind of alluded to that in a couple of the interviews as well. Regardless, it's never nice to see a team sitting in a position where they could bomb out the stage entirely. And yes, we've seen them come close. Even, you know, a map win here and there, it take them when they come, but still. To then come up against Fnatic and be in a 4-0 lead here, where Fnatic have been fairly timid in some of these rounds. And now, I mean, ultimately in a position where you're going to concede a 5th based on the inventory. It's a Sheriffs and a Ghost for Crashies. Another chance, actually, for CNED to make use of this scope. But Kayak's going to find the first. Valorant will pull. Good stun. The follow-up's going to land here.
You get the gun.
Pain Shell's good.
Yeah, and he got the gun. And the orb. They've come out of that one smelling like roses to get the upgrade so early on. A little bit of more aggression as well, the team synergy to take out VALORANT, that hard lurk over on the A site, but they are recommitting back to the angle.
Alpha's still here. 2 more will find a showstopper, something to potentially offset a lesser purchase like this. Boaster's going to be able to feed across that information with no wall to cut sight lines, but can't find this first one. That's it, catches the satchel and the reset.
That's just nasty. Eventually cleared, and the swing from Kayak caught as well. That old Liquid Academy duo managing to hold the line. CNED just taking spaces. There's nobody left on this side, and also the gun has gone as well. That's more of a problem. A wonderful shot from CNED, but Boaster already back into the site. Flash coming in from Crashies. CNED is just taking over once again, 7-1 already. And leaving it onto Crashies, rifle retrieved, given a chance, but not much of one. And with the overdrive popped, he's going to have to be that little bit more careful, needs to be quick on the trigger, and he isn't fast enough. A little bit more dangerous, but Pacific are now 5-0.
But Pacific about to win an attack in half. I mean, their ability to slow things down here really causing issues. Obviously a lesser purchase here, but with a big win at the start of the round. CNED just continues to take liberties in terms of this space. Sitting at 8-1 right now. Rifles back in hand for Fnatic now, an operator for Kayak. Ultimate starting to come online as well. You'd hope this be the turning point in the half for Fnatic. There's not much in the form of positives for them. Again, with how tight things are, actually seeing it just looking to get up close and personal once more.
Almost had to be a little bit panicky from Vekash, the operator forced onto the angle, but it's something that Cupid seems well aware of as they now look back in towards Alpha, but this is where things can get a little bit more scary. Ninja still wins that fight though. The drop down clears him, leaves the A site again with a singular defender. But they're looking to battle into the spawn. 2 players here. On the other side, the swinging only a trade.
Spike down A.
Not really bringing the scenario back, in a long rotation coming through on the flank from Kayak as well. We'll box them in.
They're difficult to dig themselves out of this spot now. Have to try and get the plant ahead of the reinforcements arriving. You see Cupid now. We'll stick that in the corner. Difficult to hold on to here though, because they're both going to be boxed into sight. And with Kayak picking up this angle on A main, rely on a couple of awkward angles here for Pacific.
Yeah, they sent a flash through above just to make sure there's nobody there. Has his overdrive available as well, so ult can come through if needed. Instead, though, he's looking to clear on the back line, and 2 very quick kills. It's taken some time, but Fnatic are finally onto the board.
Just the one. Have to start chipping away at this cushion now that's obviously in effect for Pacific. Only going to be the divide available for them here, but 7 just past halfway on the showstopper. Vekash does so well to just find this one. Again, because if they get ahead of that rotation, he's effectively boxed out.
That's the start.
Well, I would have said the same for Ninja as well, though.
Yeah,
the drop down into the vent to insta-headshot.
I mean, yeah, because spacing-wise,
like,
you rely on the first 2, but Ninja still finding that kill is massive.
He definitely looks on today. And that's been one of my main issues with Pacific, is genuinely they have some very good individuals. They're never on at the same time.
No, I mean,
like,
you either have the 7 show,
exactly.
behind the curve, and it's I'd say that's probably one of the more frustrating things watching them, where we know the ceiling of some of these players. But for me, I mean, Ninja has impressed me.
Yeah,
in a number of series, which isn't the one you'd go to typically looking at these names.
Oh yeah, especially you got an import, you got Valorant who's been sort of waiting to get into the league for a while. Alpha over the top.
Nothing.
Doesn't get anything. Luckily, there is a second layer, and that is Kayak. Already finding a couple. Okay, that was aggressive, incredibly aggressive. It leaves Valorant stuck in a corner. He still managed to bring this back to a 1v3, but now Boaster left on the angle. And they will double up.
Maybe Alpha just chomping at the bit now to get involved in some of these slower rounds. I mean, initially there you see the X-ray, you think, yeah, he's good for 2 or 3 potentially. But it's Kayak to actually catch the front side of this exec. The confirmation on the boombot is enough for Alpha.
There is at least one, and I will get at least one.
I did some trickster shit. Yeah, I think so.
On the scoreboard, the wave, I see a little one.
5-2. I will say, Mike, you said, is this going to be the first half they win? And since then, they've not won a round.
If they get held at 5, I'm going to be a little tilted. I mean, obviously, the operator, huge opportunity in these sorts of slower rounds that Pacific are relying on now. A chance to really find value, and 65% operator success rate for Kayak, certainly a factor to consider for Pacific if they do want to win out this half.
His success is higher than the post plan of the other team. Just with him having the gun is enough.
The ult's online as well here for Fnatic. That's 10 HP, did catch a tag there. Alpha on the other side to catch Cupid. Cena next up and gets bested ahead of this boombot. So Fnatic might just find their 3rd here. 5 still standing, Kayak barely. It will force 7 and Valorant to reconsider their approach towards sewers, but not much left on the clock here.
Well, yeah, that seemed like you had Kayak taking a fight. gets out of there somehow. And then you had Alpha, who did technically have support, but I don't think Crashy's even peaked. I think that was
the
just
support
like,
was the boombot.
It's just taking a 1v2. Definitely looking like they're back online after a slower start. And it's not too much of a surprise to see the Pacific players just look to hold on to the guns. You've got a few extra credits to buy into the next.
Yeah, you look at that initial string of rounds, and actually to be in a position here in round 8 where you are saving. Again, you don't want to feed into this ult cycle. Obviously, Vekaj 2 away from the pit. Crashies and Alpha both
Alpha's almost back.
Yeah, he's almost back. Yep.
I'm surrounded by minions.
So understandable for sure, but again, if you look at the purchase coming out of this, I think we'll see Pacific call a timeout here after conceding 3. Probably conscious that they want to, as we've said, convert this victory in an attacking half.
Well, yeah, they've definitely had better defensive halves, and I think one of the biggest problems that they've had is there have been a lot of very, very close maps. I look back to that GX game, they had an impeccable comeback from a mass deficit, always seemingly going close in these games, like even going close versus BBL, who we expected, again, to be a similar fashion of them getting destroyed. The problem is getting close doesn't win anything. Like, you're not getting those points on the board.
It's not enough. I think particularly week 1 when you come out and you go, oh, okay. Actually, yeah, versus BBL, we have a close affair. But then the one for me that kind of sets the tone is the Giant X result. And that's, again, it's a pretty harsh assessment, but that's one that you think in terms of expectations coming into stage 1. If you're going to make a push, you got to beat a team like Giant X.
Wait, it's funny as well, because for Giant X, that was the moment, because then they're going to beat BBL. I think the second you get that first win, I think it just lifts at least a little bit of pressure. For them, that dates back to kickoff as well. Like, not getting a win there in a triple elimination, it's tough to try and now find it when you need it most versus Fnatic. Otherwise, you are 0-3. You are in the same position as KC and basically preying on others' downfall. Their group also looks kind of stacked.
Yeah, yeah, it does. It does indeed.
Like GX are 2-1 right now, and they are one of the teams I thought would be at the bottom.
Yeah, yeah. Seeing that again, going to try and play a turn of pace here. This will get them control of vents early on. Not slowed down by this utility, and not much damage done either. We have to freeze behind this smoke, but we have Vekaj and Alpha ready to greet them. That's right, VALORANT once more not making moves, wants to get a better understanding of positions here before he can find a pick somewhere. If they don't get a bite on this mid-take, though, I'm curious of what the decision-making is.
Yeah, it seems like Fnatic are just able to hold on to these flashes for so long, and again, they're trying to sell this ruse towards the B site, which it's held a player there for now, but look at them already re-aggressing. Fnatic have realized that, okay, this fake is the same fake every time. Nice work by Cena to at least give a freebie, but they still have to get past another wall. I don't know if he meant to throw the stun in that moment, but the swing around the corner has gifted a pick away. Alpha needing to get something. Maybe even before this post plant goes down, as a 4v3 seems tough.
Right, well, found both ramp players now, brings it to a 2v2. CNED and Ninja both tagged up, but CNED goes ahead of the curve here. Boaster will fall, and Alpha finds himself on a 1v2.
Yeah, both tagged. Definitely still a chance, but the way CNED's been playing, it does almost feel like the CNED of old. The bounce back, not quite able to get him. A Ninja immediate on the response. Pacific at least going to be level going into the next half. And
damn, there is a chance for Kayak to go absolutely nuclear here. Again, the stun just leaves him in a position where he can be overwhelmed. Really unfortunate for him, but CNED does really well to find another advantage here. Catching Boaster, totally unexpected.
Vamos.
And seal the deal on number 6. As you said, at least we'll go in even here.
Having both CNED and Ninja on at the same time is making this team look dangerous. Viper's Pit will be thrown in immediately down mid. And let's be real, Pacific's pressure has mostly been a mid plus A or a mid plus B. They've been utilizing this spot a lot, so taking it out of contention could be tough.
It'll be much quicker in terms of the regroup outside A. Kayak still here, operator in hand. Crashy's playing a little deeper this time around. Kayak doesn't want to reveal the operator just yet. Seven's going to pop the showstopper. Pressure's coming through, whether you like it or not.
Oh, he's been eliminated immediately. Shut down, leaving Crashies at the back of the site. Had a rougher start to this game so far. Needs to get something, and he gets both. Even has some support from the back. And now Crashies just holding the line. We've been waiting for his moment, and well, his first 3 kills on the board are a complete shutdown.
And it's absolutely what Fnatic need. You see the gap in rotation, and even so, there's a smoke popped just behind Heaven. Crashies has to find minimum 2 in this situation. The third is the cherry on top. The timing for Vekaj to swing through as well. Big, big win for Crashies. First 3 kills on the map as well to get on the board. See here, broken by round 11 for Pacific. The funds all but dwindled. But a pit, a Nightfall to work off here. On the flip of the script towards B.
This is a very mixed bag buy. Some even without shields judged through, and how? How has he got away with that? The slide eliminates Poster, but it is still the advantage taken.
We'll try and pivot back into mid here. VALORANT obviously a rifle in hand, but Crashies conscious of finding that very man. We'll take the space away. Still 3 players for Fnatic tucked into the B site. This is a hard scale out of Heaven here.
There.
You no longer have CNED or Seven to try and break that vision. It almost just has to be a slow push. VALORANT has done well, and the trading off leaves this down to Alpha at the back of the site.
Face your fear!
Rotation still very far away, but he hasn't been revealed. Maybe not expecting anybody to be this far back. It only leaves a couple of spots for them to try and hold, but nobody's looking in that direction. Didn't clear it at all. And now with 30 seconds, he's bought time for Crashies to wrap him from behind. It seems like Ninja has the idea, but it's not quite quick enough. 6-5, a close round, and well, another high-impact kill from Crashies.
Definitely. And their ability to seal this one when it looks like it might just spiral out of control for them. Alpha obviously noted early on this, but there's just a few question marks and a really risky plant in this situation from Cooper. Again, that side of the site, you haven't got many options. It's like the box is spammable, but way out in the open here is kind of just leaving open way many more possibilities to Alpha to still be tucked in and just waiting.
I guess they expected him to have swung by then, because they put the Nightfall through the left hand of the site, so they even think he's taken main. But then to use the Nightfall and then not check the one spot that was left is definitely a blunder.
Dog out early here. Will reveal VALORANT. I think Alpha's looking to be a little more decisive, but shut down here. Crashies. Let's see if he might want to swing onto the angle as well.
Oh, that's a good setup.
It's a what?
Okay, somehow Fnatic have come out on top. Kayak quick enough to swing. Found themselves in a 3v3.
Repivot back into sewers again. VALORANT obviously noted early on. Crashies now going to be relaying that information. Kayak still over towards the B site. VALORANT has to win this, and he does.
You are divided!
Oh, the spam not quite dealing as much as they'd hope.
Oh, I love this though. Getting on the other side of the divide here. Vekaj, unfortunately though, playing ahead of it, will have a good understanding. Swings onto it though. VALORANT good for a third. Kayak now in a 1v3.
They are going towards him, though.
Oh my god.
This is the one place that they don't want to go. It actually gives him an opportunity, but they are good enough with the triple peak. Ready and aware. And well, it was one of those...
They've won an attacking half.
They have won an attacking half. Still a lot to come as we will go to a break.
It's an orb emitting. One enemy remaining.
it has been an attack side half for Pacific that finds them in the lead. I think going into today, we thought that would almost have to be a miracle in itself. Mike, do you believe? Do you believe that this is the time? They're going to take a map off Fnatic?
You're putting me on the spot here.
I know.
No. No. I think this might be another, yeah, we're going to come close.
Okay.
I'm a little worried. Fnatic look a little off kilter in terms of their inability to really get a grip on these slower rounds. Not much in the form of kind of defensive proactivity, leaves a lot of question marks, and they've not actually been granted certain situations in terms of, you know, Kayak finding 1 or 2 kills, and in terms of anchor, I mean, it's only really Crashies that's excelled in that department in what, 2 rounds?
Yeah, he won them 2 rounds and he has 4 kills total.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Whereas usually you'd see like someone like Alpha or Kayak on an island delivering kills. They weren't really granted that. Nice take in though. Alpha still catching that flash, but Cooper unnoted.
They will check, surely, and well, he had an opportunity, but didn't quite get anything from it. Very quick reaction, though, from the Pacific players. Alert coming in through mid, some time maybe needed to be bought, but they're winning the fights anyway. Ninja doing well, but it is only one, needing another miracle from CNED, and while Valorant is so far away, maybe still worried that this could have gone back in the other direction. He'll need a 1v4, otherwise a chance, well, to get one away, but almost to level up.
The first would be the important one here. Kayak tagged up, 35 HP, has to head for the hills. Unfortunately now there's 3 others to overcome. I think the time probably going to make this decision for Valorant. Unfortunately, Crashy's still here on guard. We'll find it. Number 6 for Fnatic. A chance early on to equalize the scoreline.
Yeah, much more direct. We saw at the beginning that they're actually only the 3rd slowest team on this map, which is quite rare. They're normally very slow. But for now, much quicker pistol rounds. The double dive in towards the B site.
And obviously here, if they can do any damage, prevent an early snowball, it's going to be crucial. Obviously, Pacific set the bar pretty high in terms of that string of rounds in the first half, but certainly Fnatic no slouches here. They can assert a little dominance, set the tone for the second half. It's going to be the biggest issue for Pacific to overcome.
I quite like the idea here, but we had this, I think it was last week, where they left CNED alone on the B site, and his job is basically to just break any utility, fake the idea that there's somebody close, and try and bait them into rotating into the other side of the map, which is the stack, when nobody else is holding. Unfortunately, Fnatic do tend to watch demos. I think Milan does watch a few of those.
Yeah.
And so I think they might have seen that one, have decided to go B anyway.
No surprises there. Fnatic still waiting for a swing out here. Again, it is just classics on the way back in. If Pacific decide to feed into this. And again, conscious of that early snowball, it's Alpha and Crashies to have the lion's share in terms of
30 seconds
old
left.
progress.
Well, let's be real.
First cycle.
Alpha has a pistol. Alpha is going to push 100%. Unless he's completely, I don't know, scared from the first half. I don't think that's ever going to. We saw him diving with a shorty.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
it's never going to happen.
That doesn't track.
No,
that doesn't
no.
track.
I don't think he's ever been scared. Maybe annoyed.
No catch on the flash.
Even a death here is fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still have a feeling he might at least get one. No, Ninja again. It's going to stop him. Now, again, they can still send Vacage in if they wanted to. Has a ghost and nothing more, but it seems like they're not wanting to just walk straight into the blender, not wanting to give orbs over, and that's exactly what Pacific are doing as well. From an early lead, Pacific have been brought all the way back to 7-7. The question is now going into the buy round, can they build from here?
Obviously, the purchase protected here from Fnatic. Will settle on all rifles, barring Boaster. Alpha, just a little golf clap.
They're going for it again. Maybe still just trying to get that B orb, but It seems like Fnatic's idea is just to continuously put pressure on this side of the map. They're yet to really even go anywhere near the other side, but no, it is the same. Early flash straight in, 3 players already rotating from the side of Pacific, and CNED off to a flying start. In fact, he's got 7 alongside him, looking much better versus the bonus, but the bonus that had a fair few weapons alongside it. Will be, is there any response? Nearly every member of Pacific now here, and 7 starting to thrive.
Wow.
Cupid alongside him. Oh, crashes that big rounds, but it's going to be an in-zone flawless for the first purchase of Pacific.
What a way to answer back. Squash any hopes of Fnatic riding that early wave. Keep the finances in check, and ultimately prevent them from really getting towards Alpha's ultimate for this first ult cycle. Would have been crucial. For me, at least, for Pacific to keep Fnatic honest here. Yeah, and Crash is still halfway past for the Seekers, but again, you look elsewhere, the pit and the divide, the ones that allow Fnatic to probably string something together in terms of an execute.
Oh, that Prowler's been heard. Bekaz just watching, waiting, but he's just been domed by CNED. Another fantastic start to the round for the Turkish duelist. And now Fnatic almost feel like they need to react. Patiently waiting, just in case there is any aggression. But they are now doubling back down on gaining the A control that they lost, and the patience of Alpha does get him 1, but again, Pacific very quick to keep that advantage.
And still, an ability to slow some of these rounds down for Pacific. The key, ultimately, to this defensive side from Eva Kayak. Finds 7 here off the ropes. Ninja forced further forward by this stun. Might be isolated here.
They're just creating a distraction. Yeah. It's so difficult to hit those neons while they fly. And while CNED would love to have the support, but right now he's waiting for that rotation. Almost trying to bait for his teammate, but his teammate's caught swinging. It's left all onto CNED. And what was a very short-lived build into this defensive half, Fnatic a back level once again.
And actually, still Pacific missing a couple of players in terms of progress towards this first ult cycle here. But again, what's key for me is this might be the approach for Pacific now. The ability to slow down, and obviously Fnatic probably having a good read on that situation. Again, just isolating some of these site anchors with utility. Back in here now, showstopper in hand, crashes, wall off the Seekers. A quick pace change here, Kayak will find 7. It's now Alpha to follow through without the showstopper.
Even if he doesn't get anything, it's just holding onto the ground. Tries firing it in, but nothing found other than space. That space, though, went up against some weaker weaponry, can pay dividends. It'll be CNED actually entering alone. It seems like a couple of the players are falling all the way back around towards the spawn. This is such a long rotate. I can only assume this is, we want to try and kill some people as they exit.
Yes, yeah. Probably just to chip away at this this inventory that Fnatic have right now. Again, really, I mean, Kayak, the next one in terms of ult progress. A kill and dying here. You take that any day of the week. So flash, beautiful. Number 4 found.
He didn't need to die.
No, no.
Oh, well, at least Cupid will just go down to the spike. 9-8. Fnatic, after what was a pretty hefty deficit, 5-0 down in the first half. We were almost just waiting for this comeback to eventually come through, and they are now in the lead for the first time. Even still, though, we have to look at Pacific. We've said they always bring it close, but it never quite works out. Is this now just going to be the run to the finish for Fnatic, or are we still going to see some of that contention? Because I'd like the aggressive stance they've had.
Yeah, absolutely. I think here, especially on a rifle round for Pacific, if you're going to make a go of things, Yeah, while it's a positive sure to slow things down, you want to see them be decisive here in some of these. Yeah, not really willing to go forward. And on the back of Cena having a great first half and a couple of other members. A little surprising to see, and Boaster will find a free beat through the smoke.
Now they feel like they have to re-aggress. 7 does well, but
I've got your trail.
maybe not expecting the second player to be alongside. And oh, this time it's not pretty. Ninja down.
Concealment.
A long rotation through the spawn. Once again, the Seekers maybe not quite giving away the position.
Spike planted.
But even still, once again, you look at this and go, financially, is this worth it?
Again, I mean, 7 sitting at 650, 1 away from the showstopper.
Where are you going?
Jay. Well, kept in check for the time being, but probably a good read of the situation now. Cupid a million miles away from this.
Oh, he's cleaning his hands.
I was going to say, taking the time to dry off a little bit.
I guess you know you can't get peeked from main because your teammate's there, so it's a safe space. They didn't check it in the last half, so maybe the opponents won't either.
But I mean, look at this now. Like I said, this is the point where you'd ultimately want to see Pacific make a stand. 1 off the Nightfall. Like I said, 7, 1 away from the showstopper. That's a mouthful. Shevin. And CNED will find his ultimate off those kills.
He's popping off. It's been the whole game.
Looking way more comfortable this week, yeah.
Yeah, like we saw the aggression he had outside A main where he just immediately, I think he popped Vekash's head, just he swings around the corner. Like, he's looked very, very good. It's just, when he's not in position, there hasn't been too much else. And even the sort of attack side when you had CNED and Ninja, like them swinging together, looked really nice. But now we're starting to see the holes because, as always, you don't get everyone at once.
No. I think obviously that's probably fairly indicative of why we see this timeout here. A crucial round for Pacific to consider. This would potentially be number 11 for Fnatic. And again, you look at the money behind this purchase when we come back into this round. This does feel like the map decider.
Yeah, I think especially now with Kayak seemingly not being caught as much and just being able to get away with so much on the attack. Like you watch CNED, he was able to take a lot of space, dance around for teammates to get the kills. I think I've only seen Kayak do that once because he's already killed the person.
Yeah.
Like, he's now 17 and 12. He's overtaken that early start from CNED. And then you leave players like Boaster, Crashies in the late round. They haven't even really needed them. That's why their kills haven't gone up, because they've saved.
It's easy to look at this and go, oh, it's pretty top heavy, but again, everybody has their role on Fnatic. And ultimately, if you see Alpha and Kayak top of the charts, it's not really a necessity.
No.
See, talking about the old cycle once more, 7, much slower game for him here on split for sure, but a chance here maybe to turn a new leaf. 1 off the showstopper. And Fnatic looking to potentially make early progress. Once this smoke drops towards A, it's going to be Ninja called upon. 1 more for the Nightfall, but he does actually slip away from elbow.
Yeah, it looks like he's just trying to pop one and then back his
He's not far off with that.
Yeah, he hit a couple of taps onto Kayak, although he'll at least be he'll back up to 100. He knows that they've lost Heaven control. 2 players are here, ready and waiting. CNED getting ready to go, and it's worked out. The reasons from his teammates have done wonderfully. Even a secondary stun as they look to try and fade away. Spike can be retrieved though. With Boaster still lurking on the other side of the map. This 1v1 back to the skirmish.
Cupid's headed out. Cupid's actually given up the site here. Again, expecting them to be able to establish this hold is going to leave the B site wide open. Boaster has backfilled this. 7 still a little bit away from this. Even looking at it here.
30 seconds left.
Kayak ultimate short. Maybe just putting faith in this retake in terms of the ults that are going to be available.
Yeah, they've just got to be careful of the aggressive position. Nightfall in here, you can clear so much of the site. But if Boaster manages to get ahead of it, you could be in a little bit more trouble. Nightfall getting prepared.
It's not going to catch him.
It won't catch him. He's now a snake in the grass. Less of the utility going through on the other side.
Oh,
but
no!
He looks to go back in the other direction. Now Vekaj is left completely alone. They're already getting onto that spike, and Oh, Kayak from above is also only on 35 HP. Vekaj has to do everything, and they are just sticking this the majority of the way. They're given a chance. It's a fadeaway shot from CNED. Back down to 1. Pacific not done yet.
As I said, must win. It comes right down to the wire. Boaster, maybe a mini-map moment or something there. And not caught by the Nightfall, a chance to absolutely rip this one away from Pacific.
Guys, come on now.
And a response found here after 3 consecutive losses for Pacific will keep them within touching distance.
Can we get think of your heart rate monitor?
No, no. That's the next step for the that's the next step for the coach booth. Just the heart rates. Actually, I mean, are you onto something there?
And we get them one of those 4D chairs, and people can donate to, like, you know, make water spray out the front of the monitor. I don't think Pipsons would stop.
No. Operator here for Kayak, though. Chance to maybe do some work. Ultimate is available for him as well. Drifting onto this, doesn't catch initial peak, but again, this slower approach from Fnatic, unable to really pin down somebody in terms of an opening engagement. Kayak desperate to maybe catch Cupid. Force out the gravity well here, and Boaster has found Valorant.
Yeah, they've caught that mid-presence. Still looking at that showstopper, though. He's not in a bad place.
Ninja, he's going forward here with the Prowler. Could get backfield, yeah.
Immediate rotation as well. This is where you see CNED quickly onto the scene. And with 30 seconds left, kind of committed at this point.
I mean, unless Alpha can make some noise, posture up a little bit here. No chance for a rotation here. Kayak gonna pop the ult and head into sight.
Leading the way, hit by the showstopper, 14 seconds. This is looking like the Fnatic of old. They need to get in, and they need to get in now, and it is all fallen apart. The time, seemingly their biggest enemy, and at this point, they just fade away. They just got to hold on to the weapons, survive the round. Well, we thought the Fnatic were going to run away with it, but Pacific have leveled once again.
All tied up, not something I expected to be saying, especially in this opening map, but Pacific looking to do the Pacific thing, man, make this close, and it wouldn't be Fnatic without it going the entirety of this map. Now we come back to that criticism of inability to close out. Is this one you throw into that bucket, Tom? In terms of Pacific here, double digits. You look at actually the funds behind this, it's semi-protected for Fnatic, but Kayak's ult popped, Alpha's 2 away.
Yeah.
Don't have that tool available to offset that.
It feels mean, but I'm still nowhere near a point where I believe, even though it's 10-10, even though they've had a good fight all the way through.
I hate watching right now.
No, but it's just, I always have faith in Fnatic to close, and I don't have it in Pacific. It's like they're the two opposites fighting against each other. And I don't know, I think until we see them hit that 13th round, it's going to be difficult to believe. Timing. That's not found Cupid, but the nade will delay them anyway. Maybe remove the expectation. The Spike is already running back in the other direction. The Prowler sent through once again, but still finding nothing.
CNED's on this angle with an op, though. And will slip into elbow. Again, taking their sweet time with this. Ninja's going to be the first one to be spotted. It's Orcado CNED missing onto Kayak and now identified.
Needs some help or needs to escape. Diving into the site. And this time they have found themselves the post. An opportunity to maybe counter with a Cosmic Divide of their own. And Pacific just waiting for everybody to be on point, everybody to be in position, but still they have to be wary of the player in the backline, or maybe they have to be wary for the player on site. Already one up for Kayak. Doubling up alongside, but Vekaj has fallen. In the meantime, though, again, it's this double duelist! And again, it's just Kayak taking over. Boaster there to close, but, well, We've called this man for a long time, that #1 duelist in EMEA. When he's on, he's on.
That was clean from Kayak. And obviously finding CNED for free, but in the follow-up here, look at this adjustment. Absolutely beautiful stuff from him.
Oh my God.
Maybe a little surprised himself
You
by
gotta
that
be your
one,
own
yeah.
biggest fan, right?
Broken by here from Pacific. It's Stinger in the hands of Cupid. CNED trying to go forward with this rifle, but going to be identified. Kayak will find Ninja. Again, the C's did catch, but they can't capitalize.
They just can't kill him. And then there's a showstopper to back it up. A player up above that could be a surprise, but that surprise is cool. VALORANT still does well. CNED was forced to back out of the site, and 7 looking to try and re-clear back towards the ramp. And if it wasn't bad enough, Kayak's now got his HP! That catch as he uses the Viper's Spear! That's gone, and now 7 has got rid of Boaster as well. It should have been a done deal. Signed, sealed, delivered. Instead, it gets dangerous, but Kayak has just been a safe pair of hands. Every round, the unstoppable force with Crashies alongside him. And Cupid still only on an SMG needs to close the distance, and you just can't kill this man! Another 4K to add to the collection. And Fnatic, well, they've got one man to thank if they win this map.
A 3K into a 4K. Insane from Kayak. The divide and the pit getting popped at the same time. That guy's caught with his pants down. Well, you think it's just going to be Pacific to really swing the pendulum here.
2 coffees, 1 Red Bull. He's like this.
Hey, we're talking about Kayak's consumption today.
So that's what I need.
Okay. And well, if there's a broken buy before, look at it now for Pacific. Well, this time though, we'll actually at least trade this kill towards A main. Seeing it able to reset behind it. Pit towards mid here will be given up immediately by VALORANT. Against the weaponry that's going to cause an issue here if Fnatic decide to stick the landing here. But
they got him.
Whoa, crashes down, he opened, reloaded. But 3v3. Look at Cupid, here so early.
They killed the 2 players that have been causing them issues. It feels like maybe another Crashies round. He seems aware, but not quite aware enough, and that's the spike. Caught trying to go back. He's just going to give it up. Look to regroup with his team.
Boaster.
Oh, not a judge. This is the one weapon you didn't want to come up against.
Oh, he gives him the angle!
But he's looked back away! Oh, it's a disappearing act. Reverse Houdini as both appear. But they are now running back in the other direction.
30
Clearly
seconds
feeling like this is going to be a B plant.
Maybe a misread there based
Bet
on
he wish he has a
Boaster.
pit.
Yeah, if only he had a pit in this situation. Harry hindsight certainly gonna lap this one up. Oh no.
Oh no, he's had a quiet game so far. Still the 3rd player looking to wrap him in from the same position. It's all going to come down to timing. Does he look away or is he just going to hold on? Oh, it is tight. As it always is with Pacific. But 7, make sure that we are going to go the distance, Mike.
Just one more for Pacific. 7 trying to rile everybody up here. Again, it's so messy. So many situations in this where it really just hangs in the balance for both of these teams. I mean, again, Boaster, just the timing there is heartbreaking. Come back in here, still a broken bite for Pacific, but at least looking better than Fnatic on the other side. Kayak able to offset that here with an ultimate potentially. Boaster down on a Spectre. 2 away from the Seekers, about the only other thing within touching distance for Fnatic. Other side, CNED just missing 1 Ninja, and Cupid the same.
It almost feels like it's in Pacific's favor, but well, we thought that through the first half, and look how the tides changed. Alfier on the sniper. At least a couple of light shields. One of them on the side of the map he's currently facing. I'm a little bit worried about the position of the spike. They are rounding.
Well, Crashy's at least heard that.
Crashies, yeah, I think that'll be enough to make him retreat. Does he retreat far enough? Timing just about works out for him. The whole force of this defense side pushing up.
They have so much space to play into here. And again, that set up from Pacific, huddled into sight.
Oh, here goes Kayak, the man who's ended the majority of rounds, looking to end another. Already clearing both players from the site, and the wraparound is only just making it. That flank, an extra second could have made all the difference, and instead now trapped in from one angle, trying to make it through, and once again it's close, but no cigar. Fnatic, we thought this was going to be an easy victory. Instead, it ends out 13-11. Nonetheless, they take the win, and we'll be heading off to a break.
Look at me at the camera.
Have you been a bad boy?
You're a bad boy.
Gluk gluk. You're a bad boy. Stop on.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's a pity that I didn't see this coming. I guess everything I did was all for nothing.
was a close call on split. What was going on there, and how did you guys turn things around?
I think in the timeouts we just talked a little bit more about like how they were playing and telling the boys, giving the boys some tips on how to maybe deal with this like slower play style a bit better on the first half. And I think going from 0-5 to 7-5, like 5-7 was a big difference maker. And then honestly, I think on the second half we just had people really show up when needed. Kayak had some really nice rounds, and ultimately that's enough for split.
Fnatic taking the first map in this series. Yet again, boys, Pacific get to the double digits on split and aren't quite able to close it out. Initial thoughts on that first map?
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but it's what I spoke about with Apex last year. It's so close, but not quite enough. And I think it's similar themes from last week as well with the GX game. Now, sure, there was the comeback in Pearl on that one, but it's those finer details, those last little bits that make all of the difference at this level.
I have to agree with Hazza, right? You're now playing against some of the best, or the best team that we have in the region. And I mean, the thing is with Pacific, they really impressed me here, but it's these key margins, these little differences on, for instance, that last round that really make you feel sorry for Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, it's stuff like converting advantages, right? It sounds really basic, but against a team like Fnatic, that is where you're getting those extra margins, right?
Yeah.
Pistol rounds as well, just small little things, they all stack up.
Do you think Pacific were overcooking a little bit on some of those attack rounds?
Yeah, 100%.
There was that one where they looped back through vents, and I was thinking like, oh my god, is this how this is going to go? Kayak had his moments, but yeah, at points, I think it's easy to fall into that notion, but for the most part, I would say they can be happy with that performance, but still not enough.
And Kayak, someone that you mentioned there, we have to speak about this double duelist. Obviously, Kayak finding a lot of impact in those last few rounds, but Alpha as well, he was the one that I said keep an eye on going into this map because the raise for me was super impressive. But what do you think it was that was the difference maker in this double duelist head-up, boys?
I think it's just the fact that you've got two players with such firepower, right? Like, it doesn't matter if you hit in towards a Raze holding ramp or a Neon holding main, right? It's going to be a problem, and the fact that you've got such synergy, which Fnatic have been so good at building over the years.
Well, it's something they'll have had to have promoted, because I would say that historically Fnatic's double duelists haven't necessarily been the best. Alfier is someone who can flex onto that secondary role.
Did you just say you don't think Fnatic's double duelist has historically been the best?
At points in time, yeah, I think it's fair to say. I mean, you look at their Sunset last year, for example, that was a top point of weakness, I think, where maybe that synergy didn't come together in pivotal moments. Champs Grand Final would be the example I would give.
Yeah, but it's a Champs Grand Final.
I understand, but
no, I'm
this
glad
is something that has to improve in this meta, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just glad you're giving an example, because I was like, is he going to make that statement and not give me an example right now?
No.
But no, I'm happy that you did that. Obviously, this double duelist were the kind of difference maker on this map, I think, and Kayak being able to put up those numbers is kind of crazy, but also, are we surprised at this point?
No, I has to be honest. Like, we had the moment last year with the Prince of Pistols stuff. Like, that's the kind of thing that really promotes Fnatic from just a good team to a great team, and they know that.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Fnatic making several global finals last year, Kayak was right at the heart of that.
Yeah.
You compare that to his kickoff performance, and he just wasn't there last year. And I think if he is in top form, that's when we start plotting Fnatic in these kinds of scenarios yet again. So, I mean, this all just tracks really well. It is specific, like, it's not the big games again that we say, but I think he did well last week as well. So.
But I think in those muddy games, right, like, we've had to see Fnatic, bro, I know it's harsh to call it, but it's a bit, it was muddy, it was scrappy. I think that's when you've got to see your big name players, like, kind of show up.
Now, of course, we do have to listen in to what the opponents said on the other side as well. So let's go and have a listen in to see what Thinky and their other coach thought on that side.
Venirse para acá y ya está. For the Lotus, what's the key to stealing it away from them?
I mean, there's no key. Like, just play Harambol, and like simple as that. You will see when we play the Lotus.
We try to learn from Cholo Simeone. Let's see if we can bring the
let's see if we can park. Let's see if we can park the bus on A side, no?
I hope.
Thinky has just said that they're going to park the bus on A site. Does that mean anything to either of you?
I mean, I thought Lohan was supposed to be the Mourinho type, so I'm not sure. Does he want to play Arteta Valorant? Is that a thing?
I don't think it's Arteta. I mean, I was going to call him more Guardiola. He's got the hair for it.
Well, like they're all fair enough.
We're never letting either of you back on this desk. Like, the football references are not okay. But looking ahead at Lotus, what do we think that Pacific need to do to be able to bounce back? Because of course, this is Fnatic's map choice, and we had kind of hinted at it in the pre-show as well. The approach that they had brought last time was something a bit more older style.
I mean, for me, right, if he's going park the bus, I'm thinking double sentinel, perhaps a deadlock, something that you have been kind of calling for a little bit, Billy. Like when you're saying, like, I'm surprised that deadlock's phased out of the meta.
Who would you have playing deadlock on their roster?
Ninja?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter because we are going to jump into Age of
I'm not far.
No, I was about
Double
to say,
Sentinel.
We'd even seen Triple Sentinel played on this map historically, and that did feature a Sage. I mean, it feels like patchwork at times when you bring this agent out, but you can simplify a lot of angles, make it difficult to clear. Double slows against a team that plays to the last 30 seconds on their attack side. Hey, if you can bank those, who knows?
I mean, I'm going to say that, like, I would rather sub out the veto for a Vise, considering the meta that we're seeing developing, but that's only recent developments.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I'm excited to see what Pacific are cooking.
Veto is an agent which Pacific have historically played. They showed it on Bind in kickoff, and for what it's worth, I think it looked like it had much better applied theory than some of the other teams that we'd seen bring it out. Fnatic, though, I mean, they've
tried
switched
and
up, right?
tested.
We're with the Neon here.
Yeah, it has been tried and tested, but of course, as you mentioned, that duelist switch up. Now, I did hear we had some Pacific fans in the audience, so I want to hear them make some noise. They are really needing your energy right now. And Mike and Tom, have you got any energy for them?
So I was just waiting to see what reaction we got there, but yeah, I mean, they came close.
I think there was none.
They came close. Will they come close here, Tom?
Well, they're parking the bus, which I will say, to say that out loud when it's probably the least popular football strategy in history. No one wants to watch a team park the bus because it's not fun to watch. I hope this is a little bit fun to watch, otherwise this is going to be my nightmare. Well, we saw a close series when it was Fnatic versus Eternal Fire.
But we didn't see a close Lotus.
No, that's what I was going to say. When we got to Lotus, they won 13-2. That's been their map for the longest time, and I feel like this one should be dominant. I thought that in the last one, so maybe I'll be wrong again.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I would have expected Split to be way more one-sided. Lotus, when I put it in the same category, I feel like there's probably still just going to be a comfort diff here. Again, you bring out the Sage and the Veto. Obviously, ideas to employ, but it's all about the execution here.
A little bit shaky. We've seen teams try to counter this comp from Fnatic, or this similar comp with a raise for years, and fail. So we'll see. Maybe Pacific will finally be the ones to do it. The Sage wall. They've still managed to get access to the site, and they've already found Ninja. 3 players looking to come in on the flank. Come on, Vekas has no slightly quieter map last map. It seems like he's had enough.
And Alpha will be found here, but has bought a ton of time.
Their own wall is now blocking them out.
Look at the mini-map. They're both slipping all the way into B site here. A ton of work to do to get out of tree.
Oh, VALORANT will manage a couple more. He's been doing great, but they still need to get past Crash. He's lurking around the edge of the smoke, and he will be there to close the round. A triple to start. And I'll be honest, the Sage will look like it hindered them more than it hindered Fnatic.
Yeah, whether or not this is the kind of MO here, but leaving 7 to anchor on the Sage, and if Fnatic can identify that timing opportunity, I think they're probably going to try and exploit that. But that's why I'm still curious to see some of the ideas maybe that Pacific have cooked up around this composition. A little unorthodox, you could say. Always happy to see teams experiment.
Yeah, I remember Foot running a Sage on this map back in the day, but they also run it with, I think it was no flashes.
Yeah.
Which, well, I think they matched that.
Yeah, I wondered where you were going with that, but...
I'm a bit nervous for them when it comes to the attack side, because getting out of some of those chokes is going to be pretty difficult. They do have Prowlers, they do have a little bit more.
Yeah, but you are stacking your chips in terms of having a very successful defensive side. So we talk about the split record, which has been towards the top of their preferred map pool. Obviously, maybe righting their wrongs a little bit here today versus Fnatic. Asking the same thing once more.
Gotta go.
Okay, we'll at least get a hint of Pacific's whereabouts. Question mark still towards A for Vekas. Looks like Fnatic might just follow through here.
Yeah, the worry for me in particular on this map, though, is that this is on split. I feel like at times it's not been the greatest map for Boaster, and calling-wise, I don't think they ever really favored split as one of their best maps. This map, I still will stand by that he's the best caller in the world.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, you talk about comfort zones for teams in general.
Well, look at the space they've already made. Look at the C site. Look at where Alfia is. Look at where the spike's going. Like I know that this one's a gambly sort of round, but they've set themselves up for success. An opportunity to build those orbs, especially on the two players that already had them. They were the ones that got the kills in the last round. Crashies is now 2 away from having that Nightfall going into round number 3.
And they're probably trying to get him in a position to find this one as well. Alpha's going to bait onto this angle. I think Ninja's probably got a good understanding of what's going on. Crashies will indeed find another 3K here, back-to-back for him. As you said, that ult progress early on could be pivotal to their success. So the buyback from Pacific, I'm seeing an Odin in hand for 7.
Well, yeah, round 2. In-zone flawless coming out from Fnatic. This attack side has always been troublesome to face off again.
Both a little grin across the stage.
Fnatic coming into this one with 5 rifles as well. Not going to make things any easier. A couple of players for CNED at least that would be one shot to that Outlaw. But this is where I really want to see the tech they've got with this park the bus strat.
VALORANT going to have his hands full here.
Yeah, the bus is moving along.
TP up onto the box here to try and find an angle, but blocked off by the smoke right now. Nightfall posted through will get a ton of value in terms of tags for 7. Next up, VALORANT has found a kill though.
Yeah, he's trapped in the corner though, completely stunned, and again! It's just not stopping from the previous map. Kayak gave it to his teammates for the first couple of rounds. Now him and Alpha, Ninja at least having control of the spike. But they're going to be able to fairly quickly figure out where he is. Well, now definitely no. Even allow them to take the spike away. And they're just going to completely reset this.
Yeah. We get another round that can have a ton of space across the map. Ninja still healthy.
30 seconds
Kayak
left.
tagged up. We'll get the confirmation here off the turret, but plenty of options in terms of plants.
Placing swamp grenade.
And actually teed up to convert this bonus here and be off to a flying start.
Spike
I
planted.
like the positioning though. He's gone all the way back round after the contact of the turret. A clever move from Ninja. And did he spot the second player? Alfia just looking to run back towards the site and escape. The timing. He gets tickled through the back of the box.
Bomb grenade out.
But even just trying to bait the idea that maybe he'd already retreated away. Utilize that nano. The 1v1 for Ninja. Definitely a little bit more awkward. He's going to tank the damage just to try and cross, but it seems like Alpha at this point is well aware of where his opponent has gone and masterfully played in the end by Alfia.
And almost trying to sell that he's repositioned all the way into CT, but Ninja, unfortunately, again, not much time there. It takes him a ton.
This is gross.
Yeah, it's disgusting from Kayak, and VALORANT finds a kill, unfortunately. Can't get out of there.
Oh my god!
Pinned in by the stun.
Yeah, probably.
Bucky in hand for CNED. Sheriff. A couple of other upgraded pistols, but it's round 4 going to be extremely difficult for Pacific to navigate.
Well, yeah, they're trying to use the early slow to just... Okay. Yeah, it was an optimistic fight, and Alfia, one that he's very happy to take. Utility being intercepted, but I think Fnatic have realized that 3 is a bit dangerous.
Issue being, if Fnatic find that rhythm very early on with minimal resistance, that it's Lotus, man. They will run away with this.
That guy's just waiting. They're going to fight him together, but they also also get caught by Boaster on the cross. And Vekash has been, like, he had a very quiet first map up until the very end where he almost managed to clutch out the game. But he started this one hot. And you have to bear in mind, in the last map, it was Pacific getting a 5-0 lead, the climb back constantly there for Fnatic, and eventually they close it out. If Fnatic get a hot start, it's safe to say I don't believe that that's going to happen the other way around.
No, I don't think you're valid with the early concern being raised that here you are stacking your chips. In terms of this composition, it's going to be really difficult to... I mean, because Fnatic love being so unpredictable on the defense as well. I think really this could be a done deal pending this first half scoreline. Again, Pacific not necessarily out of it just yet. They need to get the ball rolling for sure.
Well, also, you have to talk about the team that they destroyed on the defensive side of this map were Eternal Fire. They're a team that people are looking at as, like, especially on attacks, they've been incredible with how fast, uncharacteristic, awkward they could be to play against 10-2. Like, they made it look very, very easy. So I'm definitely already feeling that little bit more nervous for the side of Pacific.
And here going to see early posture up from VALORANT. Again, going to be forced to make a decision early on. Wall to secure outside of A. So in a good position right now for Pacific.
Well, let's have a little listen in to how things are going.
Gonna be Neon up. I'm gonna
shoot. Neon up, to be fair.
They smoke C, bro.
They slow. Let's wall up now, and we do wall drop. I'll reveal for this.
I'm ready to play rebel, probably. I think they want to recall their C, boys.
Ready? Revealing.
3, 2, 1. They came over C. They want to recall their C,
Nothing there anyway. Let's just go into the A.
Hobby top, maybe car.
Oh, wall up again.
They pick front B.
Let's go into the A split, boys.
Yeah, open door. Front door.
A split, boys. A split.
Do you have recon for backside?
No.
He was leaving. He left.
I'm gonna ult stairs.
You're gonna flood, maybe. One gonna be pit, probably.
Nothing pit. I can't do God plant. Take backside.
Go backside. Maybe drop.
Oh, I'll take heaven after.
I'm gonna one
do you have anything?
Yeah, I don't. But I'm late.
Okay, I'm ulting.
Go up, please, Lucky, so I can get in.
I'm ulting.
Welcome to my world.
Pit in play. Post plant already, and a late wraparound coming in from Alpha here. It seems like all the pieces are set up. An audacious spam that has found nothing in there. It's Alpha. Now they have to start thinking about their back. Look at them, all of them just went to swing to check behind them.
I mean, consider the save. You can see straight away here with where the pit is, they are locked out. The side kayak catching the backside of that Cupid, and CNET removed. Won't be able to secure the inventory here for the follow-up round, and Fnatic on the hunt here. Rightfully so. Look at the money they have.
Yeah, they can afford everybody to go down as long as that spike goes off, which I can tell you for free it will be. If they can get anybody more out of this, it's a problem for the Pacific players. Seems like they might be able to hold on to those couple of weapons, but that's not what I wanted to see with them coming back in with their 4-buy.
No, absolutely not. No surprises to see Pacific call a timeout to follow that. Again, it's decided by like the one kill at the timing. Alpha's able to capitalize on this lurk. Kayak again, salt in the wound, twisting the knife to catch two in transition away. Come back in here. I mean, can't see it just yet, but we'll at least be able to invest around what was saved and in a decent position in terms of ults. I think VALORANT will have his available. Ninja and Seven just one away. Fnatic, again, the investments come through. The Kayak just missing one here, but to come back to the same point I just made, look at the money behind this now. You're 5 rounds ahead. You have effectively, what, 3 buys in hand behind this. And look at what they're even spending coming into this. It's absolutely nothing. So to get a freebie like that, based on just the one kill and the timing it happens from Alpha, it reinforces this chokehold they have Pacific in right now.
It's very scary when you give them the A site for free, and Alpha takes the B site for free. He's taken. Fnatic got 2/3 of the map with no congestion. That's not parking the bus. That means you've stayed in spawn.
You've missed the bus.
you've missed the bus.
Was the round
it's gone past. the bus driver's waving at you as it goes past.
I'm out of here.
It's not a good sign. Going to try and challenge for early C control.
Supposed to TP in forwards here.
Looking to pop on the back of this.
Ooh, about to be back online. And well, this time the fight's looking decent, but even still the trades go back Fnatic's way. It's an attempt to escape, a nice reposition from Cupid. At least grants him one. That could have been a huge advantage Fnatic's way. Instead, it will end 2-2 for now.
They had a chance to get ahead of this, but was being baited out here. Again, actually, will drop the orb to try and challenge that. We'll obviously note the utility coming through. Ninja will have another Prowler to invest here. The spam.
Not hitting.
We're nearly connecting. Nano to slow things down even further.
Missing.
Vakaz, 1 HP. We'll find both of them. Number 6 on the board for Fnatic, and like I said, starting to hit that rhythm now. You can see in the...
Starting to hit the rhythm.
Well, I mean, in terms of the start of some of these rounds, they're a lot pacier. They're not shying away. They're not looking to really send out any probes. Just full confidence in terms of approach here. And like you said, initially, the engagement looks like it's going a little better for Pacific. Fnatic just happy to bulldoze their way through that setup. That's a 3-strong setup on Mound.
Yeah.
Fnatic just don't shy away at any moment. And that's the sort of rhythm I'm talking about, where it's like, yeah, you can't stop us.
Again, right place.
Look up! Look up!
How is Boaster still alive in this position? He has an operator! He TB'd across with an op, and nobody noticed! And he's come out with 2! I don't know how! He's managed to survive that scenario. Oh, you know, Pacific have all 5 ults online. That's a silver lining. 3 of them are dead.
Spike planted.
He's TP'd across that almost every round.
Yeah. The fact that it's gone up, I didn't even see it on the buy. And then he gets 2.
But they've been throwing the same slows. He's just gone, okay, if no one's going to challenge me, I'll keep TPing. But the mental thing is the fact that Cupid also TP'd and just at no point looked down. Like, just got completely caught off guard by Boaster with an operator. That's another save for the other 2 players. There's nothing else they can really do, but it feels like, wow, rather than everything they touch turn to gold, it turns to mud. Like, it's been a horrible, horrible time. And well, there you go, an 80% success rate.
That is disgusting.
How often has he bought it? Is there
Yeah, well, I was going to say, can I get a fact check on that? But also, let's just, some context would be brilliant. But he is the goat of pulling out the operator at some of the most unorthodox times.
I love how he paranoid him here.
Yeah. Leave no stone unturned.
Completely unnecessary. But that shot's nasty. Cena has just been made to sit down, and it's got to be a little bit rough. I want to know.
We've been working on that one.
Yeah, that one's come straight from the training ground. This time he is looking the right way. It doesn't matter, because 7 died instead.
Paranoia posted here. Kayak looking to capitalize on that. Cena will eat a ton of damage from the molly, but elsewhere, Alpha still to catch him. Chance to reset behind that, but still come away with 2 casualties. A round that they came in with all ultimates, as you noted. The res being removed early on here.
It's the worst person
the worst one to die early. But again, they're just not in a position to really, in terms of, I guess, rehearsed set strats, that if you were to probably expect, if you're not going to ban this, you come into a Fnatic series, it's like, surely.
Well, it's also, I think Valorant has had his ult since, I want to say round 3, but maybe round 4 as a push. But that ult is so situational. It's like, in a retake where you can't get hit by any utility, wonderful. They don't get to the retake. They've already lost the round by the time that ult
like
is
clean,
useful.
Yeah, clean plants, like, no resistance. And even so, Valorant still sitting towards the top of the scoreboard for Pacific, but again, there's just so many times where they're on the back foot, they're so early on at a disadvantage. Cupid will take some space here. I mean, crashes to just play spoiler. Probably plant the seed of doubt here. Will get big info, but doesn't know about Valorant yet. Now he does.
Oh yeah, they plant, like they're leaving their initiator to lurk across the other side of the map.
It's foul work.
I'm looking at Cupid still in spawn. He has his TP, but there's got to be some sort of doubt. Like, okay, maybe he could be behind us. Maybe someone can check. They might not even be needed, though. There's the wraparound, and well, eventually he'll get a kill, but I think the round was already cooked from that point onwards. Cupid maybe thinking he had some time, and instead...
He was wrong.
Yeah. Well, they're still going to have all 5 ults for the next round, but that's not the greatest sign in the world. 8-0. You remember the meme that's like the yellow bus pulling and then it gets hit by a train? It's quite a common meme. You see that quite often.
You're never going to let them live that down, are you, that statement?
No, you can't say you're going to park the bus and then literally start defense and lose each round within about 15 seconds. Like, you've not parked any buses.
No.
Why always me? Why always me? Why?
They're winning 8-0 and Alfia is not happy. Neither's Stinky, but you know.
Well, no secrets about this one on the way in. Vekaz and Boaster both finding kills here. Cena, the only
about
one
15
to respond.
seconds, you'd say?
Yeah. Round is effectively done once more.
They used an ult, though.
They did?
At least. Here we go. No, Vekaz, he really has just been popping off. But then again, other than maybe Alfia, everybody's been having a great game.
Spike planted.
He seems to be just sitting, waiting.
Where did that shot go from Boaster? That went into the ground!
Straight into the ground. I'm going to guess he tried to no-scope that one. Oh, well, no, come on. They've suffered enough, Alfia! They've suffered enough!
That was payback for dying in garbage time in the previous round.
Oh, no. Well, they didn't save the ult, but I think they have enough credits to deal with that.
Yes. Yeah, I think so too. And if you were wondering what we were talking about earlier, we're about to see a pretty crazy stat. Sure, coming out of this.
That's actually very good.
Look at it, it went in front of the spike! It went in front of the spike! Yeah, Boaster, the second best operator player on Fnatic. 12 kills, 15 uses. In this match, he has 133% impact on. Wild, right?
There you go.
Math.
That's a lot of impact.
That's a lot of impact.
9-0. Still lots of ults to play with. Well, Evolution, I think is going to be online the whole half at this stage, I'll be honest with you. No. What? Okay. Okay, someone check every PC on the stage. Other than maybe Boasters. He's had a couple of shots going to the floor in the last couple of rounds. He's legit, guys. He's legit, but this is legit depressing at this point. Crashy's peaking with 30 health. 7 down. Another swing. And while it's not going to be flawless, but the game is feeling that way. 10-0.
Is on the cards for a flawless half, yeah.
Double digits in the ones.
In the ones. There's a fairly exclusive club looming as well.
Mixwell.
Yeah,
waiting.
Mixwell is
He's
just
chomping at the bit.
He is dialed in right now. Will be another timeout for Pacific. Again, it's not much to consider. Like I said, it's almost...
They get annoyed at nothing.
You almost have to do the hard work in losses like this in terms of at least keeping them honest, and that's just not the case. Like I said, you talk about traditionally here, once they hit a rhythm and Fnatic get a feel for the way the opponent's going to play.
What do you say in this pause? What do you say in this pause?
I am not nearly qualified to answer that question.
I don't think anyone is.
No.
I don't think a person exists on this mini. Maybe mini. He did it once, so that's enough, right?
I mean, are we putting these two in the same ballpark? I know it's one of the names is similar, but yeah, cut to the iconic Boaster clip of just hands on head, and it's Cupid.
Yeah. Oh no. 10-0.
Ults to invest.
We're currently counting how many knife kills Alfia has got. If that doesn't tell you where this game has gone. The lower third normally gives us these wonderful sets like Alpha has 2 knife kills.
Both casters balled. Second
both
knife
casters
kill.
balled, yep. For anybody who didn't know, that went out to every language feed, not just ours. So not both casters were balled if you weren't listening in English.
Quick pivot away though, both
Seven and Valorant here tasked with potentially stopping this onslaught once more. Poster to lead the way in formation. I'm going to catch here on the reveal. So yeah, they're going to be able to scale up for free here. Alpha again shining in the lurk. CNED removed.
Yeah, his KD's improving a little bit. Smile might even creep onto his face. A Sage wall, it's been really tough to deal with.
It doesn't even reinforce, like it's thrown out here. It doesn't even have a chance. It's just immediately ripped away. There's still no rotation coming through, by the way.
Hey, it's wasting some bullets.
That's the value you're looking for here.
Yep. Mate, if we see someone run out of bullets, we know why. Lockdown in play.
Oh my God, they've just...
But you know what? He's evolved. There you go. He has a chance to survive this ultimate. Valorant could put a real spanner in the works. He finally uses the evolution. Could this be the moment? The Pacific can win a round. They've still got to deal with both back.
He's got a pit as well. Too late to pop it now, though.
Spike planted.
But he's immune to the pit because he's evolved. We've been waiting for this ult for like 7 rounds. I'm excited. He might not even use the pit. Surely he uses the pit, right?
I mean, I think the window of opportunity is likely closed now.
Yeah, it seems like it. They're just going to try and 2v4 this. Vekaj in trouble, but Kayak not. Already finding one. Valorant, this is his round. The Pacific have done it. Mixwell, put the tweet away, delete the characters. No 13-0 for you. Pacific have a round. What a pause.
Yeah. What was discussed in that timeout? Now I want to know. Valorant and Seven
inspired.
Yeah, just able to, again, 2 freebies for Valorant through the smoke. Alpha, why me beckoning in the comms?
He couldn't do that if he wasn't evolved. Yeah.
They're not too sure about that one. Can they get a second? Still got a res.
Yeah. They've now used most of those ults.
Yeah, I mean,
and to be fair,
look what Fnatic have, though.
Genuinely couldn't. Well, he probably would have just run out of the lockdown. So, you know, I don't know if saving it for a rainy day that long away was worth it, but they've at least got one. Alpha yet primed and ready. Prowler will reveal him, and they're using a lot to try and deal with him, and they will. On the other side, though, the push has come in towards this A site. Even still, Valorant seems to have woken up, holding the line and is able to escape. Another 2v4 scenario. Spike needing to go down. Will force him back. Kayak tries to get aggressive, but it's left all onto Crashies. A 1v4. Otherwise, this could be the beginning of a very, very long comeback. A second round.
Yeah, I mean, that's about the best outcome after the timeout you'd want, but it is only 2 rounds here in the first half for Pacific, Tom. I mean, feels like a done deal.
Well, we'll see if they can turn it around after the break.
You guys are so shit, you can't even 13 us. Come on, man.
Well, 10-2. A pretty hefty turnaround needed for Pacific, but they did get the 2 rounds at the end of the half, Mike, you know? It's the start of something beautiful after they use their second pause.
I've seen a 10-2 half before for one of these teams.
Okay.
think I know how this story ends. Or do you think Pacific can do better than Eternal Fire? Is that the? I mean, I'm setting a bar.
So they need a round.
Yeah. That's all I'm looking for. I'm looking for.
So we're ignoring the fact that Eternal Fire won a map and maybe even should have won the first map. We're just going solely based on Lotus. If Pacific win
what did I say to you coming there? Small wins for Pacific.
So if they win a round, they're better than Eternal Fire.
Absolutely.
On Lotus specifically.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Put it right up next to Split in the map pool.
The bar has been set incredibly low. Some would say
pistol
on the
win rate's kind of concerning when you talk about getting that one round in the second half.
Great. Although one of the losses they had was to Pacific.
Yeah.
There we go. We're finding silver linings. Yep. Maybe grey linings rather than silver.
They are grey. Yes.
Oh, let's see. CNED, a quiet first half, but a pretty stellar first map. Maybe they were looking to park the bus on the attack side, which doesn't really make much sense, but for CNED, that has gone swimmingly. An opening kill, the wall sectioning them off,
Spike planted.
funneling them back into the say so from above it. In fact, I'm just looking at Valorant locked in on that flank.
Yeah.
He's not moving an inch.
Still the wall to consider here, but Bosa is going forward. 7 will find him.
That leaves a lot to do for the remaining defenders. Kayak looking to lead the charge. He gets nothing. Cupid looking like they might just lower that stat a little bit further as Alpha has too many targets and not enough time. 3 in a row for Pacific. They are better than Eternal Fire on this map.
There you go. There you go. Valorant said it poetically.
No one quote that out of context. It does not reflect my true beliefs.
He's here. We'll get the next task ticked off for Pacific. Chance to string together.
Alpha, stand up!
That's one thing you can always just rely on Cupid's on-stage personality, man.
He's 4 and 11.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What was it last week when he was like, you guys are peeking me?
Yeah.
He was like 1 and 10. Yeah. Oh, I love Cupid so much.
Oh, nice shot. Valorant wins the battle of the snipers.
Healing.
Kayak does have another, attempting to try and do a bit of chip damage, make things a little more possible for the pistols, but it seems like Pacific are looking to play a similar game, just watch for any aggression, play those rotations. There is now another sniper on the angle, and it needs the same, same fate.
We'll find the headshot here onto Vekaj. 3 left standing for Fnatic. Again, going to get bodies here. They're in position, but Kayak has to go crazy. We want a chance at this. Not going to happen.
No, and now the last 2.
One enemy remaining.
Only with the pistols. Crashy still gets 2 out of that, though. That's surprising.
Yeah. We'll do at least a little damage here. 3 left standing for Pacific. Fnatic now back on decent weaponry. At least here. Yeah, beautiful from CNED.
One enemy remaining.
I'm not even sure actually how Crash got 7 and 7 was the one up on in the smoke, right? Good work at least for him to find 2. Kayak will have a judge here, Alpha down on the Bulldog, so that investment will impact the next purchase. CNED's caught on this.
Oh, yeah. It makes it so easy with the judge. The spam's coming through off the back of the Odin, and they have taken full control of this A side of the map, and any look to try and find space. It's not like with Alfia in the last half. There is a watching eye, and that watching eye was Vekaj.
Try and find an opening back towards B, but...
The judge is here now.
Yep. This one's closed as well, boys.
Don't do it. Don't push the judge, come on. Not on that sort of angle, and now you're giving him a rifle. At least a chance for Ninja to maybe do some damage, but it's looking like this streak is going to be coming to a swift end. He's also being flanked on by an Odin. There we go.
Yeah. 4 left standing as well, gonna... Crashy again smiling across the stage. Bosa looks
heated, actually, or confused.
Maybe
line.
confused.
Very thin line for Boaster. Yeah, 4 left standing. Obviously, Pacific. Be some gaps in this purchase. One being 7, and I guess the second being these light shields. Kayak going to ride through the judge regardless.
It's going to be a brawl again. They're doubling down versus the setup that
This
caught them
this
again.
time.
Oh, this time CNET is ready for that aggression, but an immediate shutdown. Boaster continuing that push forward, but has been caught out. Crashy's low. They just have to try and fall back. Instead of listening to us, though, let's hear how Pacific try and deal with this one.
Clear left, clear left. Up clear left? I want us to stay. Actually, there's a surge on this fucker. The cap.
One side. Give it a little bit. He's gonna pick us from behind. I'm gonna face here. I'll hold it.
Flank.
Yeah. So they're gonna play 2A and then courtesy. I'm gonna think this guy behind, okay? Yeah.
Last player standing.
I fucking had him as well.
Nice clean comms.
Clean comms, yeah.
Clean comms.
Yeah, and a little foul to throw to him and then the situation there. But to get at this crunch, even here, CNET finding this first one, Boaster and Crashes just come through. The support system is beautiful from Fnatic. No surprises when I say that, obviously. And Fnatic up to 12, looking to seal the deal. The buy back in, obviously, from Pacific. But it's far from a comfortable one. Fnatic looking to take the initiative once more on Mound.
They've heard the steps in B. A chance for them to get pincered, though. Paranoia used, but even still, Alpha yeah, just holding the line. He's wiped out everybody to close. It was a close first map and nearly on split. But Lotus, Mike, you just don't go there.
No. Fnatic again reinforcing just how strong they are on Lotus. Again, kept up the sleeve really versus Tunnel Fire, and once again here demonstrating absolute dominance. I think for Pacific again, we come out with a similar sort of summary here. Again, close but no cigar.
Yeah.
Again, still we're looking for positives in terms of development, in terms of progression. I think coming across from Split, it's still a little bizarre to me, but I think it's just, it sits at the top of that map pool. Again, Fnatic, Split, Lotus, it's just a tough veto for them.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way, and unfortunately for Pacific, even though there's been moments like in the game versus GX where it's like, okay, they were competitive. When you go 0-3, it feels like it's done. You are reliant on someone else
which is
really
why I'm talking
slipping
about
up.
bigger picture, you know, in terms of development and whatnot. But I think as well, we're still just not seeing that with Pacific. Again, early on, the highlights being around CNET and 7, and again, the potential of this roster, we're still not seeing that, even in the losses.
Yep, and then on the other side for Fnatic, 3-0 now.
Yep.
It's the same sort of curse. The kickoff curse is
the bounce back, yeah.
They've shaken it off back into stage 1. And although they're not guaranteed just yet, like Foot were earlier in the day, it is looking very, very likely that we will be seeing this squad into the playoffs. And in fact, it doesn't seem to matter who they've got coming up next. This feels like the team that will be looking to run all the way to London.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're probably finding their form, stabilizing a little bit in terms of the meta. I guess that was a big discussion for them early on in kickoff, but no issues so far in my eyes for stage 1.
Well, nonetheless, that is us done for today, but the post plant is ready and raring to go with Kayak and Vekaj.
Thank you guys for joining us, and congratulations on the win. I was going to ask a question, but Haza, I feel like you should start because you're the one that's A, interviewed Kayak before, and B, was supposed to have an interview with Vekaj before kickoff.
I guess
so. On you go.
No, you've absolutely put me on the spot there, Billy. Thanks for that. I was going to say, Kayak, looking good. A question about the glasses, actually. I've seen you wear them for some games, take them off for others. Is that like a preference thing, or...?
No, so the first game we played on stage 1, it was against Eternal Fire. I didn't play with the glasses before on stage, so I was a bit testing. On first map I was playing with them, second map I was like, I don't really like them, so I took them off. And on third map, I bring them again, and I played pretty bad. So I was like, no, I don't like playing with glasses. So I'm just playing without glasses.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. And Vekaj as well, of course, it's got to feel great to get the win today and keep on moving in the group. 2 out of the 3 Santiago teams losing this week. What is it that you feel like you've done differently to see these results now?
Yeah, I think we just listen each other and like we just play fully confident. We play really fully confident and we just trust each other. That's it.
Now today was you guys' first time playing against Pacific, if I'm not mistaken. What were your expectations coming into today?
And it was like we treated every game the same. We didn't want to disrespect them. We started 0-5, I think, on split. Like they were shooting pretty good. Like they were playing pretty confident. So maybe we just didn't expect that. But after that, we just bounced back and reset, and we started playing good again.
And for you, Vekaj?
I mean, we just like play the game like it's a very good like team. Like we just like don't disrespect them or something like that. We just play our game and it's going like this.
Let's talk about the Lotus very quickly as well. I want to ask you specifically, Kayak, about this. We saw you coming up against a Sage and a Veto, and obviously you're trying to run in on the Neon. Do you feel like the Sage was an attempt to counter the Neon on Lotus?
No, I think it was pretty easy to play. Like I think Jake was calling good, and like everyone was on the same page, and then it felt quite easy to play.
Yeah, I want to follow that up actually. Neon was a different pick for you. We saw you on the Waylay previously. Was there a particular reason why you wanted to pivot into this choice?
I mean, after the Waylay nerf, I was like, I want to play something different, and the boys were like, oh no, you have to play Waylay. Waylay is still good, still believe. Then I was playing on Prague, and I was like, I really didn't like it, so I was like, okay, I will play it for one more game if we had to play against Vitality. But we didn't play Lotus at the end, so we just decided to swap. I think like Neon is more comfortable agent for me now, and even I could play Raze, but I'm just playing Neon right now because she's OP. So.
I think that's fair. Vekaj, I want to ask you about being, the kind of flex for this team, but we're seeing you on a lot of Viper at the moment. How are you finding playing that agent, especially in this meta, having to be that hard anchor and dealing with these double duelist explosive executes coming into your side? How are you finding it playing in this meta?
With this meta, sometimes it's hard because you can have Waylay Neon in front of you and you can do actually nothing, but you need to find like the space and just to play usually the game. Like there is no right answer or bad answer. Like it's just like sometimes it's hard, but it can be easy.
And is there an agent that you'd rather play, or are you happy with the Viper? If you had a choice, are we going to see a Jet back again?
Nah, I don't think you're gonna see a Jet back in the day, but no, I would say Viper and some Kaio maybe on the road.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of back in the day just a little bit, you've played for some teams with brilliant fans before, like Gentlemates. We've got, almost a full house here for Fnatic today. What's it been like being part of this organization and having those fans support you?
It's very, very good to just like be in Gentlemates because like it's a French org, etc. And there is a lot of fun, a lot of French fan behind me, yeah. And I mean, it's very good. Like all the French players, all the French population, I would say, like they're behind me and they just like push for me. So it's good.
Yeah, it's nice. Something else as well, the Pacific coaches mentioned, I don't know if you're familiar with the term park the bus from football, maybe? No. The bus goes in front of the goal, ball doesn't go into the goal.
No.
Did you feel any of that at all? Did it feel like there was a bus in front of you at any point?
Yeah, maybe on the split at the start.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I think split was a bit rough.
You had a lot of clutches in that one, though, bailing your team out of some pretty big moments. Would you say that you're finding the same kind of form that you had last year now?
I think I'm still like far away from that form, but I think I'm getting there, like feeling more comfortable. I think I just have to grind more and just become better, and that's it.
He's coming on the track, he's coming.
What's the communication like in those kind of moments? Because we obviously listen into the team comms sometimes on the broadcast now, and they sounded super clean. How do they feel from your perspective?
Like in the clutch situations?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's there is like always someone that is trying to make a call, or like even some dead people are just trying to communicate for the people that are alive. But I think everyone is coming up with ideas, and it just works. Like someone just calls the first idea, and we just listen and do it.
I love to hear that. I also want to bring up the standings as well, because of course you guys are playing up against Giant X next week. in that game, if you're able to win, you will, at that point, lock playoffs, which feels crazy because you're already 3-0 and we're sitting and having this conversation. How does that feel to know that you're going to be able to potentially lock playoffs next week?
I mean, it feels really good. Like I think we have been working pretty hard in the break between the kickoff and stage 1, and even on the stage 1 right now. So I mean, it feels really good to be 3-0. Like even getting the wins for the champions points, because they're gonna be really important for the champions. And yeah, I mean, it just feels really good. Like I think if we win next week, we're gonna be locked from top 1.
Yeah, you should be locked for top seed of the group,
Yeah,
which is,
yeah,
that
so,
gives you a bye as well into the playoffs.
Yeah, so I think we'll be looking forward for that game, and like every game matters for us, so we're just looking forward to get 5-0 if it's possible.
And for you, Vikash, how are you feeling ahead of that game?
Yeah, I totally agree with Kak. After the game against Giants, we maybe gonna be qualified for playoffs. I think so.
Yeah, you'll be
no
locked.
karma.
If you win against Giant X, you will be locked for playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think I just want for us to just like do a 5-0 for the playoffs. It can be good for the confidence and just like going back.
Do you feel like you have time now as well, and I guess a bit of space to be able to experiment in the server? Maybe this is more of a Boaster or Milan question, but do you feel like there's going to be experimenting going on now to figure out what identity sticks? Because I remember in the start of stage 1, we'd heard Boaster say like we're trying out new things, we're testing things in pracs. Do you think you've found the secret sauce now, or do you think there's still things to try out?
Yeah, I think we are pretty settled on like our identity. I think it's working pretty well for us, and we're just gonna keep practicing the stuff that we do, and probably we're gonna Milan and Jake gonna cook something new for the practice, and yeah, just keep playing and becoming better and getting confidence.
How do you feel about that, Hazza?
I mean,
what new would you want to see?
I have absolutely no idea. Sort of final one from me though. What I will say is we've seen some pretty crazy results in the group so far from this week as well. In your heads right now, if you had to hazard a guess, who else do you think is making it to playoffs? Not to put you on the spot, but
like from our group?
Yeah. Because it's a pretty stacked group, right? I think a lot of people would have had their favorites coming in, but that's now changed. How do you see it?
I think Eternal Fire showed like some really good moments that I think they can make playoff. I mean, Vitality should make playoff. Like if they don't make playoffs, I think it's kind of like really disappointing. And I don't know what the other teams are in our group.
Vikash?
I would say yeah, same Eternal Fire, and I would say probably Vitality if they bounce back.
Okay.
It's 4 teams, right?
4 teams, yeah.
Four teams
will
can
make it.
qualify.
One more.
Out of 6.
I mean, it's BBL, and what is the other team?
Well, you just played Pacific.
Pacific, BBL, Giants.
Giants, yeah. So probably Giants, I think, will qualify.
Okay.
Or maybe BBL, we'll see.
Do you think that there's any underdogs that we need to keep an eye out for?
I think Eternal Fire.
Yeah, same. Eternal Fire. Yeah.
I think they've kind of shocked everyone. But thank you very much, guys, for joining us, and congratulations again on the win. That's all we have for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And yeah, we're going to throw it to the Razor end of day highlights.
Just playing with a little bit of discipline here, the youngster into the team. Going towards the site itself, in through the TP, Wayne up top, drops in, finds Sociable. Nat's following it in due course as well. It's Sock. But continuing to trail in this situation. Team Liquid coming back in, but obviously Manibu using his ultimate here, and that's what's going to get him the kill. Yetigy through mid gets one of his own though, and it should be something easy for Foot. That's coming up with the goods, but Yetigy is holding down the line. He'll get caught sleeping on the angle. You know about camo. Nice. So that plan will at least go down. Is this a shot kill? Yes, it is! Cross Starlies! These two need to combine to take down 4. And well, it's only going to be Nats left. No! Wasted. Zeus will make no mistake. Yetigy's there to sign on the dotted line. Your first team in EMEA playoffs.
there are still front runners here for the specific roster to have impact.
I think they might need a little bit more than just the pistols, but they're at least doing all right in the pistol, and CNED, okay.
Batsy, no, does have the timing. CNED probably spotted on that jump spot though. Ninja.
Exterminated.
Nice. They're winning the fights anyway. Flash straight in, 3 players already rotating from the side of Pacific, and CNED off to a flying start of Pacific now here, and 7 starting to thrive.
Wow.
Cooper alongside him. It's going to be an in-zone flawless. And while CNED would love to have the support, but right now he's waiting for that rotation. Or maybe they have to be wary for the player on site already. This double twist! And again, it's just Kayak taking over. It should have been a done deal. Signed, sealed, delivered. Instead, it gets dangerous. Another 4K.
Nice, Kayak. It's your game today, bro.
Goes Kayak, the man who's ended the majority of rounds, looking to end another. Already clearing both players. They've heard the steps in B. A chance for them to get pincered though. Paranoia used, but even still Alpha just holding the line. He's wiped out everybody to close. It was a close first map and nearly on split. But Lotus,
absolute dominance. I think for Pacific again, we come out with a similar sort of. Again, reinforcing just how strong they are on Lotus. Again, kept it up.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. What makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up